Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became the Mist's Bloody Fox? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was an average day in the village hidden in the leaves. At the front gate, Team 7 was waiting for their sensei Kakashi Hatake. Among those waiting were the finest rookies produced this year. First, the number 1 rookie, Sasuke Uchiha. Then there was Sakura Haruno, who had the highest grades in the class and the Uchiha's number 1 fan. The last member on the team was named Hiro Hyuga. He was the twin brother to Hinata Hyuga and most likely to become the heir to the clan. There was no difference in appearance between himself and his sister. They both had short blue hair and the same eye color. They even wore the same style of cloths, except his jacket was always left unzipped. But in attitude they were opposites. Hiro was focused and never stammered. He was also a bit arrogant, but not at the Uchiha level. Their sensei finally arrived with their client Tazuna. "Are you sure about them?" asked Tazuna again. "They don't seem all that strong." "Relax," said the lazy shinobi. "I happen to be a jonin. If anything goes wrong, I'll be able to take care of it." No one noticed a small piece of ice on the village gates. A small path of ice was attached to it and went out into the forest. It stopped at a tree about a mile away where 2 figures in masks were watching them from a very large ice mirror. One of them was dressed as a hunter nin while the other was dressed as a mist Anbu with a fox mask. There were several things that made this pair look odd. One was that they looked no older than 12 or 13. Another was that they shouldn't be in the land of fire. The most curious was the conversation they were having. "So, there's the target," said the hunter nin. His friend didn't reply, he seemed to be staring at the Hyuga. "So that's the guy you have been telling me about these past 6 years, said the hunter. "Let's see their skill level," said the Anbu suddenly. "Would you like to go?" "No, not yet anyways. Send out the demon brothers. If they lose, we will inform Zabuza-sensei." They both turned and walked in the direction they could find the 2 brothers. As they did, the ice suddenly turned to water and laid there. Team 7 continued their journey until they passed by a puddle of water. Sakura didn't think much of it, but the rest of her team did. When the demon brothers shot out of it, they attacked Kakashi first. Or at least tried to. Hiro used his gentle first one while Sasuke used a kunai to stop the other's chain. After that, Kakashi finished him off with a single punch. "Tazuna, you got some explaining to do," said Kakashi. Tazuna spilled his guts out to them about Gato and the problems in Wave. While this was happening, no one noticed more ice on the tree behind them. "So, think Zabuza will be interested?" asked the hunter nin. "Yes. I believe he will want to fight them personally. With him taking care of this, the mission will be over sooner." "Yeah, then you can go on that date with the fish girl," said his partner with it. A few days later, Team 7 entered the land of waves. Once they got into range, a rabbit was let loose to distract them. That rabbit's color is wrong for this season. Could this mean that? "Everyone get down," shouted the lazy jonin. A second later, a Zanbato came flying over their heads and was caught by Zabuza. Well, isn't this a surprise?" he said. "Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist," exclaimed Kakashi. "I'm honored that the great Kapini knows me. But I'm not here for you. If you and your team stands down, I will not hurt any of you." "I'm sorry, but you know I can't do that. Have it your way." With that said, the fight began. I'm not a big fan of this fight. It happens just as if Naruto was there, so it's no big deal. So, here is a time skip of about 10 minutes. Smiley face. Zabuza was knocked into a tree with Kakashi standing above him. "Can you see the future?" "Yes," was Kakashi's only replay. Before he could finish Zabuza, a few Senbon appeared in his neck. Kakashi checked and confirmed that Zabuza was dead. Suddenly, the 2 who had been watching them appeared. "Thank you for wearing him out for us," said the hunter nin. "Me and my partner, Bloody Fox, have been tailing him for some time now." "Did you say Bloody Fox?" asked Kakashi. Both mist nins nodded. "What's wrong, sensei?" asked Sakura. "Bloody Fox has a reputation similar to Zabuza. When he was ordered to kill a genin to pass his exam, he mauled his opponent like a wild animal and was shortly assigned to the Mist's ANBU unit. I never believed him to be so young. This information shocked the three genin. He's no older than I am, thought Sasuke. How can he be NBU while I, an Uchiha, am not? Without a word the two grabbed Zabuza and left as Kakashi fell from chakra depletion. Kakashi groaned as he opened his eyes. He was now at Tazuna's home. His daughter, Tsunami, was standing above him. About time you woke up, she said. Hey, the Cyclops is awake. At that, his team quickly came to him. Sasuke and Hiro didn't say much. Sakura was going on about how amazing he was against Zabuza. We have a problem, Kakashi said suddenly. Zabuza isn't dead. What? Cried Tazuna. But you said that he was dead. We saw these two kids take him. Yes, replied Kakashi, and that's the problem. They were supposed to get rid of the body right there, but they didn't. Also, the weapon that was used is used to stun, not kill. Also, it is rare to see a Hunter Nin and an ANBU working together with no backup. With these facts, I'm sure he's alive. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Oh, he's finally here, said Tsunami as she went to answer the door. Suddenly, everyone heard a very loud and annoying voice. Hey, Miss Tsunami, I got that order for ya, said the youngster at the door. Thank you, Naruto, said Tsunami with a smile, and she accepted a large basket. Would you two like to come in? Sure, said Naruto, who dragged a girl in with him. Everyone turned to see. A spiky-haired blonde with blue eyes and whisker marks, and a girl covered in bandages with black hair. The boy was dressed in a plain white shirt and blue jeans. The girl had on a simple blue dress. Kakashi was the first to realize who he was. Naruto, he shouted. He paused for a moment. I'm sorry, who are you again? Everyone face-faulted. Who he is, sensei? Asked Sakura. It's understandable that you would recognize him, said Kakashi. His is Naruto Uzumaki. At that, Hiro began to worry. Sheet, I thought I'd never see him again. Just as long as he has forgotten what happened 6 years ago, everything will be all right. If anyone found out, my clan will be dishonored. So, you all know my boyfriend? Asked the girl. No, said the Uchiha. A little, said the Hyuga. Boyfriend, exclaimed Sakura. Wow, you are just the luckiest girl I know. To have found true love already, I envy you, miss. Isaribi, she said. Okay, said Sakura. So tell me, how did you two meet? It was a while ago. Meet met along with another guy, Haku. Since then, all three of us have been traveling together and doing odd jobs. Like right now, we are sneaking supplies into the town while they are building the bridge. Gato is placing heavy taxes on everything, and we are trying to help out and have some fun at the same time. Oh, said Kakashi. Sam, is it? This caused Naruto and Isaribi to suddenly turn red. Kakashi let out a laugh. Well, I wouldn't mind it if Haku was a girl, said Naruto with a dreamy look on his face. That guy has confused many a fellow. Yeah, said an irritated girlfriend. Everyone always gets confused and then they think I'm a boy when they find out. I remember when I first found out, said Naruto with a smile. Flashback. It had been a week since Haku, Naruto, and Isaribi first meet. On their way to their new home, they stopped at a bathhouse to get rid of all the filth. When Naruto was about to enter the men's side, he saw Haku's clothes were in a basket. What are these doing here? He asked aloud. Maybe this is co-ed bathing. Haku sure is cute, so I don't mind sharing with her. He entered the bath just as Haku was about to get in as well. This gave him a large surprise. Haku, you're a guy. Yes, replied Haku with a smile. Did I forget to tell you? Yes you did, responded Naruto. Hey, if you're a guy, does that mean that Isaribi is one too? As soon as he said this, Isaribi was on top of the fence with an angry look on her face. Hey, I'm all girl here, Buster. She stopped when she noticed Naruto passed out due to a nosebleed and Haku blushing. What with you too? She looked down. Sheet, I forgot to put on a towel. And flashback. Naruto finished reminiscing. Everyone was staring at him. One girl, in particular, shot him a death glacé. Don't. Stuff. That. Sorry, he replied. So Naruto, said Kakashi suddenly. When are you coming back to Leaf? The third has been very worried about you. I don't know, said Naruto as he brought his hands to the back of his head. Right now I'm a bit busy. Plus I don't think the ninja life is for me. I'm just happy as is. After all, this world is made of love and peace. As he finished, he turned to give Isaribi a kiss on her cheek. Sasuke just snickered when he heard this. He'd never make it as a ninja. Helping others just makes you weak. Well then, said Kakashi, we better get to work. I have to make you all strong so you can help me fight Zabuza when the time comes. Then we'll get out of your way, said Isaribi. She and Naruto then left, promising to come by later in the week with more food and other supplies. Later that day, Gato was yelling at an injured Zabuza. You call yourself a demon, he shouted. Not even that girly brat have is scared of you. He then spit on Zabuza. Haku got ready to kill him, but Zabuza told her not to kill the client. Fine then, said Bloody Fox. He was standing next to Gato. He quickly grabbed his arm and ripped it off. Gato fell to the ground, crying and screaming for help. Fox's hands began to glow red and he touched the bloody wound. The smell of burning flesh could be smelt by anyone in the room. Soon the bleeding stopped. Gato looked to where his bodyguard were and saying that they had been knocked out by a girl who looked half human and half fish. Know your place, weakling, said Fox in a cold and quiet voice. You are only as powerful as we allow you to be. We are only doing this for the money and can easily get another job. Now, the only reason I didn't kill you for that insult to my sensei was because he taught us never to kill the hand that feeds us. Let this be a reminder of what we can do. Wise, I understand, said Gato as he crawled out of the room. That wasn't necessary, said Zabuza. I know, said Bloody Fox in a more cheerful voice. But I have had some pent-up aggression for a while now and needed to let it out. Besides, that stupid little man was asking for it. Zabuza, said the fish girl, I have sent a letter to Miss saying that our team still hasn't found you and will be staying in this area for about another 2 weeks looking for clues. Excellent, said Zabuza. After this is done, you three will continue to be my spies in Miss till I need you again or I'm ready to try another takeover. Yes, Zabuza-sensei, said all three of them. Well, hope you like this chapter. I'm using something new for this story and I think Isaribi and Naruto go great together. I just love that filler. Plus, Hinata is so overdone. I mean, I'm all for them getting together, but there has to be some variety. Well, next chapter will have training, walks down memory lane, and a double date. Aha. Hey Fox, come over here, said Zabuza. Bloody Fox calmly walked over to his sensei. Hold out wrists. Have a present for ya. Kakashi stood in a clearing watching Sasuke try to walk up a tree. Try being the key word. The first day, both Sakura and Hiro had completed the exercise. Only Sasuke had yet to complete it and it set him off. He was the only Uchiha left, so failure was not an option. He had to get the power needed to kill his brother. He had to— Hey, came a loud voice. Where is that pervert ninja and that stuck-up butt? We're over here, Naruto, shouted Kakashi in Naruto's direction. He turned to Sasuke. I know you don't like him, but please be nice. He is supplying us with food and other things for a cheap price. Also, I want to try and bring him back with us. Sasuke fell to the ground. Why bother with that loser? He has no skills and would only slow us down. He's useless. Well, said Naruto as he walked into the area with a large bag, if I'm so useless, then I don't think I can get you the scroll you wanted. Sasuke had asked Naruto yesterday if he could find a scroll with fire jutsus. Naruto had written it down along with a long list of items that the rest of the team wanted. I didn't think you could do it anyway, said Sasuke. Oh Kakashi, said Naruto, ignoring the Uchiha, I got the latest issue of that book you order. He reaches into the bag and then tosses an orange book at Kakashi. Sakura's shampoo is here as well. I also got Hiro some new sandals and your scroll, Sasuke. Naruto sets the bag down then grins at the two in front of him. Not bad, Naruto, said Kakashi while he starts reading his new book. We could use someone like you in the supply department in the village. I don't know, said Naruto as he scratched his head. I really like what I'm doing now. I go where I want and do what I want. Plus I have friends that I don't want to leave. I just can't abandon them. After hearing this, Kakashi was silent. He told his team that those who don't follow the rule wear trash and those who disregard their comrades wear below trash. Naruto seemed to know this very well. Hey Sasuke, said Naruto. Why are you training so hard? I mean, what is the reason behind all your hard work? I train so that I may one day kill my brother and then I will rebuild my clan. I may be out of line here, but shouldn't it be the other way around? Sasuke glared at Naruto. Yes, you are out of line. What do you mean by that, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. Well, he is the last Uchiha. If he fights his brother first and loses, then won't that mean his clan bites the dust? At this, Sasuke began to sweat. I mean, if it were me, I'd just focus on restoring my clan so that if I fail, there is a backup ready. But hey, I'm just a nobody and you're a genius. With that, Naruto began to walk away into the woods. Kakashi watched him, his eyes narrowing. Why do I get the feeling he's up to something? What does he know? I'm from a great and powerful clan and he's just dirt. There is no way I can lose? But what if he's right? Over in another part of the forest, Hiro was practicing his gentle fist. His thoughts were elsewhere. Flashback. Brother, when is Naruto coming? Asked Hinata. Ever since she met the blonde, her confidence had begun to increase. She had stopped stammering and had greatly improved to a level where she could beat her brother in a spar. You didn't hear, said Hiro with a small smirk. Hear what? He left the village. To say that Hinata was upset by this was an understatement. She was devastated. He was one of her closest friends. The one person that she trusted more than her own family, the person who she's secretly teaching gentle fist to, was gone. What was worse was that he didn't say anything to her. Why? She asked with tears running down her face. Who knows? Replied Hiro, who was fighting the urge to shout out the truth. Maybe he got tired of this place and left. Or maybe he turned traitor and is selling secrets to the enemy. Present. Hiro's smirk grew as he remembered that day. That was when Hinata began to revert to her old self. The way she was before she met Naruto and became a threat to him. Normally, if twin boys were born, the first one gets to be head. But in situations like theirs, the stronger of the two becomes the head. But now, he didn't have to worry anymore. Her strength was gone forever. Suddenly, there was a sound come from the behind him. Hiro turned around to see a very pretty girl in a pink outfit. Her face looked soft and her long black hair seemed only to enhance it. Hiro's mind went into overdrive with fantasies of him marrying her. Yes, she will make an excellent mate. Sorry, said Haku, I didn't mean to bother you. I was just out for a short walk. You're far from the village, are you lost? As he said this, Hiro walked up to Haku until they were face to face. No, I enjoy long walk. Not to mention the village has lost its beauty. Then Hiro kissed Haku on the lips. This, as you can imagine, shocked the hell out of Haku. You will be mine, said Hiro as he pulled back. And I always get what I want. I'm sure you do, said Haku as he turned around. As he walked away, his calm face was replaced by one of rage. I'll kill him. Sakura and Tazuna were walking home from the bridge when they came across Isaribi. She was handing out candy to some children when she spotted them. Hey Isaribi, called out Sakura. Nice to see you again, Sakura, said Isaribi. Oh Tazuna, Naruto is dropping off more supplies to your house. Would you like to walk with us for a while? Asked the old man. Sure, but I do have to get ready for my date tonight, said Isaribi as she began to walk with them. You are so lucky, cried Sakura. I have been trying everything to get Sasuke to notice me and nothing works. It was the same with me and Naruto, said Isaribi with a smile. He used to only see me as a friend or a sister. No matter how many advances I made, he remained clueless to how I felt about him. So what did you do? Little to go on the offensive, she said. See, men like to be the ones making the advances and work for the girls they want. I was making myself too easy for him. So I started asking other people out and Naruto let his jealousy take over. Wow, maybe I should try that out with Sasuke. How about you come with me and Naruto? We can set you up with Haku and we can make it a double date. Are you sure? Asks Sakura as Isaribi begins to walk in a different direction. Don't worry. Just meet us by the lake in the woods at 6. Later that night, at 6, Sakura met Isaribi at the lake who had brought sandwiches. Haku was there as well and he kind of freaked out Sakura. I mean, he looked hotter than she did and was wearing his pink outfit. Sakura just stared at him for a while. Haku, I told you to wear something nice. Sorry Isaribi, said Haku, but this is my nicest outfit. That's just sad. Excuse me, interrupted Sakura. Where is Naruto? Over hey, said Naruto as he came jogging up to them. He was carrying a cheap karaoke machine. Sorry I'm late. I had to make an odd DLVY. Elsewhere, Orochimaru was looking at the book his assistant, Kabuto, had given him. What am I going to do with a Bible? Asked the snake man. As the boys set up the machine, the girls gossiped. So, how did Sasuke react when he heard you were going out? He flipped out. I had never seen him like that. This was an exaggeration. All he did was grunt louder than usual and destroy 6 or 7 trees. Hey girls, said Naruto as he walked up to them. The machine is ready. Hey, I just noticed something, said Sakura as she looked at Naruto's wrists. They had been bandaged. A little accident, said Naruto as he waved the question. Now let's have some fun. And fun they did have. Haku sang, I need a hero, however his dancing creeped everyone out, think Shirk too. Naruto did a selection of Linkin Park. Isaribi sang, A Talent for Love, and God Help the Outcasts. Finally Sakura decided to sing Perfect Day. After they finished singing for a while, they decided to eat a few sandwiches. While they ate, Sakura was asked a lot of questions about her training and what her team knew. Not thinking much about this, she answered each question truthfully. About 2 hours later, they headed back towards Tazuna's home and ran into Inari, who was crying his eyes out. You're all going to die, shouted the boy as they walked up to him. Gato is going to kill you, so you are wasting your time here. At least someone is doing something, replied Haku. Shut up, none of you know the pain we are feeling. None of you know what it's like to suffer for no reason. You little... started Naruto before Isaribi interrupted him. Calm down, she said. No way, he said before turning back to Inari. What do you know of suffering? Did your family and friends abandon you after a very difficult time in your life? He said, glancing at Isaribi. Did your father kill your mother in front of you and then try to do the same to you? He said, turning his side glance to Haku. Did you grow up in a place where you lived like dirt and no one showed you any kind of compassion as you cried yourself to sleep every night? I don't think so. This world is hell, so get used to it. With that he stormed off, followed by his friends. Sakura watched them leave for a few moments. She then helped Inari back into the house and told Kakashi what had happened. It seems Naruto found people who have felt similar pain, was all he said. Back at Gato's place, Zabuza was talking to his 3 students. Have you learned anything new? Asked the demon of the mist. Kakashi seems to favor the Uchiha more than the rest. The girl and the Hyuga have trained solo for the most part other than team exercises. They will be easy to pick off, said Bloody Fox. Good. I want you 3 to train and be ready by the end of the week. Fox, I don't want you to take off my gift until you have no other choice. I don't think that will be necessary with these guys, but train hard anyways. Haku, make sure your chakra reserves are full and more on your speed. Fishy, work on those medical jutsus I gave you. Dismissed. Flashback. Isaribi finally hit land. It had been a week since she left her village, after Orochimaru had let her go. She had hoped that the villagers would have understood that what happened to her wasn't her fault, but hate is so much stronger than mercy. So was fear. Her body was in its transformed state, making her look like some kind of humanoid fish creature. She didn't care who saw her. All she hoped for was an end. An end to the pain and the hungry. Who could love a monster? Hey, are you okay? Came a voice. Haku, come here and give me a hand. Isaribi felt 2 sets of hands grab her and pull her out of the river. She felt the cold snow press against her scaly skin. She opened an eye and saw two other children. They both looked worried about something. For a second, she thought they were worried about her, but how could they? She was a monster. She felt fabric press against her. She opened her eye again to see one of them had taken off his shirt and had been trying to dry her off. A few seconds later, a fourth person came. "Well, what do we have here?" said a large man that Isaribi could barely make out. "Two kids with bloodline limits and some other brat." He pointed to the one drying here. "Get out of my sight, you do not interest me." "Shut up," yelled the boy. "I'm sick of people thinking I am worthless. I do have worth. I will be noticed. Who are you to judge me?" As the boy said this, Isaribi could feel an odd power coming from him. And so did the man. "Interesting," said the man. He came over and patted the boy on the head. "Looks like I misjudged you, kid. In fact, you remind me of a clan I heard about. Come with me and I will give all three of you power and respect. In return, you will be my weapons. It is this or death, make your choice." Present. Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 were finally ready to escort Tazuna to the bridge. As they walked out the door, they were greeted with the smiling faces of Isaribi and Naruto. Naruto had in his hand a basket. "Tazuna, I got that order you asked for," he said. "Great, why don't you two come with us to the bridge?" said Tazuna. "What did you order?" asked Kakashi. He was eyeing the basket, but something else worried him. What it was he didn't know. It was as if something was out of place. "Just some things for the workers who haven't given up hope," replied the old man. "They need it now more than ever." Kakashi nodded. With each passing day, fewer people stayed to help with the bridge. Only a handful of people were left. Over by the bridge, three figures were getting ready to greet their guests as they hid in the mist. They stood amongst the fallen villagers who had been at the bridge at the time. Zabuza looked down at Bloody Fox and Haku. Haku was wearing his usual hunter-nin attire. Bloody Fox, however, was dressed like a mini Zabuza. From the way he wore his headband to the side to the style of his pants, there were a few differences. First, he was wearing a black muscle shirt. Second, he didn't have bandages around his face, he had a mask. Finally, no Zambit. "Is there something on your mind, Fox?" asked Zabuza. "Only one thing, Zabuza-sensei," replied Fox. "I want to fight the Hyuga." "This is an odd request from you. Any reason?" "I'll explain later." With that, they were silent for a while. "They're late," said Haku. About 10 minutes later, Kakashi and crew arrived at the bridge and were shocked to see all the work crew dead. "You're late," shouted Zabuza and Haku together. Fox's sweat dropped. "Well, we got lost." "Hey, wait a minute," cried Kakashi as he realized what he was saying. "How can we be late? I didn't know that we had an appointment." Zabuza looked at Haku. He shrugged, saying that he knew he forgot something. Suddenly the area that was covered with mist became thicker. "Crap," thought the lazy nin hiding mist jutsu. Luckily, Hiro activated his Byakugan. "Kakashi, there are 7 clones surrounding us." As he said this, Sasuke began to shake. This didn't go unnoticed by Zabuza. "Looks like those kids of yours are still weak. Look at that one shake." "I'm shaking," said Sasuke, with excitement. With that, he destroyed 5 of the water around them. "Looks like you might have an opponent in speed, Haku," said Zabuza. Sasuke looked back at his teammate who had not turned off his bloodline limit. "Your math SCKS hero. There were only 5 clone, not 7. "They are right behind Tazuna," insisted Hiro. Team Kakashi turned their attention to their rear and only saw Naruto and Isaribi with smirks on their faces. A second later, they dispersed. The mist began to lighten up so that they could see Zabuza and his 2 friends. "I was getting tired of this farce," said Bloody Fox. This was the first time he had ever spoken in the presence of the Leaf team. His voice was familiar. A second later, he moved his hand to remove his mask, allowing his enemies to see his face. He had blue eyes, blonde hair, and whisker marks on his face. He smirked at the socked faces before him. Haku did likewise. "Naruto." "Haku," said Sakura. "How can this be? What's going on? I don't understand." "You don't know how long I have dreamed of this day," said Naruto, ignoring Sakura. I thought of every possible way I could take my revenge. The ways I could make you suffer. A small piece of me wants to thank you, thought. If it hadn't been for you, I would never have become this strong. So for that, I grant you a quick death. You kill me, snickered the young Hyuga as he received looks of curiosity from his team. Don't make me laugh. It will never happen. I have the council on my side, or did you forget that? I guess you did with that puny happy-go-lucky brain of yours. The council isn't here right now. I have no reason to fear them. What's going on? Demanded Sasuke. It was plain to see that there were issues between the two of them. But how did these two know each other? From what he knew about Naruto, he was a street orphan. Hiro was a member of one of the most powerful clans. Their classes were miles apart. Yes, Naruto, said Zabuza, I would like to know as well. All you have ever said was that you wanted to pay back a Hyuga. Very well, said the blonde with a smirk. I'm not a very good storyteller, so please forgive me if I bore you. My story begins the day Kyuubi attacked the Leaf Village. The fourth was praised for defeating it. However, his victory was the cause of my suffering. You see, he couldn't destroy the Kyuubi. So he sealed it in a baby who was born on that day. Me. With that, most of the Leaf team was shocked. Sasuke couldn't believe that they had been lied to about the Kyuubi and its death. Sakura was under a similar impression. Kakashi was wondering how he found out. Hiro was the only one who wasn't shocked, as if he already knew. Tazuna was the next to speak. How could someone do that? Please don't interrupt the storyteller, said Naruto. Believe me, I asked myself that every day when I found out. But that is later in the story. I grew up without love. I was hated by the Leaf with very few exceptions. I wanted one thing, someone to notice me as more than trash on the street. When I was 4, I meet Hiro and his sister Hinata for the first time. Naruto looked up at the sky, letting old wounds resurface. I believed, from the deepest corner of my heart, that I had finally found people who could see me. Hinata was shy and nervous. Hiro seemed like he always had a lot on his mind. They showed me what it was like to play games with other children and be a normal child. I was so happy. Hinata and I began to spar. She needed help with the gentle fist, and I wanted to help her. So she taught me the basics of the style, and I helped her to the best of my ability. By teaching me, she became better. I remember her thanking me once when she had received a compliment from her father. A tear rolled down Naruto's face and fell to the ground, and he paused. Haku wanted to stop him from going any further, seeing the pain he was in. However, Zabuza placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. 2 years later, I stood waiting for Hinata. She was late and I began to worry. She was never late. Hiro came running up to me. He told me that Hinata would be getting the birdcage seal and would become a branch family member if I didn't do something. I trusted him and ran to where I was told to go. I wanted to get there and save Hinata from a fate I knew she feared. I was willing to do whatever it took to save her. If it meant leaving the village, so be it. When I arrived there, I didn't see any sealing ritual. I was in advanced training session of the gentle fist and saw 8 trigrams 64 palms. I was discovered and accused of spying on their training. Apparently there had been evidence of someone spying of them for a while. I tried to explain, but they didn't listen or believe me. Hayashi Hyuga soon stood before me and told me to leave the village, or the next day he would kill me for being a spy. I left the village right after that. As I ran past the gate, I ran into Hiro, who had a smirk on his face. He had set me up. As I accused him, he laughed at me. I still do, interrupted Hiro. I had a deal with the council. They found out that I was hanging out with you. I told them I only did it because my sister was fond of you. They told me about the fox and asked me to be a spy. I did it gladly. You see, they promised to put my name up in the future for Hokage. That is, if I could get them a reason to have you killed or banished. I thought it would be too long, you being a demon and all, but it was taking too long for my tastes. But what got me furious were Hinata's improvements. Father began to take more of an interest in her, and I could feel my position in the head family slip. So I left the indications of the spy and set you up. The council was pleased with my work. Understanding flooded Kakashi's mind as Hiro spoke. That was why the boy left, and his anger towards Hiro. Perhaps he had been misinformed about the demon inside Naruto or some other reason. Kakashi didn't want to lose another teammate, no matter the reason. He decided that once they got back, he would have a long talk with the Hokage. "As you told me," said Naruto, not missing a beat. "So I left and headed out towards Mist Country. There I meet Haku and Isaribi, and the rest is history. I was trained under Zabuza-sensei till I was 8 and took the Genin exam along with them. I was placed with Zabuza-sensei and he got me into the ANBU training program. Haku was sent to the Hunter-Nin program and Isaribi into the medic program. Although I am technically ranked a Genin, I am as strong as a low to mid ANBU. It was mostly thanks to Zabuza-sensei who helped me learn about the demon inside of me and to use its powers. It didn't take long for someone as skilled as Zabuza-sensei to figure it out." With that, he sighed. His story was over. "Naruto," said Kakashi, "it's not too late. You could come back?" "No, he can't," shouted Hiro as he glared at Naruto. "I will never let that happen. If he does come back and that old fool of a Kage dismisses the fact that he is a mist shinobi, there will be problems in the clan. He will be forced to marry Hinata to keep the secrets that he learned in the clan, and she will become the clan head because she will be able to produce an heir. I will become a Brock member." "Don't worry," said Naruto. "I have no intention of going back. I am perfectly happy where I am and helping Zabuza-sensei reach his goals. And don't worry about your clan. Its future is not in your hands, seeing as I will kill you today." Naruto began to walk over to a corner of the bridge. "Let's settle this," he said, not turning back. Hiro followed him, so that he could silence him once and for all. After that, he would lie to the Hokage and the council would support him. Yes, it was time to settle this. "Inari, stay back," yelled Tsunade as the two men, who had attacked her, were now dragging her to meet their boss. Inari stood there, frozen with fear. He was going to lose his mother to Gato, just like his father. His grandfather was going to be killed. The bridge would be destroyed. All hope was lost. Then he remembered what Naruto had yelled at him. How there were people who had suffered similar or worse fates. The examples Naruto had told him about seemed personal. Had he lived through those events? If he had, how did he keep going? He had people to help him and didn't cry over every little thing. He kept going. That was what Inari was going to do now. "Stay away from my mother." With that, Inari started to charge at the two samurai in front of him. They chucked at this and knocked out Tsunade so they would have to listen to her cry. They then unsheathed their swords, ready to kill the brat. When he was in range, they prepared to strike him down, when they heard a sound underneath the dock they were standing on. Two webbed hands shot out from underneath the dock and grabbed the samurai. They then began to pull down hard. The samurai fell down as their legs were pulled down as far as the wood would allow them. Inari stopped, shocked to what he was seeing. The thugs began to scream, as whatever had grabbed them continued to pull. It came down to what was stronger, them or the wood. Which would give out first? Apparently, it was the wood. The two men were pulled underneath the water, screaming all the way. Inari went over to check on his mother, who was just coming to. When she relieved she was safe, she asked what had happened to Gato's men. Inari told her, and then they both looked over at the hole. The water was now red. Looks like Naruto was right about Gato, no honor at all. "Is everyone okay?" asked a voice from behind them. The two turned around and saw Isaribi without her bandages. They looked at her with shock. Parts of her skin looked like they had been replaced by scales. "What happened to you?" asked Tsunade. "This happened a long time ago," said Isaribi with a sad smile. "I was taken from my home and used like a guinea pig in some sicko's experiments. After he was done I escaped, but I was shunned because of what he had done to me. My own family helped chase me out of my home." "I'm sorry," said Inari, tears coming down his eyes. "I thought we were the only ones who were suffering and "It's okay," said Isaribi. "Now I have to go to the bridge. Naruto will soon be in a lot of pain and I have to help him." "Naruto is helping us?" asked Inari. Isaribi just gave him another sad grin and transformed into her human fish form. She then jumped into the water and swam for the bridge. Depends on your definition of helping. In an unrelated matter, Orochimaru was crying his eyes out. The book that Kabuto had given him was laid down in front of him, opened to Genesis. He was wearing gloves because, for some strange reason, whenever he touched the book his hands began to burn. Why was that nice snake punished? He didn't do anything wrong. The injustice of it all. Back to Wave Country. Naruto and Hiro were walking away from the group. They were going to finish this. Kakashi, however, didn't want them to do this. Naruto had to be brought back to Leaf Village so that he could confirm his story. Hiro had to be there as well so that they could find out which members of the council had conspired against Naruto and broken the law. They both had to live. He moved to stop them, but Zabuza intercepted him. "Where are you going, Kakashi? They'll kill each other." "Well, if you can beat me, then you can stop them. Besides, he isn't your only student who is fighting." Kakashi looked over to Sasuke to see him fighting Haku. They were pairing each other's attacks at an amazing speed. Then Haku began to doing a series of one-handed signs. 1,000 flying water needles of death. Sasuke, seeing the ice needles shoot towards him, expelled a large burst of chakra from his feet and dodged the assault in the nick of time. "Impressive," commented Haku. "To reach this level in only a week is hard to imagine. A pity it is too little too late. Now I will give you a choice, give up and let me kill the old man or die." "I won't back down," said the Uchiha. "I will beat you and become stronger so I can kill my brother. Killing your own flesh and blood will bring you no peace. I should know, because I killed my father when he tried to kill me. You see, in the land of water, those with bloodline limits are hunted down and killed. My mother tried to hide and married my father, so after I was born, we were poor but very happy. If only I hadn't awakened my powers, my family would still be alive." "You don't understand, I have to do this," shouted Sasuke. "No choice. You could forgive him and move on with your life." "Like Naruto?" Haku paused at that. "I don't approve of Naruto's actions or his lust for vengeance. But that is the path he has chosen to walk. Besides, I owe him this much after all he has done for me." "Like what?" "You would never understand, since you have no friends. Do not deny it. It is written on your face and edged into every action you take. You have no one in this world. I will show you the strength of the difference between us." Demonic ice mirrors. With that they were surrounded by Haku's ice mirrors. "Sasuke," shouted Kakashi. "Well, should we finish our fight, Kakashi?" said the demon of the bloody mist. "Why Zabuza? Why are you using children like this?" They ceased to be children a long time ago, Kakashi. Isaribi is my water weapon with her transformation and healing abilities. Haku's ice and speed make him a powerful assignation weapon. And Naruto, well, he's the strongest out of the bunch. I never thought I'd meet the son of my sensei the way I did." "What?" Surprised Kakashi. "Well, I was too. My sensei was Nodoka Uzumaki of the Uzumaki clan, the same clan that was re-endowed as the greatest kenjutsu in history as well as creating the 7 shinobi swordsmen. Add that to his knowledge of the gentle fist and the QB inside of him, and well, you have an unstable warrior. I remember when we started training." Flashback. "Here I am, Zabuza-sensei," cried out Naruto. Zabuza looked at his new student and saw that he was dressed just like him except for the bandages. "Kid, why are you wearing that?" Naruto looked a little embarrassed. "Well, I never had anyone to teach me before and I think that you're a very powerful person. So I want to become more like you, sensei." "Kid, I'm touched." However, he began to sweat drop when he saw Naruto jump in his direction. "Zabuza-sensei." Naruto's face met with the bottom of Zabuza's foot. "We will have none of that." "Okay, sensei, I won't do that again." "Believe it." "Never say that again either. It's annoying." And flashback. Ever since that day, the boy has been like a sponge, absorbing everything I could teach him and training like a madman. Will your Hyuga be able to defeat him? Over with Naruto and Hiro, they were having their own pre-fight talk. "Tell me one thing, Hiro, why did you admit what you did?" "Because the cat was out of the bag and I could use this to my advantage. Once I kill you I'll be a hero with Sakura and Sasuke here has witnesses to tell everyone. The village will love me for doing what they never could to you. And when I see the Hokage I'll give him names, but not the ones he wants. I'll give him the names of the council members who had no idea what was going on. That includes my father. With him out of the way, the clan elders will have to make me clan head. The Hokage isn't a fool. He'll figure out you're lying. You're right. He couldn't even see you as the demon you really are. And if he does, well, I'll have the support of the village on my side. Killing me will cause a civil war that will lead to his downfall. I have to admit, you have thought this out pretty well. However, this is assuming you can kill me. With that, Naruto got into the gentle fist fighting position. Slowly, his features began to change. His hands became claws, his eyes became red and slit, and his whisker marks became thicker. Around his claws, red chakra began to glow. Like I'd lose to some lowly demon. Hiro also got into his fighting position. Byakugan. This is the difference between us. I can see your chakra system and your chakra points. This that he charged. The moves came flying by both sides. Each one a narrow miss. Naruto sent one move to Hiro's chest, which he dodged by leaning back at the last minute and bouncing back and attempting to strike him back. Naruto dodged this by spinning out of the way and then aiming for the shoulder. Hiro stepped back and avoided contact. Then, Hiro attempted a strike at one of Naruto's chakra points. This, however, was a miss that cost him dearly as Naruto sent a palm move that landed in the middle of Hiro's chest. Hiro was sent back several feet, but didn't fall down. He looked down at his chest and saw that his shirt looked like someone had burned a large, palm-shaped hole into his clothes. Hiro didn't feel any different. Looks like your style is all about show and no effect. Pitiful. Naruto only smirked at Hiro's comment. Then Hiro felt it. Pain, unlike anything he had ever felt in his past training. He looked down and saw that his skin was swell and charred. The effect seemed to be limited to the area he was struck at. What the hell did you do? This isn't gentle fist. You are correct, Hiro. I couldn't master it the way you could do to my incomplete training. However, thanks to QB and my own dedication, I created the burning fist style which only I can use. Gentle fist sends a burst of chakra into the opponent's organs and damages them from the inside where there is no way to increase the defense. Well, I attack the largest and most unprotected tissue of the body, the skin. Each move will give you a third-degree burn in that location thanks to the Nine Tails chakra. Eventually, then pain will slow you down or, from the multiple strikes, you won't be able to move without your skin peeling off. UBSTRD. Hold dare you pervert the gentle fist. At that moment, a fog began to cover the bridge. For a few moments, Hiro could see anything. He activated his Byakugan once again, but couldn't see Naruto. This isn't very fun, now is it, Hiro? Asked Naruto, his voice coming from every direction. Looks like Zabuza-sensei is using this mist to block Kakashi's copying powers. I guess we will have to fight like this. Over with Sakura, she watched as her sensei used himself to shield her and Tazuna from Zabuza. Things were happening much too fast for Pinky. Just this morning she was laughing with Naruto and Isaribi and now they were fighting each other. Zabuza, are you all right? Came Isaribi's voice from behind Sakura. Both she and the old man turned around and gasped at Isaribi in her transformed form. I'm fine. Kill that girl and then the old man. With that, Kakashi and Zabuza disappeared into the mist once more. Sakura brought up her kunai, ready to fight. Put that down, said Isaribi. You'll only hurt yourself. With that, she turned and began to watch the events occurring in front of them. Aren't you going to fight me? Asked Sakura, slightly relieved. Not now, maybe later, she relied as casually as if they were talking about the weather. Right now I'm more interested in what is happening out there, and if my team needs me I need my chakra to heal them. The Uchiha is becoming a human pincushion and the Hyuga is staring off into space. What? Is Sasuke going to die? Depends on Haku's mood. He could be feeling merciful today. But why did you pretend to be our friends? Information. This is the shinobi's lifestyle. If you can't handle that and you live after this day, then I suggest you quit. You are of no use. Back to Naruto and Hiro. Where are you? Come out here, you stupid demon. Hiro would have kept going, but the touch of Naruto's hand around his neck silenced him. He was behind him. Is it a good thing to insult your executioner? With that, Naruto let go and went back into the mist. The blind spot, said Hiro as his skin began to feel the effects of Naruto's attack. Yes, I really must thank Hinata for telling me about your clan's blind spot. As long as I stand within it, I'm very well hidden. Back in Leaf Village, Hinata let out a sneeze. Is someone talking about me? Could it be Naruto? She wondered aloud. She then walked across her family's compound to her room. She then opened her closet and turned on the light. The light shone on a small worshipping area that was dedicated to her first and only love, Naruto. On this shrine, there were locks of hair, old chewed gum, a bust, and some of his old clothes that she found. She sat down and began her 4-hour staring ritual. She's got it real bad, huh? Back to the bridge. Now to finish this little farce. And, thanks to my silent killing training, you'll never see it coming. 8 trigrams 64 bombs. 2. Suddenly, Hiro felt 2 strikes at 2 of his chakra points. 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Hiro could feel pain at all the points, but the flow was not stopped. Naruto had done something else. Have you done to me? Surprised. Well, despite what you believe, there are 2 ways to know where all the chakra points are. The first is with the Byakugan and the other is to use a book. Medics have studied the human body for centuries and have discovered the locations of the points. They can't be seen with the naked eye, however, which makes it difficult to attack them during combat. I trained with dummies for 2 years until I could strike a person's chakra points effortlessly. As to what I did, I sent 64 small spike of Kyuubi's chakra into your chakra points. However, like the name suggests, they will soon explode from the inside. The result will be, have you ever seen Armageddon? Suddenly Naruto heard rock explode in the direction of Zabuza and Kakashi. A few seconds later, he heard the sound of birds. A lot of them. Zabuza-sensei, whispered Naruto. Get him, cried Hiro, who had tears streaming down his face. You won't let your best friend die. I'm sorry, I was just confused. I was young, I didn't know any better. Come on, I know you, you big knucklehead. You believe in mercy, right? Naruto brought up his hand and prepared to snap his finger. No, said Naruto as he snapped his finger. Boom. With that, Hiro Hyuga was no more. One part of the old me is now dead, said Naruto as he began to walk away. There is still one more that needs to join it for me to move on. Zabuza-sensei, I'm coming. Flashback. Get him, cried Hiro, who had tears streaming down his face. You won't let your best friend die. I'm sorry, I was just confused. I was young, I didn't know any better. Come on, I know you, you big knucklehead. You believe in mercy, right? Naruto brought up his hand and prepared to snap his finger. In that moment, the world turned black for Naruto. There was nothing below him and nothing above. Only he existed in the void. Then, before him, stood himself as a 6-year-old boy. Please don't do it, cried the boy. This isn't right. He was our friend and he just said sorry. Let go and maybe we can go back home. Never, said Naruto. I have come too far to let go of the chance. They saw me as nothing but a monster. So I will be a monster. His younger version looked down. What about the old man? Will he not miss us the way we used to be? Will he not be ashamed of what we have become? You still care about him and Hinata. No, said Naruto as he snapped his finger. Boom. With that, Hiro Hyuga was no more. One part of the old me is now dead, said Naruto as he began to walk away. There is still one more that needs to join it for me to move on. Zabuza-sensei, I'm coming. In flashback, Haku began to hear the sounds of birds. He sensed a large burst of chakra that went with it. However, his own reserves were almost gone. The Uchiha had activated his bloodline limit and had been dodging very well. But, like Haku, he was also low on chakra. Haku decided to launch one last barrage against him and in an instant, Sasuke was showed by Senbons. Haku had not killed him but only knocked him out. Isaribi was relaying what was happening to the 2 non-fighters. Her eyes had been altered by the experiments so that she could see in even the densest fog. When she said that Sasuke fell, Sakura ran for him with knowing what happened to Hiro. She lacks much, said Isaribi as she turned to Tazuna. Are you going to kill me now? Looked at him with a smirk. I could, seeing as your bodyguard left her post. But, right now I have more important things. Like helping all of my teammates. With that she went to help Haku, who was suffering from minor chakra depletion. Naruto ran to where he had heard Zabuza and Kakashi fighting. Seeing that the mist was fading fast was a bad sign. He had to make it there in time. To him, Zabuza meant more than ramen and isaribi combined. He stopped in shock as he saw Kakashi's hand in Zabuza's side. On the ground was the Zanbato, the Kubikiri Hocho. Zabuza-sensei, he shouted as he ran towards his sensei. Naruto was able to catch him as he fell off the arm that had supported him. Don't worry, sensei, he said. I'll make sure you get out of here. In a week you'll be good as new. Just hold on. Kid, said Zabuza in a weak voice, don't be a fool. I won't last more than a few minutes, even with a medic here right now. Now, time to do my last ask as your sensei. As he said this, Isaribi and Haku, who was being carried by her, slowly walk over. Kakashi just watched. You have all made me proud. You all overcame more hatred than I ever had to deal with. You are the best people someone like me could ever know. Naruto, I want you to take them back to Mist. Show them what a real shinobi is, not those PP Crimea River types. Also, I pass on my title as a legendary swordsman to you. Don't speak, I have little time left. Only you can use the Kubikiri Hocho the way it was meant to be used. Your mother gave it to me before she left Mist. It only feels right that I give it to her son. Now, do what you have to do. At this, Naruto's eyes widened. He knew what Zabuza was asking him to do. The only way to return to Mist with the Kubikiri Hocho and not draw suspicion. He went over and picked up the sword with one hand, much to the shock of Kakashi. He then stood over Zabuza with the blade raised. Then, in a sudden motion, he cut off Zabuza's head. It would be the proof that he was dead and that they had caused his death. Haku and Isaribi began to cry at this. Naruto's face was hidden as it was lowered to the ground. Tazuna was watching all of this. He couldn't understand why the boy had done this. Was it because he wanted to end the man's pain, or was he heartless? If this was the ninja life, they could keep it for all he cared. It was then they all heard footsteps. So, that fool Zabuza is dead. Thanks for saving me the trouble, said Gato. In front of him as a small army of thugs. I was going to kill him later anyways. Pity he couldn't kill the old man before his death. What a weak and puny devil he turned out to be. With that he and his men began to laugh like there was no tomorrow. As they laughed, Naruto slowly reached behind his back for his mask and put it back on. He then turned to face Gato's army. Shut up, he shouted. If anything you should be mourning his death. Now why, oh why should I do that? Sneered Gato as his men laughed began. To laugh again. Because he was the one who kept you safe from me. With that, he placed the sword of his shoulder and began to run towards the army. The goons saw this and a few in front began to prepare for a small fight. Gato stood there, confident that a kid couldn't beat all his men. What they didn't know was that Naruto hadn't used any of his chakra. He wasn't even fazed by his fight with Hiro. In a sudden motion, Naruto placed the Kubikiri Hocho against his chest and then began to spin like a top. He went right into the mob, slicing through them like they were nothing. What is that? Asked an astonished Kakashi. Uzumaki style, tornado blade, explained Haku. A kenjutsu move of the Uzumaki clan that causes them to spin at an incredible rate by pushing out chakra from a foot placed in a certain position. The spinning adds to the power of the sword and makes it difficult to get close enough to fight back. By shifting his body weight, he can control the direction. The attack continued as Naruto mowed down Gato's forces. Their insides launching out of their bodies as his blade hit them. When he finally stopped, there were only 5 people left including Gato. Naruto just stood there for a few moments, and then he slowly began to walk towards Gato. Go now, shouted Gato who looked panicked. He has to, he tired now. No, don't do it, said an old swordsman who looked to be about 60. Why not, old man, said another. When I was only a youth, I saw a battle being raged. Then I saw that very same jutsu used by a few men who mowed down half of the enemy's forces. Then they kept going. They were like monsters. Shut, you trap old. He never got to finish that sentence as he realized that Bloody Fox was standing right in front of him. "Please don't kill me. I'll pay you whatever you want." Naruto placed his hand on Gato's shoulder, the one that still had an arm, while the other held onto his blade. "Gato," he said, "money doesn't interest me. Why would I desire something that everyone has? The only thing that it can give you is headaches and disappointments. There is no pride in money. Then only thing I desire is something that can't be given, only earned. Think about that in the afterlife while you and Zabuza-sensei have a nice long chat." With that, the Kubikiri Hocho went into Gato's chest. "Now dead off my sword, a-hole." With a sudden motion, he launched Gato's body off his sword and into the water, dead. Haku, during the massacre, had taken the remains of Zabuza and was gone. Isaribi ran to her boyfriend and held him tightly. "He would have been proud of you," she said in a low voice only he could hear. "Naruto," said Kakashi, "I think it's time you came with me. You have an appointment with the Hokage." "No," was the reply. "I belong to the mist now and forever. I know you are as tired as I am now. Besides, you have to scrape Hiro off the bridge." Kakashi turned to look for Hiro, wondering what had happened to him. He then saw the remains that looked like someone had forced him to eat some exploding tags. When he turned around, Naruto and Isaribi were gone. "Are we late?" said Inari as he and the villagers had finally appeared to do something. The next day, Orochimaru had done what many people do when they start reading a new book. He went to the last chapter, Revelations, and liked what he read. He quickly called in the Sound 5 to his office. "I have called you all here to tell you something very important." He points to the Bible. "I have found the key to defeating the Leaf." "What?" said the redhead. "Are we going to preach them to death?" "No, we are going to talk in biblical verse," he said with a grin. "It'll add to our evilness. The rivers will run deep in the blood of the innocent as the fangs of the snake strike out at the people who once caged him." Stuff like that. The 5 of them just stood there, staring. They all believed that he had finally lost his mind. The next day, "How long is he going to stand there?" complained Isaribi. "Naruto has been standing there for 2 days straight." "Give him time," said Haku gently. "He needs time." Over by the grave they had dug for Zabuza's body, Naruto was just getting ready to say his goodbyes. "Zabuza-sensei, I couldn't cry in front of you for fear that you would be ashamed of me if I did. You were like a father to me. The first person who believed that I had worth and could amount to something. You showed me my family history and told me about my mother, your former sensei. I will honor your memory and stop those fools running our village who are making our forces soft. When that day happens, I will be able to place flowers on your grave. If I don't, it'll be because I am in the same place as you. I don't mind that at all." With that, Naruto walked away to his teammates, ready to return to the mist. Their time in Wave was over. "You're naming it what?" The shouting of Sakura could be heard for miles. "Yes, we are naming it the Great Naruto Bridge. After all, he killed Gato and his men. Despite the other things he did, I will think of him as a hero for what he lived through in your village and never giving up." With that, Tazuna walked away from the Leaf Ninjas. Their time in Wave was over. It was a week after the battle at the bridge and Naruto and his team were on a new mission. According to sources, most of the leaders against the daimyo were going to be having a meeting in a small town to decide their long-term battle plans. The Mizukage had ordered Naruto and his teammates to eliminate them quickly. After that, bring back their war plans to the Mist Village. Naruto came up with a very interesting idea. "Welcome to the grand opening of the Wildflower Beardle and Strip Joint," yelled Naruto in front of a building he had rented. He had used a genjutsu on it to make it appear more like the kind of joint he was claiming it to be. Today only all people fighting against that a-hole daimyo get in. Free. That caught everyone's attention. It's a funny thing, war. Lots of men together all the time and no women. Being away from the girl you love. What a guy won't do to take the edge off after, I don't know, years of inactivity. Soon, there was a line at the door as general, sergeants, and soldiers were standing in line. They all caught a glimpse of one of the girls, in reality Haku, they would be seeing. Naruto was at the front door, checking their IDs. "Son," said one of the general, Aren't you a little young for this? Well, a guy's got to start somewhere. I mean, I can't keep traveling around forever, said Naruto with a foxy grin. Wait, said another guy, I know who that is. It's Naruto Uzumaki. He goes around making deliveries from people. Just ask him to get you something and he will. He helped me out when I needed a new pair of pants. Naruto chuckled at that. Part of the reason was that he was glad no one knew about his real job. The other was remembering the mission he was assigned at that time. It was a simple espionage mission and the fool gave him everything he needed and more. No one ever suspected Naruto of being a spy. He was too loud for the job and the fact he was short fooled people into thinking he was younger than he really was. As the last of the people entered, Naruto closed the door and blotted it shut. He then reached into his jean pocket, he's wearing his civilian outfit, and took out his communicator. You two ready? He asked. Just about, replied Isaribi. Why do I have to do this? Cried Haku. Because bandages and scales aren't a turn on to most guys, said Naruto. Now let's start the show. With that, Naruto put away his communicator and went into the main hall. Welcome to the grand opening, said Naruto once he got on stage. The men cheered. Now meet the lovely Haku. Naruto then quickly got off stage as the music started to play. Haku came out dressed in his pink outfit and twirled on stage. All the perverts were drawn to him, thinking what most people think when they see him. Haku kept dancing for a few moments till he saw Isaribi give him the signal that everything was all set. He reached into his shirt and got the excitement of all the men. They were surprised when he pulled out a gas mask. A few seconds later they heard a whizzing sound and everything went dark. It didn't take long for the three of them to check the bodies and find the plans. 2 days later in Leaf, the Hokage was talking to Kakashi about his mission. At the first mention of Naruto, the old man's heart soared. He had believed the boy to be dead, but now he had hoped that he would see him once again. That hope dissipated quickly as the story continued when he heard about who had taken in Naruto and the conspiracy of Hiro and the council. Then he heard about the death of Hiro and Naruto's actions after Zabuza's death. It would seem, Kakashi, that there is nothing we can do about the council now. What do you mean? We have no proof other than your words. If either boy had come back with you, we could have gotten to the bottom of this. At this, the Jonin was silent. He cursed himself for the fact he was unable to do anything to help Hiro. No matter what he had done in his past, he was still a teammate and a Leaf shinobi. Then he remembered what Zabuza had said to him. What do you know about the Uzumaki clan? Asked Kakashi. Well, you are too young to remember them, replied the Hokage. To give you a full understanding of them, we need to go back before the formation of the 5 great nations. Back then, all villages were small by comparison and some clans roamed free. The Uzumaki clan was one of them. They combined samurai sword skills with the ones of the shinobi. They were also incredible swordsmiths, the best anyone could find. Once the formation of the great nations began, they decided to stay where they were, in water country. At the beginning, they supplied the village with weapons like kunai and shuriken. Then, about a year after the formation of the village, there was an attack on the village by another who desired to take their place. 700 shinobi were about to attack the village, but before they reached their target, they were stopped by 7 of the stronger members of the Uzumaki clan. These 7 took out the army and started the legend of the 7 shinobi swordsmen. So, how did Naruto get here and what happened to the clan? Asked Kakashi. Sadly, there was a plague that hit their clan. Very few survived. The last surviving member left the village that held so many of her memories to find a degree of peace. Perhaps she thought it was retribution for all the lives the clan had taken or something to that effect. The only thing I know for sure is that she arrived here shortly before the Kyuubi attacked and was in labor. The rest you already know. Kakashi nodded. So what will we do now about Naruto? Asked Kakashi. We can't let what he did go unpunished. I am sorry, Kakashi, but he is not a citizen of this village anymore. He is a shinobi of the mist and fought with a shinobi of the leaf. We cannot punish foreign shinobi. However, I hope to bring him back. How? Asked Kakashi, his single eye growing big. That is my secret. Now you will need a new member for your team. 2 days later, Naruto and friends were just arriving in Mist Village. Despite what people thought of the village, it wasn't half bad. People were starving in the streets and killing each other like bloodthirsty monsters. The village was quiet and was designed with canals instead of streets. As they walked towards the Mizukage's tower, they ran accuse the remaining 4 swordsmen of the village. The first one was Kamatari Hanjo, who wielded Agama. Then there was Jikatsu, who wielded the snake blade. Then there was Zangulus with his howling sword. Shigeru, with his circular blade, was last. "Hey there," called out Kamatari. "How did your mission go?" "Wait. Easy," said Naruto. "These idiots were so easy a genin could do it." "I believe that's the reason they sent you," said Shigeru in a serious tone. "Yeah," agreed Jikatsu. "You 3 are still genins. When are you 3 going to advance?" "Shut up," yelled Naruto as he grabbed his head. "It's not our fault." "Naruto is right," said Isaribi. "We have been very busy and have not had time to do the exams. Now if you will excuse us, we have to speak to the Mizukage about the mission." "Yeah, we have to go as well," said Zangulus. "See ya around." With that, the 4 of them left. "Why can't I get on that team?" ummed Naruto as they walked toward the tower. "I'm a good swordsman and they have 3 openings." "Naruto," said Haku firmly, "you have to be at least Chunin to get on the 7 shinobi swordsmen. Just wait for the next time we are free for the exam and we'll do it." "I don't know what the big deal is," said Isaribi as she leaned closer to Naruto. "If you do that, you'll have less time to spend with me." At this, Naruto's face turned bright red. They were soon checked into the tower by the guards and were sent into the Mizukage's office. The Mizukage was a fat man, to say the least. He made people like Dale the Whale, monk reference, look skinny. Add to that he was lazy, couldn't leave the office, and wanted to change the traditions of the village like the graduation exam. And people wondered why Zabuza wanted to take over. "Ah, good you're bad," he said as he put down his pudding. "Now, give me your report." "The mission was completed," said Naruto. 66 rebels have been eliminated and we have their battle plans. It also contains information on their hideouts, bases, and other detailed information. We took the liberty of leaving it with the Enbu before we came to see you." "Very well done," said the Mizukage as he took a bite of a cookie. "Now, I have something to tell you 3. Yesterday, I received a message for the Hokage concerning Naruto. He apparently wants to trade for him." "What?" they all cry out. "Yes, I was surprised by that as well." "They can't do that," said Naruto. "I am a citizen of this village now. Back there they treated me like shit and now after 6 years want me back. I don't get it." There was silence in the room until Haku spoke. "What is their reason and what are they offering?" "Glad you asked. The reason is that Naruto was born in their village and thus his citizenship there takes priority. Also, the fact that his mother chose to leave Mist tells them that it was her wish that Naruto not be raised in this village. Now to what they are offering, assistance in this civil war. This could save hundreds of lives and end the war in our favor," said Isaribi quietly. She turned to Naruto as saw the look of utter devastation in his eyes. They were once again taking away everything that made him happy and caring nothing about what he felt. Isaribi clenched her fists. "Now, what with all the long faces?" asked the Mizukage. "Do you really think I'll give them Naruto, who is the last of the Uzumaki clan? I think not." This news brought smiles to the 3 genins. "But this does give us an opportunity for a mission I had saved for another team. You see, once it was decided that the Leaf Village would hold the next Chunin exam, the Cloud came to us with information of an invasion that their spies had discovered. They saw this as a chance to collect something there that they wanted, but can't since the Leaf will be on high alert with them in regard to this. So, they want us to collect it for them." "What do they want?" asked Isaribi. It was Naruto who answered. "A Hyuga." "That is correct," said the Mizukage. "They want 1 female from the main house of the clan so that they can gain the secrets of their bloodline limit. If we accept the mission, they will help us and if it is completed they will give us their demon container." Naruto's eyes grew wide at this information. His emotions were a mix. On one hand, he didn't want to hurt the Hinata. On the other hand, the chance to meet a fellow vessel like himself and have him or her live in the same village was an amazing opportunity. They think that a Hyuga is worth that much, asked Haku. Well, there are a few other things that they want, like Naruto giving them lessons in the gentle fist style. I think the reason they want this is because they are looking at things down the road. A long-term plan, if you will. Their vessel won't be around forever and they need better insurance for the future. Here is your mission, said the Mizukichi. I will inform the Hokage that you will be going using the exam to make up your mind on where you want to live. You will take the Chunin exam and wait for the invasion to start. Once it begins, you will abduct a Hyuga and bring her to the Cloud Village. Dismissed. Back with Orochimaru. The snake was about to enter the building once again. Are you sure you want to do this? Asked Tayuya. Orochimaru nods and steps into the church, only to burst into flames a second later. He begins to roll around screaming in pain. Tayuya finds some water and splashes it on him. It burns, cried Orochimaru. Guess I shouldn't have used holy water, she said as she sweat drops. Later that night Naruto was on top of his family's castle looking at the moon. That's right, castle. It was a design similar to that of other Japanese castles, but a bit smaller. Only 5 stories tall. But that's not the point right now, is it? Naruto was on the roof, holding his sword up, this one hand next to the moon. His mind was a mix of emotions and old memories that had long since been forgotten. The mission had been issued and he had to do it. But did he want to? Did he want to stay behind and help in the invasion or stop it? Part of him wanted to see all the people who made his life hell suffer. But there were people in that village that had never done anything or didn't know any better. Was it right for them to die? Hey, you look weird, said Isaribi as she appeared next to him. She sat down next to him and began to hug her legs. I just have a lot on my mind, said Naruto as he put down his sword. I bet you're finally going to be able to go home. This is my home, said Naruto with a hint of annoyance. She looked down at her feet of a moment and let out a sigh. She too had a lot on her mind. She was afraid that Naruto might decide to stay in Leaf and pick up where he left off. She was afraid that she would lose him forever when he saw Hinata again. She decided to voice her concerns. So, you'll finally get to see her again. Who? He asked. Hinata. I can tell that you want to. We were friends once, said Naruto with a sigh. But a lot can happen in 6 years. Besides, whether or not I want to see her is a moot point. We are assigned to kidnap her and take her to Cloud. But, she started, but Naruto interrupted her. If you are worried that I'll leave you for her, you're crazy. If there was anything between us, it would never work out. Not after I killed her brother. Besides, he said turning to face her, she's nowhere near as cute as you. She smiled at that and gave him a nice long kiss. Well, that's done. Just so we are clear, Naruto and his team will be in the exams. Sorry to repeat myself, but I don't want any confusion or angry comments. They scare me. Haven't figured out if I should mention Naruto's father, not the fourth, sorry. Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Also hope you all like the choices I made of the remaining swordsmen. I wanted variety with the weapons and skills. And to all you people who are sad about Zabuza, I'm sorry, starts to cry, I didn't want to do it. I felt it was the best motivation for Naruto and gang. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm done. On another note, there will be another voting. It will be for my next fanfic. I have so many ideas. So please help me decide. Time travel. Naruto and Sasuke's fight at the Valley of the End creates a hole in time and space. When Naruto wakes you, he is meet with the legendary 3 when they were his age. Naruto x Tsunade. Rin couldn't take losing Obito. She asked the 4th to seal her away so that she could be alone for a long while. Pity he died and she was left in the Forbidden Scroll till Naruto came along. Naruto Rin. The future is hell. 2 people travel back in time to meet their fathers and prepare them for what is to come. They are Naruto's daughter and Gaara's son. Starts at the beginning of the Chunin exams. Naruto, Haku, and Isaribi walked past the front gate of the hidden Leaf Village with less problems than they expected. Well, than what Naruto expected at least. They were wearing their fighting outfits like they had when on the bridge. Haku in his Hunter-nin uniform, Isaribi in her blue dress, and Naruto wearing the Zabuza look. Would you stop fidgeting? said an annoyed Haku. I can't help it, said Naruto. I keep expecting an ambush to happen at any moment. Then, in a swirl of leaves, the Hokage and several Enbyu appeared in front of the mist Nines. Naruto, said the Hokage, it's nice to see you again. Same to you, old man, said Naruto as he put on his fake smile. He hadn't had to put it on since he left this village, but some things a person just doesn't forget. Haku and Isaribi noticed it immediately. Thank you for greeting us, said Haku, who politely bowed before the third. It was my pleasure, he replied as he turned back to Naruto. Look how you have grown. I can't believe it's been 6 years. How have you been? I've been fine, Gramps. I found everything I ever needed and found people who were willing to accept me. That part made the Hokage wince a bit. He had tried to get people to accept Naruto, but things rarely ever go as planned. He had failed his student Orochimaru and then he failed Naruto. The Hokage was about to say something, but an Anbu spoke up. Lord Hokage, we should be returning to the tower for the meeting. Yes, you are right. I hope to speak with you later, Naruto. With that they disappeared. Naruto began to continue walking but stopped when he realized that his teammates weren't moving. What? He asked them. What was that about? Demanded Isaribi. He seemed like a nice old guy and you say that to him. The poor old guy looked like he was about to cry. Naruto said nothing for a while. He tried to think of something he could tell them to make them understand. He had finally found some happiness in his life and the old man was trying to take it away from him so he wouldn't feel guilty. That was how Naruto felt about this. Then there was the fact that he was once again in the place of his torment. The place where he had been starved, beaten, and treated like a thing. Being here didn't put him in his best mood. I guess I vented a bit too much, he said at last. I'll apologize later. You better, she said as she walked over to him. Don't worry. I never break my word. Back at the tower, the Hokage was confirming which of the current genin would be taking the exam this year. To his surprise, all 3 of the rookie teams were nominated. Lord Hokage, I must object to this, said Irika. They are you green for this exam. It is not your place to question the decision, said the Hokage. You are no longer their teacher. I know you care for them, but you must put aside your personal feeling on this matter. Yes, sir, said the defeated Chunin. The rest of the meeting took place without any other instances. When they were leaving, Hayashi Hyuga entered the room. I have heard that Uzumaki has returned, he said. This caused the room to become silent. Very, very silent. Yes, he has. Is there a problem? Asked the old man. That demon killed my son. He should be killed on the spot. No. He is here for the exam and you know what will happen if he is killed by someone other than an examin. It would start up a war. Perhaps we wouldn't be having this little chat if you hadn't taken it upon yourself to banish the boy. Hayashi remained silent. The Hokage had questioned him about Naruto shortly after the report from Kakashi had been summated. Hayashi admitted that he had banished Naruto, but refused to believe that his son had any part in it. They glared at each other and then finally, the Hyuga left. So, what should we do first? Asked Haku. Why are you asking me? Complained Naruto as they turned a corner. Well, you know this place better than we do. A nice trip down memory lane. What first? Maybe where I was beaten, tied it up, and used as a piñata by some drunks. Sorry, said Haku quietly. No, sighed Naruto. I'm sorry I snapped again. He would have said more, but he heard a voice several yards in front of them. Watch where you are going, said a guy in black pajamas. Sorry, he heard Sakura say. We were playing and not watching where we were going. Stop it, Kankuro, said a blonde girl. Sorry, but I don't like these little kids. Seeing them makes me want to kill them. Before he could do anything else, Naruto grabbed the handle of his blade and rushed at him. Kankuro stopped in mid-swing when he felt a blade press against the back of his head. He gulped in fear. How big of you picking on little kids? I guess that's the best anyone can expect of a Sannin, said Naruto in a cold voice. Kankuro put the kid down. Sasuke jumped out of the tree he had been hiding in and looked at Naruto in anger. He was getting ready to make a big entrance and amaze everyone with his skill, and this loser messes it up. Sakura was angry as well that he was making her Sasuke look bad. Naruto noticed this. "I take it those angry looks are because I killed a teammate of yours," he said as he slowly lowered his sword. "Or at least I hope so. I hate to think that it was something trivial like an egomaniac's image." He gave them a grin. "You interest me," came a voice from the tree Sasuke had been in. "Gaara," said the person called Kankuro with fear. "Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to our village," said the person named Gaara. Sorry," was all he had to say. Gaara disappeared in a whirlwind of sand and appeared next to Naruto. They stared at each other for a few moments. "I am Gaara of the desert," he finally said. "Naruto Uzumaki, also known as Bloody Fox," said Naruto with a grin. He then held up his hand to shake Gaara's. When he didn't respond, Naruto simply grabbed his hand and shook it. "That's what you're supposed to do when you meet someone." "I see. You seem to know those leaf neens. Are they noteworthy?" "Nope. Pinky has no skills and Mr. Anger is just an Uchiha. Nothing special about them." With that, Naruto and his team began to walk away with the Sand Trio. "What do you mean, just an Uchiha? We are the best in this village." "Say that again when you are able to do something original," shouted Naruto as he continued to walk away. "Wait," yelled Sakura. When they stopped, she continued. "Why are you here? Foreign shinobi aren't allowed in other hidden villages unless they have permission." "You are correct," said Haku politely. "We are here for the Chunin exams." "What?" shouted Sasuke. He would have said more, but they had left. Later they checked into a hotel where all of the other shinobi were staying for the exams. In the next room, a group of grass neens, really Orochimaru and the Sound Four, were settling in. Orochimaru turned on the TV to watch one of his favorite shows. "You can do it, Pucka," said the famous snake Sannin. "You can get that kiss. Go, do it for love." The others in the room sweat dropped. The next day, the Mist Shinobi went to the Leaf Academy, where the exam was to take place. When they arrived, they saw a large group trying to get into a room on the second floor. "Haku," asked Isaribi, "what floor is the exam taking place on?" "The third," came his reply. With a nod, they left the group to figure this out as Team Guy appeared on the scene. In the exam room, they quickly found a corner and stayed there. A few moments later, Team 7 came into the room with some black-haired guy with a paintbrush. "Must be the new member of their team," thought Naruto. "Hey, how did you guys manage to get in?" came a loud voice from a guy with a dog sitting on his head. "Don't bother, Sasuke," said two girls in unison. "Man, we're all here." "How troublesome. Where is Hiro? I haven't seen him around lately." "He's dead," said Sasuke in an expressionless voice. "I would suggest you all keep it down," said a guy with glasses and silver hair. "This must be your first time." "Yes, so what about it?" said Sasuke. "Well, I'll give you a hand, this being my 7th time taking this exam and all. This year I have an edge. These are my info cards. They contain information on the different villages, topics, and people who are taking this exam. Got anyone you want to know about?" Rock Lee of the Leaf, Gaara of the Desert, and Naruto Uzumaki of the Mist. When Hinata heard that last part, she gasped. He was back and she might be able to see him again. "That's no fun, you know their names." First is Rock Lee. According to this, he has done 20D ranked missions as well as 12C ranked. He specializes in taijutsu and his other skills are unknown. This is his first time taking the exam. Next is Gaara of the Desert. 8 Cs and even a B, and he has never been hurt in any mission. That's all I have on him. Last is Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, he has done several A-ranked missions and he is only a genin in rank. He is every good in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. "Wow, there are a lot of amazing people taking this exam," said Sakura. "Yeah, we have the Mist taking the exam for the first time in a while. Also the newly formed Sound Village, but don't worry about them too much. They aren't too important." The trio from Sound didn't like that last comment and decided to do something about it. They moved quickly, launching an attack on Kabuto. "Add this to your notes, brat," said the mummy man as he got ready to launch his attack in the air. However, it never came. The genin of Leaf looked surprised as the saw the sound Nin get kneed in the chest by a blonde wearing a mist forehead protector on the side of his head. Don't get too worked up, said Naruto. The exam hasn't even begun. What happened to that, a ninja should never lose control of his emotions bit? I'm waiting, Mr. Mummy. Said person was gasping for air. He turned to his teammates only to see Kin with a sunban pressed against her neck by Haku and Zuko was in a full Nelson by Isaribi. Thank you for the help, said Kabuto. No problem, replied Naruto. The other genin were amazed at his speed with a Zanbato on his back. Then there was a reaction they didn't expect. Naruto, is that you? Asked Hinata with tears in her eyes. Said boy looked at her. She grew up nicely. It's been a while, Hinata, was all he said. Before any more could be said, several jonins appeared. That's enough, maggots. Fighting will not be tolerated unless we say so. Try this again and you will be failed. Naruto looked at this man and blinked. I have seen this guy before, but where? A few moments later they were all seated for the written portion. All right, I'll go over the questions once and there will be no questions. The exam will have 10 questions. You will start out with 10 points and for every question you get wrong, you will lose 1 point. If you are caught cheating, you will lose 2 points. Caught cheating 3 times and you fail automatically. Also, this test will be taken as a team. If one of you fails, you all fail. The 10th question will be given at the last 15 minutes. The test was given out and was quickly begun. Naruto looked over the exam and tried to decide what to do. He closed his eyes and remembered what he was taught. Flashback. Naruto had asked Zabuza what he should do when he was faced with an impossible task. There is no such thing, kid, replied his sensei. Just because you can see the answer doesn't mean it's not there. Figure out what you know and look at the situation from all angles. If that doesn't work, then you lose. And flashback. Naruto opened his eyes and went over the information that he knew. He was given a test with questions any shinobi would have problems with. They were taking it as a team. If you got caught, then you only lost 2 points. That's it, he realized. They weren't testing them on knowledge, but information gathering. Haku and Isaribi had also gathered this, and with the ice mirrors, Haku gathered the information and relayed it to his teammates. Soon, the 15-minute marker came up. All right, time for the last question. However, there are special rules to it. First, you have the option of not taking it. If you choose that, you fail. If you take the question and miss it, you get an automatic 0 and are banned from ever taking this exam ever again. That's bogus, shouted the dog boy. There are others here who have taken this exam before. That's true, but I wasn't in charge before. Now I am and I'm making the rules. It's just your unlucky break. Soon several teams were dismissed due to fear. Anyone else? He asked. That was when Naruto slammed his fist onto the desk. Hey, just give us the DMN question already. Are you sure? You might be stuck as a genin for the rest of your life. If I didn't have confidence in myself, then I wouldn't be taking this test. I'm not going to back down just because there is a possibility that I might fail. So give us the question and shut your trap. Ibiki noticed that everyone else had been encouraged by his words and were standing their ground. To say he was impressed was an understatement. He had never met anyone who could dispel the fear he placed in others with such ease. Very well then, he said and paused for a few seconds. Everyone in this room passes. What? Cried several people. I will explain. As many of you figured out, the purpose of this test was not to see what you knew, but how well you could gather information. To supply you with correct answers, several people were placed in the room as your targets. Then, it was up to share this information with your teammates. Okay, we get that, said the blonde San-nin. So what was the deal with the 10th question? In the world of the shinobi, you will be given many difficult tasks like the one I gave you. When you get them, will you be able to say no because you don't have enough information? The answer is no. As Chunin, you will be placed in many difficult situations and will have to think on your feet and will not be able to say no to them. The last question was to test your resolve. I congratulate you all on passing the first test. The celebration was short-lived as a large ball came in through the window, and out popped Anko behind a banner. All right, maggots, no time to celebrate. I am Anko and will be the proctor for the second test. Follow me. Everyone just sweat dropped. Isaribi and Haku were wondering if she was somehow related to Naruto. Naruto looked like he was thinking very hard. You're early, said Ibiki. 28 teams, you're getting soft, she replied. Maybe we just have a more talented crop this year. I doubt that. Don't worry, I'll cut them in half. Now I remember, shout Naruto. I saw you two in the park one night 7 years ago. In the park 7 years ago, thought Ibiki. Ashiti saw us? What are you talking about, loser? Said Sasuke. Let's say I saw a very memorable show, he said with a grin towards Sasuke. Then he turned back towards Anko and Ibiki. I think the chains and candles were a bit much. All right, said a beet-red Anko. Let's go and start the next exam. My brother asked me why I like Naruto. I used this song to explain it to him. In a way, he is that missing person. The part in us that we have lost. He is trusting, kind, and loyal. Matter what has happened to him, he has stayed true to himself, which is more than I can say about most people nowadays. It takes courage to do what he does, being himself. I know that in this fanfiction, I have changed him to suit my needs for the story. That makes him more like us, changing so that others will respect him. I just want to take a moment to say sorry for destroying the reason I like the show so much. I don't know if you care or not, I just wanted to say that. In a way, I am ashamed of how my mind works. However, I will not quit writing this. That is my way of life, to finish what I start. I know this seems different from the other messages I have put out in the past, but I just wanted a moment to be serious and address this issue that has been bothering me. Well, enjoy the chapter. The Genin teams arrive at an area that was named the Forest of Death. It seemed fitting in a strange way. Looking into the tree line, there was only blackness, and the strange noises that came out of it sent chills into the most seasoned shinobi. All right, maggots, cried Anko. This is where you will be taking the second part of the exam. It will be an extreme survival test. Each one of you will be getting a scroll. There are Earth and Heaven scrolls. You need to steal an opposite one from another team and make it to the tower in the center of the forest. However, you may not look at the contents of the scroll until you reach the tower. This part will last a total of 5 days. What? Cried a fat boy. What will we do for food? Anko snickered. Don't worry, there are plenty of things to eat in the forest. Along with many poisonous snakes, spiders, and other things. Oh, one more thing. I need you to sign these weavers so I won't be responsible for your deaths. With that, she handed the papers out, and the Genin had a half an hour till they got their scrolls and another 15 minutes till the exam started. Naruto was sitting by himself for a moment while his teammates were gathering up some last-minute supplies. Isaribi wanted to get some extra bandages in case she needed to replace the one she had on, and Haku needed scrolls so he could seal some water into them. Naruto felt confident that his close combat skills would be enough for this part of the test. Soon he saw someone walking over to him. What do you want, Hinata? I wanted to talk to you, she replied. You shouldn't. We are enemies, or have you forgotten? I could never think of you as my enemy, Naruto. Naruto sighed. Fine. What do you want? Where have you been all this time? WW didn't why you write or even say goodbye. I was worried. Is that all? Fine, I have been in water country as a mist shinobi. Your brother framed me and I was kicked out of this village by your dear father. After that, I was taken in by my sensei and learned of my heritage. Finally finding some happiness in life, I decided to cut all ties to my past. That includes you. The only reason I'm here now is because the old man made a deal to try and get me back. Hinata looked devastated. He brother was the reason Naruto left? Why would he do something like that? Hinata, he hate me, said Naruto as he stared at her. Hate me, loathe me, and despise me. Forget about our past and more on with your life. At that point, both Kiba and Shino had walked up and could hear everything. There could never be anything between us at this point. No one could ever love the person who killed their brother. At that, tears began to fall from the eyes of Hinata. Kiba charged at Naruto and grabbed him by his shirt. You did what? He shouted. I killed Hiro, said Naruto with a sad grin. It was sad really. He begged me to spare him. So much for the Hyuga pride. UBSTRD, growled Kiba. I may not have known him all that well, but he was a fellow Leaf Shinobi and around here that means he's like family. At this, Naruto began to laugh. Kiba let go in confusion. Family, chuckled Naruto. That sounds nice, but it's only words that a fool would believe. Because if it was true, then what was I in this family? With that, began to walk away. As he passed by Hinata, he moved a hand to her cheek to wipe away a tear. Sorry I made you cry, he said in a low tone that only Hinata could hear. Soon he and his team were standing at their assigned gate, waiting for the signal to start. You guys ready? He asked. Yes, they said. The gate suddenly opened and they walked into the forest. They were in a hurry. In fact, the slower they moved, the more likely the prey would come to them. About 20 minutes into the exam, they saw a grass nin flaring a large amount of killer intent in a clearing. Sorry, coming through, said Naruto as they walked into the clearing. They then saw who the grass nin was attacking. It was Team 7. Small world, said Haku. We just can't seem to get rid of you. The grass nin looked at them and smirked. Well, it seems help has arrived for you. It will do you little good. She then flared a blast of killer intent to freeze the mist nins in place. Not bad, said Isaribi. That would have worked if we were not already seasoned fighter. Is that so? Said the grass nin with a smirk. Then maybe you could lend me a hand. I want to see what Sasuke can do, but he won't play with me. She turned her head to indicate Sasuke, who was shaking with fear. Perhaps you would give me a hand if I give you my Earth Scroll? Hell, I'd do it for free, said Naruto. But since you offered, we accept your offer. She tossed them her scroll and Isaribi caught it. I have been meaning to fight an Uchiha for a while now anyways. I mean, Kisame has been spotted with your brother and if I want to fight him, I'll have to go through Itachi as well. At the sound of his brother's name, Sasuke looked up and stared at Naruto. He noticed this and chuckled. Don't think you are the only one after him. Kisame was once a member of the 7 before he became a missing nin. And if your brother is with him, well, I might as well fight him too. No, said Sasuke. Excuse me, said Naruto. No. I will kill Itachi. With that, Sasuke raced towards Naruto at a blazing pace and Sharingan activated. Naruto sidestepped and the attack missed him completely. Sasuke turned around and tried again with the results being the same. Soon they were in the trees, Sasuke charging and Naruto dodging at the last minute. You waste too much energy like that, said Naruto. Naruto didn't have a bead of sweat on him while Sasuke was panting for breath. It looks like your sensei did a crappy job of teaching you. Well, consider this your lucky day as I drill the basics back into that little head of yours. Shut up. Great fireball jutsu. With that, a large ball of fire came flying towards Naruto. Too easy. Dance of the full moon. With that, he grabbed the Kubikiri Hocho from his back and began to twirl it in front of him till it resembled a disc. This acted like a shield from the flames. No way, said Sasuke as the blade slowed down. Your first problem is your anger. The first mention of your brother and you blow a fuse. If you can't control your emotions, then they end you controlling you. That will give your enemy the advantage they need. Shut up. What would a loser like you know? This time he threw some kunai with wire around them at Naruto. However, instead of hitting him, they wrapped him around a tree. Now die loser. Dragon Fire Jutsu. As the flames came down towards Naruto, Sasuke didn't notice the one-handed signs he was making. The flames hit Naruto and Sasuke smirked. It quickly disappeared as he saw that Naruto looked unharmed. Naruto noticed his confusion as he walked back towards him. Please, you saw Haku doing one-handed jutsus, so what makes you think I couldn't? The jutsu I used was called the Water Shell Jutsu. It's a decent defense against fire-based jutsus. With that he disappeared and reappeared in front of Sasuke with his first in his stomach. Lesson 2. Never underestimate your opponent. Despite what you think, you aren't the greatest. How many real missions have you down? 1 and you lost your fight against Haku. I bet after that you didn't increase your training regimen at all. Sasuke gave Naruto a hateful glare. Even with his bloodline limit, the result was the same as the time he fought Lee. He was simply faster. Hey, Grass Girl, was that enough of a demo? With that, she appeared next to Naruto. Yes, that was most helpful. If you don't mind, I would like to take my turn and fight him. Well then, take care. With that, flashed a smile and salute. He then dodged an ink clone attack from the new member of the group. Gotta go. Naruto then disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves along with Isaribi and Haku. They reappeared in a different clearing a ways from where the fight had taken place. Haku was giving him a look that said, "Why did you do that?" "Stop that, Haku," said Isaribi. "We got a scroll out of that fight and hopefully got rid of an enemy team. It's not like we sold ourselves to an a-hole like Orochimaru." If only she knew. For the next 3 days, the Mist team decided to do some light training in the forest. Part of the reason was that they knew what the next part was and didn't want their skill to dull. Another reason was that they wanted to get rid of a couple of teams while they waited for the deadline. On the 4th day of the test, they headed towards the tower. When they arrived at close to the tower, they heard some noises and decided to see what it was about. Hiding, they saw the sound team. The mummy man seemed to be beating the shit out of his teammates. "You cocky fool," he shouted at a guy who had both his arms in a sling. "You had to ignore me during that fight. Now look at you. The mission failed because of you, Zaku." He gave him a right hook, then turned to the female teammate who was lying on the ground. "And you, Kin, what good are you?" He kicked her in the stomach. "Hey, cut that out," shouted Isaribi as she jumped out of her hiding place. "What kind of JRK kicks his own teammates when they are down? They are trash who failed in their mission. They have no real use." "So, they are not precious to you?" asked Haku as he appeared. "Normally, I avoid a fight as much as possible. But I will make an exception." "I'm with you there, Haku," said Naruto as he appeared behind the mummy. "I had to hold myself back a great deal. Consider yourself lucky, you got to live for a few extra moments." "No," said Isaribi. "I want this one." "Isaribi," said Naruto sternly, "heal the others. Don't waste your skills on trash like him." "Fine," she said as she went over to check up on the other two. "Well then," said Haku, "mind if I—" "Knock yourself out," replied Naruto as he took a few steps back. "Demon Ice Mirrors." With that, 4 mirrors squared the mummy man into a tight situation. Haku then stepped into one on them and began his barrage. Dosu did his best to counterattack, but it was no use. Haku was too fast and soon he was covered with Senbon. "Forgive me, Orochimaru." At this, Isaribi's eyes light up with anger. "What name did he say?" she asked Kin, who was now healed. "Orochimaru. He is our village's leader." This information enraged Isaribi. The BSRD who had ordered the experiments on her controlled a village. He had become more powerful due to her sufferings. "I refuse to help them anymore," she shouted and walked away. "I understand," said Naruto. He turned to face Kin and her teammate. "I would be careful around him. He has a habit of using others for his own benefit." Isaribi was taken by him and a guy named Amachi and used in his experiments. "Well, have a nice day." With that, he walked away, leaving the two to think about who they served. Kabuto was walking down the corridor that led to where the Jonins were staying. He knocked on the door that was for the Jonin of the Sound Village and his roommate. Not getting an answer, he went in and saw Orochimaru, in disguise, sitting in a corner rocking back and forth slowly. His eyes were wide and he looked like he was in shock. "Sir," said Kabuto, "your team didn't qualify for the 3rd part. Are you okay?" Orochimaru slowly turned his head to face Kabuto. Thank you," he stammered. "I don't think I could have taken another D-Day with my roommate." Kabuto was about to ask who his roommate was when Guy came bursting into the room to chat with his youthful roommate. Kabuto decided that he had better get going, not wanting to be near this strange-looking Jonin. Naruto was in the medical wing of the tower looking for Kin and Zaku. He walked for a short while till he found their room. Like all of the genin who had been rescued in the forest, they had been brought here for medical attention and to wait for the sensei. "Yo," he said as he walked in the room. "What do you want?" asked Zaku. Both he and Kin were on edge due to fear of what Orochimaru would do to them for failing. "I came to apologize for my teammate and to warn you," said Naruto with a sigh. I realize that you didn't know about the things he does to people. To him, everyone is a pawn. Whatever plan he has for you will only serve his interests in the end. When he is done with you, he will discard you without a second thought. Naruto noticed the two of them starting to shake. If you wish, you could become members of my village. If you do want that, I'll ask the Mizukage and back you up all the way. Naruto turned to head out the door. Why are you doing this to us? Asked Kin. You know nothing about us and you're trying to help us. Why? Naruto turned around slowly and looked at her. Because, when I was abandoned, someone helped me. That's all you need to know. With that, Naruto left and began to walk over to the fighting arena. When he got there, he stood with his team and began to observe the others who had passed. He saw a total of 4 leaf teams and the team formed sand. This soon changed when Sasuke's team came in at the last moment. So, looks like you got lucky at the last minute, said Naruto to Sasuke. Whatever dope, was the brooder's only reply. Soon the Hokage appeared before them and began to explain the reason for the exam. The reason why it was an alternative to war and to show of the nation's shinobi. Soon Hayate Gecko appeared before them and said that there were too many of them, so they would be having a one-on-one preliminary match. A screen on the wall soon decided the first fighters, Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato. All of the other contestants went up to the balcony to watch the fight in safety. The fight looked one-sided for a while. The guy named Yoroi had some sort of ability that allowed him to drain his opponent's chakra. Sasuke managed to escape his grasp, however he was greatly weakened. Then, with a familiar smirk, Sasuke charged at his opponent and gave him a powerful kick that sent him flying. Sasuke then used the leaf shadow dance and followed it up with a series of kicks, the last one in his gut when he hit the floor. Never seen an attack like that, said Isaribi, who was slightly impressed. It was similar to a move of the strong fist style, replied Naruto. Most likely he copied it from someone else and claimed it as his own. I just hope it wasn't from a member of his own village. Soon the scene was going over the names to decide who would be fighting next. While everyone waited, Naruto watched Sasuke walk over to his teammates who gave him worried looks. Something was off with this picture, but before he could think about it any further, the next names were called. Shino Aburame and Shikamaru Nara walked down to the floor and got ready. As soon as the fight began, Shikamaru's shadow stretched and attached itself to Shino's. Shadow imitation successful, he said. However, bugs shot out of Shino's jacket and soon covered the Nara. Soon, the lazy boy was out of chakra and fell to the floor. Shino was declared the winner. That was fast, commented Haku. Must have been a bad matchup, said Isaribi. Naruto just stared with his arms crossed. He wanted to start jumping up and down demanding that he go next. In truth, he wanted to have been first and finish off Sasuke and put an end to his arrogance. But the thought of doing that in the finals sounded much better. The next 2 fighters were Kankuro and Misumi Tsurugi. The two began to trash talk and Naruto became bored. He then saw 2 figures walking over to him and his group. It was Zaku and Kin. What do you two want? Asked Isaribi in a harsh tone. Zaku looked at Naruto in the eye. We thought about what you said and we made a decision. We would like to become Mistnines, if you can do it. Naruto gave them a smile. Sure I can. I can do anything as long as I put my mind to it. Kin chuckled at that and Zaku just grinned. They then stopped and looked at Naruto's teammates. Well, Naruto is a good judge of character, so I have no problem with it, said Haku. Trust will take time, was all Isaribi said. The 5 of them turned their attention back to the fight and noticed it was over. Kankuro was wrapping up his puppet as the next 2 names came up. Would Isaribi of the Mist Village and Sakura Haruno please come down, said Hayate Gecko. Sakura looked a little scared but went down to show everyone that she had what it took to Hichunin. Isaribi simply walked down to the floor and took her stand. I never thought I would be fighting you here one day, said Sakura. I never thought you would live long enough to get this far. The last time I saw you, all you did was watch as one teammate died and the other got his butt kicked, said Isaribi. You should just give up. You are not a shinobi. You are just a fangirl trying to impress a boy. Didn't you do the same? Shouted Sakura. Didn't you become a shinobi to get closer to Naruto? No, said Isaribi calmly. At first, There was nothing between us other than friendship. I admired him for his strength, his dedication, and his kindness. Yes, I did fall in love with him, but I kept my personal feeling on my own time. Enough, said Hey-8 Gecko. Fourth match begin. Sakura started with some simple clones and surrounded Isaribi, who just stood there. The clones began to circle her until Sakura ran at her and punched Isaribi in the face. However, Isaribi didn't move an inch. It was like hitting a tree. Sakura backed away slowly as her clones disappeared. Was that the best you got? Asked Isaribi. I guess you should have spent more time training than with your hair or trying to get dates. Oh yeah, replied the pink-haired girl with anger. At least I'm not some sort of freak like you. She instantly regretted those words. And if she didn't, well, she soon would. Isaribi made same hand signs and then stretched out her right hand. Mini water prison jutsu. Around her hand appeared a sphere of water the size of a basketball. Isaribi then charged at Sakura and the jutsu hit her head. However, it didn't hurt her or disappear as soon as it hit. It just stayed there around her head. She tried to move, but her head wouldn't leave the confines of the globe of water. I heard you were supposed to be the smart more, said Isaribi as Sakura began to trash at her. This is exactly like the jutsu that Zabuza used against Kakashi. The only difference is its size. With your weak strength and no other jutsus other than the basics, you have no chance of escape. A few seconds later, Sakura's eyes rolled to the back of her head and Isaribi let go of the jutsu. She was declared the winner as medics came to save Sakura. She would live. Was that necessary? Asked Haku as Isaribi rejoined her teammates. He understood why Isaribi got angry, but that just went too far. Haku, don't bother, said Naruto. Isaribi did what she did and made a point. Someone like that shouldn't be a shinobi. She probably only passed the exams of this village due to her high grades. Why her sensei thought she was ready, I'll never know. Probable so the Uchiha could advance, suggested Kin. The other nodded in agreement and Naruto became furious. He had seen senseis favor one student before, but at least they taught the other in the team a little. To teach nothing to a student and then send her to something like this was foolish and irresponsible. The next match was Temari versus Tenten. Tenten began her long-range attacks as soon as the fight began. However, none of her kunai and shurikens hit the target. Tenten just continues with an increased number of projectiles, but to no avail. What's wrong with that girl? Said Naruto. She should have realized by now that that won't work. Maybe her sensei trained her to be the long-range specialist of the group, said Isaribi. She had seen it before with other team in the mist. The Jonin instructor would decide what they were best at and train them so they could perfect that one skill. If she was with the rest of her team, then it would have a better chance of working, said Haku, putting in his own 2 cents. She should have realized that this wind user has the advantage against projectiles and gone to close-range combat. A few seconds later, the match was over with Tenten's back on top of Temari's fan. A boy in green spandex jumped down and started to yell at the Sannin for treating his teammate like that. A smile came across Naruto's face. That's the kind of attitude that I like to see. The next match will be Haku of the Mist versus Ino Yamanaka. With that, Haku bowed to his teammates and walked down to the arena. Ino was shouting her loud mouth off about how this was going to be a piece of cake. Isaribi began to think that Naruto could have been related to this Ino girl in some way. When Naruto wasn't on duty, he was very loud as well. Soon, the two fighters were facing each other. I hope we can have a peaceful fight, said Haku, who ignored everyone's sweat drop. Fine, but don't think I'll go easy on you just because you are a girl, replied Ino. Before Haku could correct her, she lunged at him, trying to punch him in the gut. Haku easily dodged. How barbaric, he thought. Maybe I can take her out with my senbons. No need to show everyone what I am fully capable of if I don't have to. Soon his senbons were soaring at Ino and made contact. She soon felt paralyzed in her right leg. How did you do that? She asked. I have a great deal of knowledge of the human body. While my senbons aren't enough to kill you, they can hit pressure points in your body and the result is evident. Haku gave her a grin similar to Naruto's foxy one. While his eyes were closed, Ino quickly did some hand signs and shouted, "Mind-body switch jutsu." The jutsu hit Haku and Naruto just sighed. She doesn't know what she's in for. "What do you mean?" asked Saku. "Haku has had a troubled past. You'll see what I mean soon." Ino was now in Haku's mind, slowly taking control of the body. Suddenly, the scene changed and she was no longer in the tower. She was standing in the middle of a long road with snowy banks on both sides. "Where am I?" she asked aloud. She heard a noise behind her and she saw Haku. "Welcome to my mind. Right now you are trying to access total control over my body. Before you can do that, you must get past my mental defense. There are 3 stations ahead over you. Get past all 3 and you will have succeeded. If that's all, it'll be a piece of cake." With that, Ino began to run down the road and soon came up to a small cottage. In its backyard there was a small river and the fields were covered with snow. She looked at the path and it led to the cottage. She began to walk slowly and when she got to the door she opened it. "Please, don't kill me, Daddy," cried a little boy in the room. Before the boy stood a man who looked a little thin, but still powerful. Next to him was the body of a woman, dead. Her blood covered the floor. Ino ran in front of the man. "What the hell are you doing?" she shouted. "This is your child. How could you even think about this?" She got no reply from the man. In fact, both he and the child didn't seem to notice. She turned to grab the kid, seeing something happened. Ice shot out of nowhere and impaled everything in sight. Back in reality, Haku's body was on its knees banging its head on the ground. Soon it stopped and Ino's body began to move again. "That's impossible," shouted Choji. "Your friend forgot the basic rule of the mind," Naruto shouted back. He had a smirk on his face. "The mind is a very dangerous place. For people like Haku, there are monsters around every corner, ready to attack. Level after level, pain after pain she could search and all she will find is a sad soul with a broken heart." "I have never had so much trouble getting into someone's mind," said Ino as she tried to climb to her feet. "My sensei taught me how to build mental defenses in case I am ever interrogated for information," said Haku as he climbed to his feet. A second later he disappeared and 3 senbons pierced Ino's neck. She fell down and just laid there. Haku was declared the winner. Kiba was getting worried. Now, only the strongest seemed to be left. The one he wanted to fight was Naruto. How dare he kill Hiro? Sure, he was an arrogant but he was Hinata's brother. That BS made her cry and I'm going to make him pay. He shoot Naruto a nasty look. Naruto noticed this and smirked. "So, puppy boy wants to take me on. Not that I wouldn't mind an easy win, but I'd rather fight a Hyuga or Gaara. Maybe the green kid as well. There is something about him." Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard a loud "no" from Kiba. He looked at the board that said, Gaara vs. Kiba Inuzuka. As soon as the 2 shinobi got down, the fight was started. Kiba instantly went into his beast mimicry jutsu. Naruto glared at him with hatred. "They called me a monster and a beast, yet he does something like that and everyone is okay with it. Fools." Kiba charged at Gaara only to be stopped by his sand. Kiba tried several more times, but they all ended with the same results. Kiba then gave Akamaru a soldier pill and then preformed a beast clone. "Double piercing Fong," he shouted as the attack came at Gaara. This, however, was not enough to get past Gaara's wall of sand. "You are weak," said Gaara with a bored expression on his face. "Desert coffin." Soon, the 2 Kibas were held by the sad. "We give," shouted Kiba. He had seen what the next attack would do earlier and didn't want to die. The proctor called the match and Gaara, reluctantly, released the boy and his dog. Haku jumped down and raced in Kiba direction. "Does she like me?" thought Kiba. Kiba got his answer as Haku went and picked up Akamaru. "Oh, you poor doggy," cooed Haku. "Did that mean old sand bully hurt you?" "And he wonders why people think he's a girl," said Naruto. Everyone heard this and just stared at Haku. "Why are Ibi boy?" stammered Kiba. Haku just grinned and nodded. "Does that mean that that's a boy as well?" asked Niji as he pointed at Isaribi. Naruto quickly restrained Isaribi before she could kill the pale-eyed boy. "I'm a girl, you a-hole." Soon the board became active and the names of the two Hyugas shown. Hinata and Niji slowly walked down. "So, who do you think will win?" asked Haku as he stared at Naruto. Naruto said nothing. He just stared at Hinata with a look of pity. He remembered the few times Hinata spoke of Niji, and she always said things with the deepest respect and love. It seemed unfair that they had to fight, but life isn't fair. "Hinata, you should quit," said Niji in a harsh voice. "Fate has decreed that I shall win." He then activated his Byakugan and began to stare at Hinata. "Face it, you have never been good at anything. You are just a useless member from the main house. I know you have tried to change, but it is useless. One can never change themselves." Hinata was trembling all over. Everyone looked at her with pity and wondering why she wasn't defending herself. "Hey," said Naruto suddenly. "I get enough arrogance from the Uchiha over there. I don't need it from you. Hinata," he gave her a kind smile, "do your best and you'll do fine." Immediately, Hinata's fear was gone and she activated her own bloodline limit. "I will prove to you that a person can change," said Hinata without stuttering. They charged at each other and began a series of palm moves that each dodged. "What's that style?" asked Kin. "That," replied Naruto, "is the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Rather than breaking bones, it targets the body's organs and chakra system. It's very powerful and can only be done by a select few." Naruto grinned at that last part. Only the Hyuga and he knew how the style worked. The battle was not looking good for Hinata. During Niji's moves, he had closed many of her chakra points without her noticing. Soon she was struck in the gut and sent flying. "You see," said Niji in a cold tone. "What you are doing is pointless." This match was over long before the fight began. He began to walk away, but stopped as Hinata got up. He turned and told her to stay down. When she didn't reply, he raced over and delivered a few more strikes and walked away again. Hinata got back up despite everyone's cries telling her to stay down. Niji turned and stared at her. "Why do you keep getting up?" "Because, and now the person I have waited for is watching me." She began to cough. "Niji, I can know what you are going through, but you are not alone. But what are you fighting for?" For some reason, Niji grew furious. He charged at the barely standing girl in front of him. The proctor shouted at him to stop, but he didn't comply. The Jonin began to move to stop him, but he was too close. He shot a palm at her with all his strength. The attack collided with the flat side of the kubikiri. The Jonin stopped where they were. Naruto stood in front of Hinata with his sword along his chest, giving Niji an evil glare. "Naruto," said Hinata as she began to cough out blood. "Why did you save this piece of trash?" yelled Niji. "I know you killed Hiro, so why are you protecting her? Is it some sort of penance?" "No," said Naruto. "I feel no regret for what I did to him. He deserved his death as did the other people on the bridge that I killed." This shocked most of the remaining people in the room. Naruto continued. "People like you make me glad I never had a real family. From what I have seen, you are nothing but an arrogant brat who enjoys belittling those who show him kindness. She could have crushed you in a second." "That's a laugh." "Her beat me? How?" Naruto simply pointed to his forehead, where the caged bird seal was. Niji realized what he meant. All Hinata had to do was activate it and he would have been down for the count. "As to why I saved her, I don't know. I just felt I had to." Naruto felt Hinata begin to fall. He dropped his sword and grabbed her just in time. Hinata looked up into his eyes and a few tears began to fall. Have I gotten stronger?" she asked. Before Naruto could say anything, she passed out. Kurenai shot Niji a dirty look as she moved over to Hinata. "If you have time to give me dirty looks, then you have time to save that trash's life. It doesn't matter really, she's better off dead than returning home. Isaribi, come quick, we need your healing powers." Isaribi nodded and jumped down. She placed her palms on Hinata's chest and began to heal her. To the best of her abilities at least. "What do you mean?" asked Kurenai. She was now sitting next to Hinata, praying that she was all right. However, what Niji said worried her more. It was Naruto who answered. "It's part of the Hyuga clan laws. If a main branch member defeats a main branch member, then the main branch member will be demoted. Kurenai's eyes went wide. She knew how harsh that family was, but that was going too far. And Niji didn't feel bad at all. Even Lee was giving the boy a dirty look. She's stable, said Isaribi. But she'll need some bed rest for a couple of days. I wish I could do more but… You've done enough, said Naruto gently. Isaribi nodded and helped the medics take Hinata away. Naruto turned to face Niji and let out a powerful killer intent that shocked everyone. Niji began to see himself die in 100 different ways. It's hard to believe that you are the one she spoke so highly of. When we next fight, I shall give you the same death as Hiro. With that, Naruto picked up his sword, placed it on his back, and went back up into the stands. It would be a few minutes before the next fight, as they had to clean up the blood. While they waited, Naruto stared at Niji. He began to picture all the horrible way he could kill him. Yes, he would do that. He would leave Niji's mangled corpse on the front door to the Hyuga. Naruto. Is something wrong, Isaribi? Are you okay? I'll be fine. I'll just let out some steam when it's my turn. This caused all the people near him to back away slowly. The board sprang to life again. This time it read, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Rock Lee. Battle of the Mini-Me's, joked Haku. Yes, it's finally my turn, shouted Lee. Calm down, Lee, said his sensei. Before you go into battle, there is something that you must know. That sword looks dangerous. Lee pulled out a notebook and wrote that down. Naruto's sweat dropped. Now go and show everyone the power of youth. Vi-sensei. Lee. Vi-sensei. Lee. Vi-sensei. Lee. Vi-sensei. Lee. By this time, Naruto was already down on the arena floor. He moved his sword into the ground next to him and crossed his arms. Lee soon jumped down and got into his battle stance. Let's have a good match, he said. Naruto just looked at him, observing him. Let's see what you got, said Naruto as he placed a hand on the handle of his sword. Begin. Lee, with his incredible speed, ran at Naruto and punched him face. Naruto should have been sent back several feet, but the Kubikiri Hocho allowed him to spin around and delivered a powerful kick to Lee's head, sending him flying. Lee landed on his feet and got back into his battle stance, ready to fight. Naruto, who had landed on his knees, got up and began to smile. Wow, that was better than I expected, he said as he began to laugh. I haven't been hit that hard in a long time. Too long for my tastes. I am happy I am able to meet your expectations. No, Lee, you surpassed them. With that, Naruto pulled out his sword from the ground and flung it into the wall. He then began to do some stretches. It's been a long time since I fought a genius. I will enjoy this. You have the wrong idea. I am not a genius, said Lee as he looked down at his feet. I don't have a bloodline limit or anything special. Naruto stopped stretching and gave the Hokage a dirty look. What is that old man teaching these kids? I guess I'll have to knock some sense into him. He turned to face Lee. Lee, I don't have a bloodline limit. However, my eyes are very special. They allow me to see that heart and soul of my opponent. Anyone can have this power. It's called the power of observation. My eyes tell me that you can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. You have had a hard life, teased and discouraged by others for something you had no control over. You have worked hard to obtain what others that for granted. Well, am I wrong? Stammered Lee. How did you know? First was the girl named Tenten. After watching her fight, I realized that your sensei must have had you all specialize in certain areas. Since the Hyugas refused to allow any other technique to be taught to their member other than the gentle fist, he would be the close-range fighter. This would have left you with either genjutsu or ninjutsu to help back up your teammates. Judging by your bandaged hands, you didn't. So I ask myself why, and it hits me. You can't. The second clue was that punch you gave me. In order for you to gain that strength, would have to train very long and hard to obtain it, leaving little room for any other skills. All right, but how did you know about the teasing? It's in your eyes. They have the look of someone who has had to fight to get recognition and power. Also, people will take any advantage they can get to hurt others. The fact that you can't use chakra makes you a target for ridicule. Naruto paused for a moment and looked down at his hand. I know how you feel. To be born different and hated for it. To be called names and to have few people who will accept you. It's very painful when the world turns against you. Naruto brought up his head and gave Lee a look of determination. But it seems we both found people who could see use. People who we would later call friends and family. Our precious people. It was because of them that I learned what made a true genius. It isn't what we are born with but what we lack and how hard we work to surpass those who have more that makes a person a genius. Naruto, I am moved by your words. You must have had a great sensei like Guy-sensei. I did, replied the blonde. He took me in when I had nothing and nowhere to go. He saw me for who I was and relieved my worth. He gave me a purpose and shared with me his wisdom. Now I live to fulfill his dream. What is that? Lately, the world of the shinobi has gotten short. More and more villages are beginning to cuddle their ninja rather than train them to their fullest. D-ranked missions, weak academy exams, putting fangirls in the cells, and weak leadership. These are causing the world we live in to produce weaker shinobi. For example, the third of this village trained 3 of the most powerful shinobi ever. After that, what happened? Only 2 more came from this village that could eventually surpass them. One died in the Kyuubi attack and the other killer his family and became a missing nin. Zabuza, sensei wanted to fix this problem and restore the name of the shinobi before it became a child's plaything. Only hard-working shinobi and those with the willpower to try to surpass the current elites may call themselves shinobi. I see, said Lee. I think I understand a bit. However, this is not the time for such talk. I agree, Lee. Let's give these people a fight to remember. With that, both fighters charged at each other and began a series of rapid punches. Sasuke, who couldn't activate his Sharingan, did his best to keep up with them. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector and Kurenai didn't ever bother to try and keep up. Guy, other than the Hokage, was the only one who didn't need anything to keep up with the blows. While the punches and kicks were flying, Naruto accessed a tiny fraction of the Kyuubi's chakra and placed 2 chakra bombs on Lee. One on his right leg and the other on his left arm. Nobody noticed this by Niji, who activated his bloodline limit and saw that 2 of Lee's chakra points were red. Lee broke away from the fight and jumped on a statue in the room. Both he and Naruto were panting lightly. They also looked happier than ever before. Perhaps it was because they were fighting someone who understood their pain and appreciated hard work. Or perhaps it was because they were fighting strong opponents. Lee, take them off, called Guy. But Guy-sensei, you told me never to take them off unless I was protecting someone precious to me. I did say that, but I'm willing to make an exception this one time. With that, Guy did his nice guy pose and Lee began to take off his weights. When they hit the floor they created large craters. I see you were holding back, called Naruto. I guess I have no room to talk. Since you're kicking it up a notch, so shall I? With that, Naruto went for the bandages around his wrists. Flashback. Hey Fox, come over here, said Zabuza. Bloody Fox calmly walked over to his sensei. Hold out wrists. I have a present for ya. And flashback. Under Naruto's wrist were seals. As soon as they were out in the open, a chain made of chakra became visible that seemed to be restraining Naruto's movement on his legs and arms. Kakashi-sensei, what is that? Asked Sasuke. Those are chakra binders. They are an extra type of body restriction that uses one's own chakra as a force against them. In time the user's chakra, speed, and strength are greatly increased. However, there is a downside. If wore for too long, the wearer could die from chakra depletion. You are correct, Kakashi, said Naruto. These things take up a large chunk of my chakra. If I was a normal shinobi, I would have died within 6 hours of wearing these. But, as it turns out, I'm not. Release. As soon as he said that, the chains broke and disappeared. Now where were we? Lee disappeared and reappeared in front of Naruto and delivered a powerful punch to his gut. Naruto was sent flying backwards and was caught by Lee, who was now behind him. Lee threw him forwards and then reappeared in front of him and kicked him into the air, preparing to do the primary lotus. Soon, Lee's bandages were around Naruto's body and Lee began to spin them towards the ground. Primary lotus. Crush. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Naruto head in the floor and Lee swaying away from the body. Hayate was about to call the match when Naruto pulled his head out of the ground. His face was covered with blood, but other than that he looked fine. He wiped the blood away with his arm warmer. "Impossible!" shouted Guy. "Who is this kid?" "Lee, I have nothing bad to say about that attack." Naruto disappeared and then reappeared holding Lee by the top part of his spandex. "Now it's my turn." With that, Naruto let go and then gave him several punches in the gut. When Lee hit the floor he tried to move, but he was in too much pain. Naruto casually walked over to him, taking his. "I can't believe it," thought Sasuke. "He was holding back when we fought in the forest. How could this loser be this strong? If only I could fully activate my Sharingan." "Naruto, just finish this," shouted Isaribi. "Sorry, but this is the most fun I have had in a long time. Please, just 5 more minutes," pleaded Naruto like a little child. Lee managed to get on his feet and saw Naruto throwing a fist at him. Lee barely dodged it in time. "I have to do something. He'll win if I turn this around soon. I have one choice." Lee was back on his feet. "Naruto, I was saving this for my fight with Neji. However, if I can't beat you then that will never happen." "I'm honored," said Naruto with a large grin. "Gate of initial open. Gate of rest open. Gate of life open. Gate of pain open. Gate of closing open." Lee's body was now covered with veins. His skin had turned orange. Small rocks and pebble began to lift off the floor. Lee punched Naruto into the air and began to knock him around in midair. Finally, when his body couldn't take it any longer, Lee made one final punch and yelled, "Seconadry Lotus." Crush. Now Naruto's body looked mangled. Several of his bones were showing and more than his face was bleeding. Lee was on his hands and knees sweating and panting. Hayate was once again about to call the match when the red chakra began to fill the crater like water fills a bowl of water. It then began to bubble. "Cut it out, QB," came a voice from the bubbling chakra. "Every time I need a complete body recovery you do this." There was a pause. "No, I am not being ungrateful. You're being a showboat." With that, Naruto stepped out of the red chakra and looked completely recovered. His clothes were a mess, but that didn't matter. "How?" asked Lee. "Remember when I said that I knew what it was like to be hated and despised for something I couldn't control? Well, the great and powerful fourth couldn't kill the QB. Instead, he sealed him inside me." Everyone stared at Naruto. The Hokage sighed. Only Naruto was allowed to tell people about this secret. It appeared he didn't care who knew. Naruto raised his hand next to his face and got ready to snap his fingers. "Lee, I will give you a choice. You can give up or we can continue. It's your choice." "I will never give up. Not until I prove I can become a great shinobi without ninjutsu or genjutsu." "I see. If it makes you feel any better, you have proven it to me. I'm sorry, Lee." With that, Naruto snapped his fingers. The red chakra in Lee's arm and leg exploded, ripping his flesh and muscles and damaging his bones. Naruto began to walk over to where he threw his sword. He grabbed it and placed it on his back. When he turned around he saw Guy in front of Lee. "I will not allow you to kill my student," he said with a look of determination. "I have no further desire to continue," said Naruto. "I was only able to place 2 chakra bombs on Lee, so there is no need to worry. It is sad that he didn't choose to give up. I would have enjoyed another spare with him. However, he made his choice and now he must live with the consequences." Naruto raised an eyebrow as he saw Lee stand up while unconscious. Guy turned around and was shocked at what he saw. "It's all right, Lee," he said with tears running down his face. "You can stop now." "You know," said Naruto softly, "he's lucky to have found you. If I had met someone like you before I left, it's too late for that." With that, Naruto walked back up to his team. The final match was Sai versus Choji. The battle was short. Very short. Sai used his ink clone to surround Choji and beat the shit out of him. Once that was over, the winner stood before the Hokage who told them that the final matches would be held in 1 month. They would have that time to prepare and train. After that was said, they drew number from a box to decide the order of the fights. They went as follows: Naruto versus Neji, Sasuke versus Sai, Kankuro vs Shino. Isaribi vs Tamari. Gaara vs Haku. Flashback, 7 years ago. Naruto was running through the woods near the training grounds. It was October 10th and, as always, he had more people than usually trying to kill him. He had only stepped out for some milk when some of the villagers began to throw glass bottles and rocks at him. Due to the hits, his face was covered with blood, he had cuts all over his body, and he was missing several teeth that weren't missing that morning. He had slipped away from them for the moment, but he knew that they would find him sooner or later. While running, he entered a clearing that was being used by a single person. The person had black hair and onyx eyes. The boy appeared to be about 5 to 7 years older than Naruto. He stopped what he was doing when Naruto entered the area and gave him a curious look. "What happened to you?" he asked calmly. Naruto didn't answer, he just jumped into a nearby bush and prayed that the boy would forget that he saw him. However, before either one of them could make another move, more people entered the area. Some of them were part of the village's military police and others were chunins and civilians. One of the people stood out, Shursui Uchiha. "Hey Itachi," he said, "have you seen a blonde running around here?" Naruto held his breath. He began to prepare for the beating he would soon be getting. This always happened. Every time he hid, there was always someone who would rat him out. "Sorry, haven't seen anyone around here," lied Itachi. "I have been here all day training alone. You are the first people I have seen all day." Naruto's eyes widened at this. Why was he helping him? "I see," said Shursui as the others began to walk away. "May I ask why you are training out here?" "The training area back in the compound is much better suited for our clan's training style." "Just wanted a change of scenery," was his answer. "As long as it is clan-approved training there won't be any problems." "Later, Itachi." Naruto waited a while before coming out. He wanted to make sure that all the bad men were really gone. When he got out, Itachi had a disgusted look on his face. He couldn't believe that so many people could take enjoyment in hurting a little boy. "Thank you for helping me," said Naruto with a big smile on his face. "Don't mention it," replied Itachi. "I can't believe that members of the military police would be doing something like this. I'll have to speak to the captain about this later." "It's all right," said Naruto. "This always happens to me, so I'm used to it." No one should ever have to get used to something like that. "Hey, why are you training out here?" asked Naruto, trying to change the subject. "I want to become stronger," replied Itachi truthfully to the boy. "I want more than what my clan teaches, so I come out here to train on my own." As he said this, he reached to his back pocket and pulled out some Pocky. "So your clan only wants you to learn only some things and not others?" "That's right. Most clans want to pass only what they have learned to their children because it's a family thing. It's even more so when you have a bloodline limit." "Like the people with the white eyes," replied Naruto. "They only know the gentle fist. Hinata told me that the elders say that everything else is just a waste of time and stuff like that." Itachi knew what clan the boy was referring to. Not too many clans had white eyes. But how did he know about the gentle fist and how could he be so close to the clan's heiress? "You sound as if you know about the gentle fist," said the Uchiha. "I know only a little bit," said Naruto as he scratched the back of his head. "Hinata and her brother have been teaching me for a while since I don't have parents to help me. Could you please not tell anyone?" "Sure, but only if you show me what you know," said Itachi with interest. Naruto nodded and began to some palm strikes in the air. He continued to do some more for a while till Itachi told him to stop. "I'm impressed, but I have a question for you. Do you think that the elders of the White-Eyed clan are right?" "No," was Naruto's reply. "You should do whatever you think is best to become stronger. The more you are able to do, the better. Besides, what do those old farts know anyways? What if someone figures out a weakness in the gentle fist style? They are fools." Itachi nodded. This boy understood why he was training. There were powers out there that couldn't be copied with the Sharingan. "You know, I have a little brother about your age. The name's Itachi Uchiha. What's your name?" "Naruto Uzumaki." And flashback. "That was the first and last time that we met," said Naruto as he finished up his story. He understood the difference between earning and stealing power. As you are now, you'll never be able to defeat him. You're just so pathetic. With that, Naruto and his friends walked away, leaving behind a stunned room. Naruto sat down at the Ichiraku about an hour later. To put it simply, he was starving. And he wanted his all-time favorite. Zabuza had tried to get him to kick the ramen addiction, but some things are stronger than the QB. This happened to be one of them. So, said Isaribi as she finished her bowl, Naruto was on his 6th, how are we going to be training this month? We aren't, said Naruto as he eyed a stone rock coming towards them. We are going to be doing our own things. It wouldn't look good if we were to train like a team when there is a chance that we will end up fighting against each other. Good point, said Haku. Zaku, would you mind lending me a hand with my training? Zaku shook his head and said there would be no problem. Well, I could use some help with genjutsus, said Isaribi. I can help you with that, said Kin. Great, it's all settled and what the hell do you want, kid? Shouted Naruto, who had lost his patience with the rock. I see I was right about you, said the rock. You must be a great shinobi to see through my disguise. The rock then exploded and out came a boy with a green scarf around his neck. I'm Kanomaru and I heard that you are a great shinobi from my grandfather. I want you to train me. No, said Naruto simply and order another bowl of ramen. Why not? Asked the boy. I'm the grandson of the 3rd. I have no reason to train you. I am not a member of this village. Also, being the grandson of the 3rd doesn't obligate me to do anything. But I want people to see me, said the boy quietly. All people see is the honorable grandson of the 3rd. No one ever sees me. Naruto gave a sigh and finished his meal. He then got up and paid for his meal and began to walk away. He turned his head and looked at the boy. Well, are you coming? He asked. The boy's face lighted and began to follow Naruto. Why did he change his mind? Asked Kin. Naruto knows what it's like not to be seen for what you truly are, said Haku as he got up and paid. I would have been surprised if he hadn't taken the boy up on his demand. Naruto had taken them to a training field by a river and stopped. All right, let's get a few things straight. Number 1, I'm not going to train you all out. Number 2, this is only for today because I don't have time to waste with you. Number 3, you annoy me. Now, tell me what you know. All right, I know how to punch, kick, and the transformation skills. Naruto's sweat dropped. That's all? Talk about a work in progress. I'll show you how to make water clones. With that, Naruto began to do the hand size in slow motion and soon had 2 water clones beside him. It's best to do this jutsu close to a body of water. You try it. So he did. However, he could get it to work once. Naruto gave him several pointers, but the boy couldn't get it. Soon they were interrupted. Young master, cried Ebisu. What do you think you are doing? Come with me quickly away from this trash. Anything that he does will only be a hindrance to you. I am the best shortcut you can get to becoming Hokage. For some reason, Naruto became angry. Maybe it was being called trash by a stranger. Maybe it was because of the shortcut part. Whatever it was made him angry. I think I see the problem, said Naruto, believing that there are shortcuts only hinder growth. He stared at Ebisu. Let the boy be or fight me. It's your choice. It's been a while since I got to put someone in his place, smirked Ebisu. I'll show the young master why I'm best suited to train him. Naruto started to do some hand signs. Water Dragon Blast Jutsu. With that, the water behind took the form of a dragon and charged at Ebisu, who was shocked someone so young could use it. Ebisu dodged it, on to have the back of his head kicked by Naruto. Ebisu tried to get up, but Naruto's foot on his back and his sword next to his neck stopped that idea. It seems what they say is true. If you can't do, then teach. Naruto chuckled for a moment, then turned to Konohamaru. There are no shortcuts in life. If you want true power, you have to work for it. It takes time, but it is worth it. With that, Naruto placed his sword back on his back and began to walk away. Kokoku, well said Naruto, said a voice. They all turned to the source and saw Orochimaru appearing before them. Ebisu ran away to get help, leaving behind his student and the Mist Nin. Orochimaru, so we met at last, said Naruto calmly. Konohamaru's eyes widened at the name. What do I owe the pleasure of your white-butted presence? Aren't we forward? I was hoping to chart for a while. Just say why you came here for and get lost. Very well, said Orochimaru with a grin. I came here to offer you a deal. I was very impressed with the power that you displayed. So, I want you. Join me and the sound and I will give you what your heart wants the most. I will revive your sensei. Really, you don't say, was Naruto's response. Kukuku, yes, Naruto. I could do it right here and now. We aren't that different, you and I. Both of us are hated and we both choose to leave this hellhole. He would have continued, but Naruto's laughter stopped him. We are nothing alike, so get that through your head. I know all about you. You were once just like the Uchiha, a spoiled shinobi who always got what he wanted. You were the favorite in your team and loved by this village. Then one day, you didn't get what you wanted. For the first time, your sensei denied you what you wanted and you couldn't handle it. You thought that if you knew more jutsus, the old man might reconsider. Or, if you were immortal, then you could simply wait for the next time the position became available. You were then chased out of the village after they found out about your experiments. To me, you're nothing more than a little baby crying over spilled milk. Orochimaru's face was twisted with anger. No one talked to him like that. But one thing came to mind. How did you know? He asked. Naruto sighed and pulled out a bingo book. I read your profile and then guessed the rest based on your history. Pity you didn't just say oh well and wait. All you had to do was wait for the QB and you could have been wearing the Hokage's hat. Gore, what about my offer? Think about it, you could see your sensei again. Or is it your mother? Who among the dead do you wish to see again? I will see them again, but not in this lifetime. Unlike you, I am not afraid of hell. Once my time in this world is over, I will be with Zabuza once again. I may never see my other teammates again, but they deserve a much better place than I do. Also, what makes you think I would trust you after what you did to my teammate? Now get out of here before I let out the red chakra. I wonder how many will come just for the chance to kill me? Maybe 100, 2, 3? Can you take on that many at once? Orochimaru began to sink into the earth. This isn't over, was all he said as he disappeared. Soon, Anbyu arrived finding only Konohamaru and a note saying that the old man owed him one. Later that day, Naruto was sitting on top of the fourth's head. A meeting of the council had taken place and Naruto had a clue what it was about. No doubt it was on him and Orochimaru. Those buttes probably believed that Naruto had teamed up with that snake and they were plotting to steal the great Uchiha away from them. And they wonder why he hated them. Naruto was about to get up and leave when he felt a familiar chakra signature. What do you want, old man? Asked Naruto, who didn't turn around to look at him. I wanted to say thank you and to see how you were doing. We haven't spoken since you entered the village. Naruto said nothing at this and the old man decided to continue. I'm glad to see that you are all right. I was worried about you. At this, Naruto laughed. If you ever cared for me, you did a crappy job at showing it. You didn't do a DMN thing to help me. Naruto, that's not true. I did everything I could to. He was cut off as Naruto suddenly turned to face him. His eyes burned with hatred. That's complete bull. You think passing a couple of laws did anything? There were hundreds of things that you could have done for me, but you didn't. You could have found a family to take me in. You could have taken me in yourself. You could have never have told anyone about the QB being in my gut in the first place. Now you want me back after all the shit I had to endure in this hellhole. At this point, Naruto was down on his hands and knees. The sound of his voice made it clear that he was holding back tears. Ones that should have been shed ages ago. Why are you doing this to me? I am finally happy and you do this. Why? Naruto, I couldn't have taken you in. I was too busy to take care of a baby or give you the attention that you would have needed. Also, if I had, the council would have done its best to replace me with a Hokage that hated you and done everything he could to see you dead. There was no one I felt that would care for you enough or be there for you enough to raise you. I hoped the people would understand that you weren't the QB, but I was wrong. But I want to try again and make things right. So, in other words, said Naruto as he got up, you just want another chance. Well, sorry, but I am happy where I am. Hell, the best day of my life was when I got to the Mist Village. Flashback. Naruto sat on the doctor's table. As soon as Zabuza had gotten them to the village, he had taken them for a checkup. However, Naruto was a little scared. Back home, The doctors had treated him badly and inflicted more injuries on him than healing him. He was also worried about Haku and Isaribi. "Are you sure?" he heard Zabuza say. He was speaking to the doctor who had examined Naruto and had taken a bit of his blood. Naruto thought that the doctor had been very nice to him. "Yes, but do you know what the chances are?" "And Uzumaki after all this time and Nodoka's son. I checked the DNA results twice just to be sure." "I can't believe it," said the doctor. "Neither can I," replied Zabuza. He then entered the room and looked at Naruto. "Well, it seems I was right about you. Welcome home." And flashback. Do you know how it feels go through life never knowing where you come from and then finding out from complete strangers? I have a chance to be happy there. What will I get here that I can't get there? With that, Naruto left the old Hokage alone. Hayashi Hyuga was walking home from the council meeting. He had stopped at the hospital to see if Hinata was awake. For the people who thought it was because he was a caring father, they were wrong. Hayashi had gone over to inform his daughter that she was being disowned. Fortunately, she wasn't awake yet. It was now dark out as he neared his family's compound when he saw something strange. There weren't any guards at the front gate. He ran up to see what the matter was and was shocked. In the compound, there were bodies on the ground. The entire Brock family was unconscious. Now fear was seeping into the 40-year-old Jonin. He looked at some who looked like their skin was burned, but not their clothing. Some looked like they had been beaten into SBMSN. He activated his bloodline limit and, just on the other side of the compound, he saw two figures waiting. One appeared to be tied to a tree. He deactivated his bloodline and raced over to them. If he was scared before, he was when he got there. His daughter, Hanabi, was the one tied to the tree. The boy called Naruto had a kunai at her throat. In one simple action, the kunai struck and he fell to his knees and began to cry. However, the sound of water splashing made him look up and the bodies of Naruto and Hanabi were gone. "Nice to see you again," said Naruto, who was sitting off on the side. He was sipping some lemonade that Hanabi had made for him. "How long has it been? How are you doing? How's the health?" "You," said Hayashi with all the anger he could muster. "How dare you do this?" "Will, you will do nothing," said Naruto, interrupting the elder Hyuga. "I think this makes us even, don't you think so? I was a bit surprised at how weak the security is around here. I mean, you guys are Hyugas. You don't do weak. It only took one genin to take down the branch family." Hayashi was fuming. If word of this got out, his clan would be the laughing stock of the village. "Where is my daughter? I believe she is at the hospital." "Oh wait, you disowned her. I keep forgetting you have a new squirt around." "She's all right, don't worry. She actually gave me this nice drink after I humbled her." "Nice kid, a little arrogant, but still nice." "Get out now," commanded the Hyuga. "Why going to put a birdcage seal on her as well?" "Never, she has worth. Unlike her sister." "There are no bad students, only bad teachers," said Naruto as he got up. "I must say, you did a lousy job at teaching Hinata. I bet you just gave up because she had a harder time learning it. Or is it something more?" "What are you getting at?" asked Hayashi. "I think it's time you stopped blaming Hinata for your brother's death," said Naruto with complete seriousness in his voice. "She was 3 years old. What could she have done to stop that Cloud Nine? You have been blaming her ever since then and it's time you stop." "This has nothing to do with you," growled Hayashi. "You know nothing about Hizashi and the circumstances of that night. Cloud Nine breaks in, grabs 3-year-old girl, you kill Cloud Nine, and your brother is killed and his body is sent to the Cloud Village. Does that sum it up nicely? You're pathetic." At that moment, a wind blew across the courtyard. How did you know?" stammered Hayashi. "Wow, so that's where Hinata gets it." "Well, Hinata told me during one of our spars. Well, some of it anyways. The rest I found out in mist. We happen to be on good terms with the Cloud." Naruto began to walk towards a wall. "You think I'll let you leave after you killed my son? It's not like you have a choice. I will leave here and I will make sure that Hinata doesn't get that nasty seal placed on her forehead. You will leave her alone. You're about to disown her, why do you care? You failed to make her into a fine blade, but I will fix the problem. Till we meet again, Hayashi." With that, Naruto disappeared over the wall. About 2 hours later, Naruto had placed Hinata's body on the forest floor of the Forest of Death. He placed his hands over her body and red tentacles shot out of them and began to heal her body. "Hey Kit, why are you doing this?" "I wish to sever the last chain that binds me here." It was bright and early the next morning after the preliminaries, and in several parts of the village people were busy. This is very understandable considering the size of the village. However, some of these people are more important than others. These people were getting ready for the third and final part of the Chunin exam. In Training Field 5, Niji and Tenten had just started their training. They each had their own motives for Niji becoming stronger. Tenten wanted to help Niji so that he could avenge Lee. She had heard what had happened and despised Naruto for what he had done. Lee might never be a shinobi again. Sadly, Niji didn't feel the same. He didn't care what happened to his weaker and more inferior teammate. His desire to crush Naruto rested purely on his defiance to save Hinata's life. He had wanted to kill her for words and he had protected her. Now Niji would kill him. It was fate. In a different training field, Shino and Kibo were training as well. Shino had watched all the fights and felt that his best chances of winning rested on him increasing his stamina. Kibo was distracted most of the time. He had been worrying about Hinata ever since he had heard about her being disowned by her father. After he was done, he planned on visiting her at the hospital to try and cheer her up. Unknown to him, she wasn't there. The Sand team, at the moment, was getting ready for breakfast. They were very confident in their skills and that extra practice was unnecessary. Temari cooked the meal while Kankuro joked about food poisoning. Gaara simply glared at them. He had more important things on his mind. Like that red chakra he had seen in Naruto's fight. Also, he had somehow caused Lee's leg and arm to explode just by snapping his fingers. There was also the Uchiha to worry about. His eyes were like his, fueled by hate. And what of Haku, his first opponent? How strong was he? "Gaara, would you like sugar in your coffee?" asked Temari. Gaara blinked and became aware that his sister was standing next to him about to pour coffee into his mug. "No," was all he said as Temari filled his mug and left it be. In a training field of their own, were Isaribi and Kin. "So are you sure this will help?" asked Kin. All she knew were genjutsus and throwing sunbon. "Yes," said Isaribi. "My chakra control is fine, so my medical jutsus are fine. I know a couple of water-based jutsus as well, and taijutsu is not a real problem. However, my genjutsu defense needs improvement. I need to be ready for anything." "All right," replied the former Sounen. "Let's begin." Things were very much the same with Haku and Zaku. "I need to improve on my offense and increase my chakra amount," said Haku. "You have a higher amount than I do, so I will under you care." Haku gave Zaku a warm grin that sent shivers down his spine. "Don't do that," said a blushing Zaku. "Do you realize how girly you look when you do that? It's embarrassing." "Oh, I'm very sorry," said Haku as he got on his hands and knees to beg for forgiveness. People walking by, who didn't know Haku's gender, gave Zaku angry glares for picking on a girl. With Orochimaru, he was getting ready. However, it wasn't to get Sasuke or for his invasion. He was changing into a black suit that made him look like Michael Jackson with long hair. "Tonight we party," he said as he got out of his room. His followers sighed as they followed their crazy leader who was humming "Beat It." "That's it. The next chance I get I'm hauling butt away from this fucker. I joined up because I wanted acceptance, but this jackass is just too weird." 3 guesses whose thoughts those were. Ino and Sakura had entered the hospital to check up on Sasuke. Sadly, he wasn't there. And they had brought him flowers. Instead, they decided to check up on Lee and Hinata. "Have you heard," said the nurse, "that Lee boy might never be able to be a shinobi again? It's so tragic." Both girls were shocked at this. The nurse continued. "Last night he tried to do some push-ups, but his teammate came in and stopped him. Told him to rest up and not to put too much stress on his body. What a thoughtful young man. I can't believe someone like Niji Hyuga would visit Lee," said Ino. From what she remembered from his match, he was anything but kind. Maybe he did have a sweet side. "No," replied the nurse, "he wasn't a Hyuga. It was some blonde kid with a large sword on his back." Now the girls were confused. "Naruto, the boy who did this, visited Lee. But when they got to the room, Lee was in his bed, staring at the ceiling. On the table next to him were flowers and a card. On the card was a hand drawing of Naruto sticking out his tongue. "Hi Lee," said Sakura. "So how are you doing?" "I am doing every well on this youthful day," said Lee loudly. "So Naruto was here?" asked Ino. At that, Lee's face light up. "Yes, he was. He came in and told me to stop training for now. I ignored him until he hit me over the head and then placed my youthful self back into bed. Then we had the most youthful conversation. He offered to come with him to Mist. He said that they could use more people like me around there. I politely refused, of course. I told him that it would have been a betrayal to my youthful teammates and my very youthful sensei. He told me he understood and started to walk out. Before he left, he wished me the best and asked that when I got better for another spar." "But the doctors," started Sakura, but Lee interrupted her. "Anything is possible. Right now, it may seem like I may never get better, but I will not give up." His face fell and began to clench his blanket. "He took my best moves and shook them off like they were nothing. I want to get stronger and face him again. I don't care if I lose or die. I just want one more fight with him." With that, he began to cry. How did he get that strength? How is he so much better? "He has a demon inside of him," said Ino. "He cheated. He talks about hard work, but he has a demon to fuel him." Lee shook his head. "No. When we fought, he fought me with his power. The demon may have healed his injuries on the second lotus, but not the first. I was next to him when that red chakra appeared, and it was different from his regular chakra. That was all him in that fight." Lee continued to cry for a bit more, then fell asleep. The girls placed their flowers in a vase and left to find Hinata. When they got to the room that she was assigned to, she was gone like Sasuke. With Sasuke, he was training with Kakashi in the mountains. I would say more, but he's a prick and I don't like him. So, moving on. Sai, well, is doing whatever Sai likes to do. Naruto was watching Hinata while she was asleep. He knew she was fine now, but they were in the forest of death. It was much more dangerous than anywhere else in the forest. Besides, he couldn't sleep. He was happy with himself for bringing down the Hyuga clan. Sure, they were alive, but their pride was destroyed. He remembered how he used tear gas to blind all of the residents in the compound. After that, they were easy pickings. "You enjoyed that," said Hiro. Naruto didn't turn around. For a while now he had been hearing Hiro's voice and seeing his image. Demon Ghost didn't know how to get to hell and stay there. He was an annoyance that Naruto did his best to ignore. We all want power. We are so much alike. Willing to sell out people we claim to care about to get what we want. We don't care who we hurt. Naruto moved his eyes to where the image of Hiro was. He stood there with half of his body missing. Blood looked like it was still pouring out of him. "Go back to hell," said Naruto as he swung his arm through the image of Hiro. The phantom faded away like it was never there. After all, it wasn't. Hinata slowly began to stir out of her slumber. She was dressed in a hospital gown with a thin blanket over her. At first she was shocked at her surroundings. Frantically, she began to take in her surroundings. She was in a den inside a tree and Naruto was in the back of it. Little did they know that the location they were at was the same place where the Sound Trio had fought Sakura, Team 10, and Lee. Naruto walked up to her and gave her a grin. "Good morning," he said in a very warm voice. "I hope you slept well." "And Naruto, WIMII here?" It was a fair question. After all, how often are you kidnapped and taken to the middle of the forest? "I haven't. I'm here to train you like I once promised," replied Naruto. "I promised you that I would help you get strong and I will keep my word. Then the last thing binding me here will be gone." He said this casually, like he was talking about the weather. Hinata just looked down. It's too late. And my father will disown me. And nothing can change that." "Maybe. But we are doing this. And the first step is to see what is holding you back. I have an idea, but I would just like to make sure." As soon as he said that, his right hand began to glow red. He moved so that he was facing Hinata and placed his hand on her head. Suddenly, Hinata was no longer in the forest. She was sitting in a rose bush maze. All of the roses looked dead and there were no leaves on the bushes. The ground was cold and when the wind blew she became colder. She got up and went to one of the roses and touched it. Images flashed. In her head, she saw her brother laughing at her when she messed up during her training of the gentle fist. She then let go of the flower and the images stopped. She then walked down to another flower and touched it as well. Like before, images appeared in her head. This time the elders were shouting at her for her weakness. Her brother, sister, and father were there as well, casting anger glances at her. Naruto was in his soul room. His arms were crossed and he was looking down in the water that covered the floor. What he had done was send them to their own soul rooms. For him, each lever and pipeline connected to a different memory. As he looked down, he could watch Hinata as she went looking at her past. This is cruel. Be silent. No matter how much that girl looks, odds are she will not find a happy memory. She is in the garden of her soul and the weeds of pain have gowned strong. Her soul is nothing but a barren wasteland. Just take her to Cloud or put her out of her misery. But first, I want to keep my promise. I have never gone back on my word before and I will not start now. So shut up or I will punish you. The great Kyuubi winced in fear. Over the years the boy had discovered how to control things in his soul room and only change things to torment the kitsune. Naruto continued to watch Hinata for some time. Time passed differently in the soul rooms than it did in the real world. To them, it felt like 3 hours when it had only been 3 seconds. Eventually, Hinata couldn't take any more painful memories and just curled up into a ball. She's done. I now know for sure what her problem is. Kit, when will you give up this act of not caring? How much longer will you hold back these tears? He lifted his paw out of the water and then placed it back in again. It is getting on my nerves. Naruto didn't answer him. He simply faded away, leaving the fox alone. Naruto removed his hand from Hinata and she found herself back in the forest again. Tears streamed down her eyes. Why had he done that to her? It was bad enough the first time. The second time tore her heart in two. Well, congratulations. The first part is done. I know what the problem is. I lack confidence. No, Hinata, that is not the problem. Hinata looked up at Naruto wondering what he meant. Confidence is only a branch on the tree of problems that you have. Now, you must discover the root of your problems on our own. Naruto walked away to the back of the tree den and came back with some clothing. But this on and come outside. He then exited the den and waited. Naruto waited about 10 minutes before Hinata finally came out. He had given her his spare outfit. The tight black shirt helped show off her developing figure, which was very nice in his opinion. At least she had bias, unlike Pinky, and they were bigger than that Ino girl. The dark pants seemed a bit loose, but seemed to fit well enough. Okay, now that that is done, I will tell you what to do. Flashback. Naruto, said Zabuz, getting the attention of Naruto after his 3rd day of training. I will give you an important test. I want to see if you lack what is needed of all shinobi. You have 1 month to train and then we shall fight. I will not hold back at all and you must come at me like you want to take my life. During the fight, I will see if you have what is needed. If you do not, I will end your life. Yes, Zabuza-sensei, replied the 6-year-old Naruto. And flashback. Hinata, you have 1 month to discover for yourself what you are missing. At the end on the month, it is do or die. If you haven't discovered the problem, I will kill you myself. Hinata brought her hands to her face. Naruto then began to smile. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll figure it out. And don't think I'm just going to leave you out there all alone. There is a variation of the gentle fist that I have never been able to master. That will be your training while you think about what you lack. I don't understand. You will, don't worry. This jutsu is called Protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. I attempted to create a different type of defense based on the Kaiten and the 8 trigrams 64 palms. I will only show you once, so please pay attention. Naruto got into the stance and gathered chakra into his palms. He then began to move them around his body, however he couldn't reach all the way around. There were holes in this jutsu. After a minute he stopped. I hope you can see the problem. I lack the flexibility to use the jutsu. I tried to fix the problem, but in the end gave up. So I decided to create the burning fist. Still, maybe you can complete my unfinished work. I don't think I can. We'll find out in a month. A little hint before you start, use water. With that, the month of training began. Following Naruto's advice, Hinata got up each day and went to a river to train. On some days, he would watch her to see how she was progressing. The rest of the time, he trained on his own and did other little things. On one day, he sent 2 letters out to the Mist Village. One was for the Mizukage to inform him of Kin and Zaku. The other was for Shigeru with a personal request. He used Courier Nin to get the messages to his village without others checking them. About a week into the training, Hinata had asked Naruto why he had killed Hiro. Naruto told her to sit down and she complied. He then told her about the Kyuubi and the reason he was always alone. This shocked her. She had been told lies her whole life by everyone in the village, but didn't understand what the Kyuubi had to do with his disappearance. He then went on to tell her about Hiro and the council's deal and how he had been set up. By the time he was down, Hinata was in tears. I had blamed myself for that, she said in between her sobs. I thought had chased you away. At that she began to cry louder. She was quitted when Naruto embraced her in a. Don't say that, he said as he gently rubbed her back. Hiro just made you feel that way to bring you down. You were never the reason I left. Hinata's face went red. Suddenly, a question came to her mind. She wanted to know the answer to this question so badly. Was I the reason why you came back? Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. Hinata felt her heart slow down a bit. In a way, yes. After those words were said, Hinata fainted. What the hell? I guess she must be teared. Kit, you're an idiot. The next week, Naruto noticed Hinata training harder than ever. One day, Naruto had an odd visitor appear at the campsite. Naruto was making dinner when he felt a presence behind him. What do you want, Gaara? He then turned to face the redhead. I want to know why you didn't finish off your opponent. He lost, you should have killed him. I do things differently. I only kill those who I hate, are assigned to, and those who have reached their peak. He was none of these. I was given the option of killing him and I declined. I don't hate him and he can become stronger than he is now. I see. With that, Gaara began to walk away. Then, Naruto called out to him. Gaara, do you have anyone precious to you? Gaara turned around and moved back towards him. No. I live only for myself and kill for myself. Others make you weak. It must have been hard for you, said Naruto. Living alone with a pain no one but people like us can understand. The pain of being alone and the pain of seeing each day what others have and what we have been denied in life. Are those what your eyes tell you? Asked Gaara. He remembered what he had said during his fight with Lee about his eyes having the power of observation. Yes, and they tell me that you have also been betrayed by one you once held dear. But there are people who are trying to reach out to you. You just can't see it. Can you honestly tell me that no one has ever tried to communicate you? Gaara began to think. There were times when his sibling tried to talk to him, but his glares always silenced them. Then there was Baki, who would try to start a conversation with him at times. He recalled one time and decided to share. Before we came here, my father walked to have some kind of talk with my siblings. I was excluded from it. Later, Baki told me my father had given them the talk. I was confused. Baki asked if I wanted to know more, but I felt it was unimportant. Naruto's eyes grew wide and a smile came to his face. Your father never gave you the talk. As in the birds and the bees. Gaara shook his head. Sit down, all I tell you the same way my sensei told me. 20 minutes later. That sounds unpleasant, said Gaara. I have seen the dirty deed down a couple of times and it seems people enjoy it. Is there no pain or blood? Well, sometimes there is. I guess it depends on what the partner's like. So, tell me, is there a girl you like? No. A guy then? No, I don't like anyone. My red-headed friend, life is much more pleasurable you have the girls of your dreams next to you. Girls? I mean girl. As in one. At this Naruto was blushing at his mistake. Whatever, I going. Thank you for this talk. It was interesting. With that, Gaara left. Where is Hinata? wondered Naruto. Getting up, he went to the area where she usually trained. When he got there, he found her passed out due to chakra depletion. He sighed as he picked her up and gave her a piggyback ride as they walked back to camp. "Naruto," said Hinata in her sleep, "love you." Naruto blushed. That night he had a strange dream. He was in a boat sitting across from Hinata. They were drifting down a long river that went nowhere. On the banks of this river was the Kyuubi. He suddenly began to sing. "There you see her, sitting there across the way. She don't got a lot to say, but there's something about her, and you don't know why. But you're dying to try. You want to kiss the girl. Yes, you want her. Look at her, you know you do. Possible she wants you too. There's one way to ask her. It don't take a word. Not a single word. Go on and kiss the girl. Shalalala. Oh, look like the boy too shy. Ain't gonna kiss the girl. Shalalala. Ain't that sad? Ain't it a shame? Too bad, he gonna miss the girl. Now's your moment. Floating in a blue lagoon. Boy, you better do it soon. No time will be better. She don't say a word. And she won't say a word. Until you kiss the girl. Shalalala. Don't be scared. You got the mood prepared. Go on and kiss the girl. Shalalala. Don't stop now. Don't try to hide it how. You want to kiss the girl. Shalalala. Float along. And listen to the song. The song say kiss the girl. Shalalala. The music play. Do what the music say. You got to kiss the girl. You've got to kiss the girl. You want to kiss the girl. You've got to kiss the girl. Go on and kiss the girl. What are you doing? Asked Naruto as he glared at the Kyuubi. Trying to get you in better touch with your feeling kit. Maybe it's time you two sang. Don't you dare. I'm warning you. Naruto's face looked like he was ready to kill. Kyuubi ignored him. Kyuubi, can you feel the love tonight? The peace the evening brings. The world, for once, in perfect harmony. With all its living things. Naruto. So many things to tell her. But how to make her see? The truth about my past? Impossible. She'd turn away from me. Hinata. He's holding back, he's hiding. But what? I can't decide. Why won't he be the shinobi I know he is? The shinobi I see inside? All three of them. Can you feel the love tonight? The peace the evening brings. The world, for once, in perfect harmony. With all its living things. Can you feel the love tonight? You needn't look too far. Stealing through the night's uncertainties. Love is where they are. At that point, Naruto felt his dream body lean over to give Dream Hinata a kiss. Just before their lips touched, Kyuubi is chanting, "Do it and then let the best part commence." He woke he. Kyuubi. Sheet. Naruto then began to meditate and was soon in his soul room with an angry look that caused the fox to take a gulp. Fox, it's time for a punishment session. Fine, fine. How long, Mr. Jailer? Until the exam ends. What? That's unfair. Suddenly music began to play in the soul room. It was the I Love You song. As it began to play, the Teletubbies appeared in Kyuubi's cage and began to hug him. I burns. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was too late. Naruto had already left. It was now the morning of the last part of the Chunin exam. The sun was just starting to rise. Hinata stood before Naruto, but at a distance. She looked scared. Judging by that look in your eyes, you didn't figure it out. Hinata nodded. Then I will tell you before you die. What you lack is a will of your own. You let others tell you what to do and never stick up for yourself. Naruto grabs the handle of the sword. Because of this, you are useless. I told the truth when I told you that you are the reason I came back. However, it wasn't for the reasons you think. I came back to kidnap you and hand you over to the cloud. Hinata gasped at this. She then began to bite her thumb. However, I cannot do this as you are now. You are as useless to them as well as to your clan. I tried to help you so I could install in you so glimmer of hope and well as fulfill my promise to you. Killing you now will be much kinder. Do not move and I will make this painless. Naruto then charged at Hinata and drew his blade. At the moment, things began to slow down for the both of them. Hinata found herself back in her soul room. The flowers were still dead. For a moment she wondered why she was here. Then she saw a rose that wasn't dead. She then reached out and touched it. She saw herself at the age of 5. She was hugging Naruto with tears in her eyes. She told him that her father praised her and it was all thanks to him. "Hinata, you did this yourself," said the smiling Naruto. "You worked hard and despite what everyone said, you proved them wrong. I was just glad I helped." Hinata let go of the rose. "I worked so hard for those few words. I pushed myself and didn't let others tell me to stop because I was too weak. Why did I stop? Why didn't I keep going?" She began to remember all of the things that others said to put her down and how she listened. She remembered following everything others said to her. "No more. I will stand on my own 2 feet and live my life. I don't need my father to tell me I have worth, and I don't need a clan that places value on brute strength alone. I am Hinata Hyuga and not just another Hyuga." With that, she awoke in the real world with fire in her eyes. Naruto found himself looking at himself, Hinata, and Hiro playing. He was standing at the edge of the playground. Those were happier times. Back when I didn't hate anyone. All I wanted was to smile and make others smile. I wanted them to be happy, not kill them and cause them pain. How far have I gone down this path? I want to go back. I have killed people. I have caused people to suffer. I have let go of ideals like innocence. No, I can't go back. That time is past. I can never go back. I still have things to do on the path I am on now. Kisame, we have unfinished business, you and I. But maybe, no, this dream has ended for me. Goodbye, my past. Naruto awoke in the real world and began to swing his sword. However, the blade was stopped as Hinata shouted, "Protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms." The blade was stopped and Naruto was sent backwards and stared at Hinata in awe. She stopped her jutsu and charged at Naruto. "I will live," she shouted. However, before any palm moves could take place, she felt a knee dig into her gut. She quickly lost consciousness and Naruto caught her before she fell to the ground. "Then live you shall, Hinata. I faced the same thing with my sensei. The thing that all shinobi need is the will to continue and live as your own. No one is alike in this world. We are each a different kind of weapon and are forged differently. That is what my sensei showed me that day 6 years ago. I have fulfilled my promise to you. I have no more reasons to return to this village. I am now free. Thank you." At that, Naruto began to carry Hinata out of the forest. This day was far from over. Oh, one more thing, Isaribi isn't related to Kisame. I am sick of people asking me that. Watch the anime fillers or look her up on the web. I feel better now. The stadium was full that day. It was the day of the final matches of the Chunin exam. Daimyos, top businessmen, jonin, chunin, and people of all sorts came to see this. Many had placed bets and were hoping to earn a large sum of money. The most likely to win was Sasuke Uchiha, then Neji Hyuga, and last Gaara of the Sand. That's where the polls of the Leaf Village put them. The hate for Naruto was strong and he was put dead last. In the stands, the Leaf Genin who had last in the preliminaries were sitting next to each other. There had been a bit of a fight over who would sit next to Guy and Lee. In the end, Ten moved over and spared everyone else. After that, they were silent as they looked at the fighters. Neji was staring at his uncle with hate in his eyes. Gar looked like he was trying to talk to his sister. She seemed on edge and flinched every time he started a new sentence. Kankuro was yelling at Sai for some comment he made about his pages. Haku was quietly watching some birds in a tree and Isaribi was pacing back and forth. "Where is he?" asked Isaribi. "That blonde idiot is late. I swear if he doesn't show then I'll—" "You what?" asked Naruto who appeared right behind her. She turned around and saw his grinning face. "It's not like I'm late." "That's not the point," she said. "I haven't seen you for 3 weeks and—" She was cut off as Naruto's mouth and hers met. She gave a slight as they kissed, wishing it would never end. She had missed this feeling. "Excuse me," said the proctor. Naruto and Isaribi broke away from their kiss and gave him their attention. "The Hokage will be addressing you now." Up in the Hokage's box were 3 people, besides attendants. They were the Hokage, Kazekage, and Mizukage. As Naruto looked up, he wondered how they got the fat but known as the Mizukage out of his office. Probable took down a wall. The Hokage stood up and began to speak. Welcome everyone to this year's Chunin exam. We know you have traveled far and would like to begin soon, so I will make this short. Before you stand representatives of 3 different villages who will be competing for the title of Chunin. The fight will be tournament style with the winner advancing. Now, let the first round begin. Will the people not fighting please head up to the contestants box? With that, all but Neji, Naruto, and Genma. Naruto stared at his opponent, and the reverse was also true. Neji hated Naruto for helping Hinata from both him and her father. How dare she escape while he couldn't? He was going against fate and he would not allow that. Naruto, who had his arms crossed, was simply bored and he didn't hide it at all. Looks like that kiss was the highlight of my day, said Naruto with a yawn. Please tell me that you're going to try something other than the gentle fist. It won't work. Shut up, loser, said Neji. Fate has decreed that I shall win. Fate controls everything that we do and we must do it unquestionably. At that point, Naruto stopped paying attention. Instead he began to think about food. I'm hungry. I haven't had any ramen for 3 weeks. That has to be a record for me. That cloud reminds me of a ramen bowl. Kami, why are you torturing me? Fighters ready? Genma asked. Begin. Neji got into his stance and Naruto just kept thinking about food. Neji was waiting for him to make the first move and Naruto began to wonder if he had any food on him. Neji began to grow impatient. He charged at Naruto, whose face lit up. I forgot about that, he said. Neji smirked. So the blonde fool finally realized his error. Too little too late. Just before Neji's attack could connect to its target, Naruto vanished, leaving a shocked Neji. He turned around and saw Naruto on the other side of the field with a sealing scroll. When he undid it, out pooped a container of water, a trail stove, a pot, and ramen. I can't believe I forgot about my spare ramen supplies. With that, everyone face faulted. Hey you, shouted Neji as he got up. What do you think you are doing? Naruto turned around and looked at Neji. His bored look returned. Oh, you're still here. Just forfeit and leave me alone. This caused the Hyuga genius to become said. No one talked to him like that. He charged again at Naruto, who let out a sigh and moved away from his cooking area. Once Neji was in range, he launched a palm thrust at Naruto. Naruto grabbed his arm before it made contact and used the momentum to twirl around and toss Neji away. Naruto then turned back to his stove and finished setting it up. Up in the Hokage's box, a small discussion was going on. Why is he not fighting? Asked the Kazekage. He tossed him away like he was nothing but didn't finish him off. I learned a while back not to question his methods, said the Mizukage as he ate some pudding. If I had to guess, he wants to draw out this fight and use it as a warm-up. That or he's just hungry. Zaku and Kin were also talking along those lines from their seats. Will he just fight? Shouted Zaku. He could be down right now and cooking up in the box. Maybe he doesn't want to wait, joked Kin. Back on the field, Naruto rose up. His meal would be done in 6 minutes. 6 minutes to kill. Yeah, that would work for him. His opponent was already up and glaring at him. Naruto gave him his foxy smile. Relax and have some fun, said Naruto. I know I will. With that, Naruto began to towards Neji with his hands in his pockets. His grin was plastered on his face. I see, said the arrogant Neji. So you're finally going to fight. I don't matter because fate tells me that I will win. At that, Naruto stopped. Do you actually believe that crap? Neji's glare was his only answer. With that attitude you can never be a Chunin. When you are on mission that fails you can't say that your teammates died because it was their fate. That just won't cut it. With that, Naruto disappeared and reappeared in front of Neji and punched him in the face. The force sent the boy back several feet. As he got back up, he saw Naruto slowly walking towards him again. He's toying with me, thought Neji. He thinks I'm not good enough, but I'll show him. Neji charged again and went into a barrage of palm thrusts. Naruto dodged them with ease and then began to go some hand signs. Hiding mist jutsu. Soon the area was covered in a heavy mist. Neji activated his Byakugan and began to look for Naruto. Suddenly, a blade shot out of the ground in front of him. Acting on instinct, Neji started his Kaiten, blocking the attack and sent Naruto back a few feet. The spinning also caused the mist to be pushed back, clearing the field once again. That was interesting, said the Hokage. He used the mist to make Neji think he was going to attack from one of his sides. Instead, Naruto went underground and shot up near Neji. If Neji hadn't used the Kaiten, he would have been killed. Few have ever gotten away from that attack, said the Mizukichi. He should be proud. But this fight is far from over. So you know Kaiten, said Naruto when the attack stopped. He placed his sword back on his back. That's pretty impressive. I thought only the main house could do that. You haven't seen anything, smirked Neji. You are in my field of divination. Same to you, replied Naruto. They both got into their fighting stances. Naruto got into the burning fist stance and Neji got into the gentle fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms, shouted Neji. 8 trigrams 64 bombs, shouted Naruto at the same time, looking a bit more demonic. 2. Their attacks collided with each other. 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. They pushed away from each other. Both were unhurt and unaffected by the attack. Hayashi was shocked. Neji knew the Kaiten and Naruto had used something similar to the 8 trigrams 64 palms. How could this be? How could you do that? Asked Neji. What kind of demon are you? I am not, said Naruto as his eyes narrowed. But I will be happy to show you one. Hiding mist jutsu. Once again, a mist crept over the field. Then Naruto shouted something else. Demonic mist beast jutsu. With that, the mist began to take shape. Neji activated his bloodline and saw that Naruto was pouring his red chakra into the mist. Soon most of the mist was gone and what was left was a creature that was no bigger than a Doberman Pinscher. It looked like it was made of both the mist and the red chakra, which was moving around like the stuff in a lava lamp. The creature had 9 tails that seemed to sway around wildly. The creature was the spitting image of Kyuubi. Naruto then turned to the beast and touched his stomach, and when he pulled it away there was a small red sphere in it. Naruto placed the in the Kyuubi look-alike, and its eyes began to glow red. Finally, the punishment is done. Hey, wait a minute. What am I doing out here? Well, Kyuubi, said Naruto with a smirk. This fool thinks that I'm a demon. I think that he should see what a real demon can do. The people in the stands were too scared to move. The boy could let the Kyuubi out. Naruto looked up at them and began to laugh. How can why you do that, stammered Neji. Kyuubi liked its lips. Kit, why did you only give me 2 of my chakra? That's not a lot. It's more than you need, replied Naruto. Neji, the truth of it all is that you are weak and blame others for your weakness and your problems. You blame Hinata and her father from your father's death. You blame your clan for holding you back. You blame your ancestors of creating the system that you are living in now. But know this, nothing in this world is written in stone. Fate only exists when you don't make a choice. Every action we make affects everyone and thus is continually causing this world to change. So why don't you stand up and stop whining like a little baby? You don't understand, said Neji, letting his anger rise. You never had to live with a seal on you. This caused the Kyuubi and Naruto to fall down laughing. That haha a good haha one. Do you haha think that I haha choose to haha stay haha with this blonde? Naruto slowly got up and regained his composure. Like Mr. Fuzzy here said, we never choose to be together. That a-hole you call the 4th sealed him in me. I guess you forgot about that. It's interesting how things turned out. He paused and looked at the crowd. He wanted them to see me as a hero. I alone am the jailer of the Kyuubi. But I am no hero. A hero is only a hero when they make a choice. I had no choice. But now I do. Now Kyuubi, play with your new chew toy. Gladly. With that, the beast lunged at Neji. Neji preformed the Kaiten and blocked the beast. When it was thrown back, it went splash and then reformed. It charged again and got plowed into Neji and pressed him, with its 2 front paws, into the wall. So tell me Neji, said Naruto as he slowly walked over to him, how does it feel to be at someone else's mercy? I bet this is how Hinata felt. Now tell me, does fate still say you are going to win? Will I spare you or will I kill you? You see, I have a choice. Naruto was beginning to sweat a little. Kit, let's finish this. You know I have a limited time out here. Niji, you have demed your own clan with your actions and hate. You had a chance to help your clan and you threw it away. What are you talking about? Asked Niji. He was scared. Holding him was Kyubi, the creature that destroyed the village years ago. Then there was the one who controlled it, a person who had every right to hate this village and could unleash this power on a whim. Hinata wanted to save her family. She was your clan's best chance to be free of the seal and become one big happy BGMI with a spoon family. But you never saw her like that. You only saw her as the weak heir to the main house. Did it ever occur to you that she could have helped you? Realization hit Niji and it hit hard. Pity it's too late. Now you must live with the consequences. Are you going to kill me? He asked. No, I'll let you live with your burden. Killing you is not necessary. I think letting you live with the knowledge that you have kept the Brock family chained is more than enough. Besides, I don't want to make her cry. Kit, I better be getting back in. With that, the red orb shot out of the mist beast and back into Naruto. The beast then turned into a puddle of water. Niji fell to the ground and didn't get up. I declare Naruto Uzumaki the winner, announced Genma. Naruto walked over to his ramen and prepared to eat it. Before he began, he spoke to Niji. Niji, I am no demon. In fact, when you think about it, we are no better than demons. They kill and so do we. They hold great power and so do we. The only difference is our motives. They kill for power and to defend their territories. We kill because of greed and hate. Think about that for a while. With that, Naruto took his meal and began to walk up the steps towards the contestants' box. Lee, who had watched the fight, was starting to cry. He wanted to have been the one to defeat Niji and now Naruto had done that. Guy looked down at his pupil with a look of understanding. Will Sai and Sasuke Uchiha please come down, called Genma. I'm sorry, shouted Sai. I forgot my ink so I can't fight. Fine, then it's Kankuro versus Shino. I forfeit as well, said Makeup Boy. Fine. Temari and Isaribi get done here now. Both girls left the box their own way. Temari used her fan to glide down and Isaribi appeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto looked at Sai. Your ink is right there, said Naruto. Yes, replied Sai. I lied so that Sasuke wouldn't get disqualified. The council ordered me to let Sasuke win. They want him to be promoted as soon as possible. Back of the field, the girls were having a glaring match. Isaribi brought her hand to her sides. On each side was a pair of scroll. Begin. I have been wondering what you look like without those bandages, said Temari. Maybe Till will help, cutting whirlwind jutsu. The attack sent Isaribi back a couple of feet and had the effect its owner wanted. The crowd gasped when they saw what Isaribi hid. Temari was in shock. What happened to you? Orochimaru happened, said Isaribi. He kidnapped me and performed his experiments. I was nothing more than a lab rat to him. When he was done he threw me away. With that she turned right and ran to the wall. She got there she began to run up it. When she got to the halfway point, she grabbed one of the scrolls, opened it, and placed it on the wall. It began to glow blue as it stuck there. Isaribi began to run around the stadium and did the same thing to the other 3 scrolls. What is she up to? Thought Temari. She was standing there, watching her opponent. There were 2 possibilities on what those scrolls did. One was they would launch weapons at her. If that was the case, she could easily deflect them. The other was that they were explosives. That would be a problem. Also, her mind was going into overdrive at the information she had heard. Orochimaru had done that to her? When Isaribi was done, she ran down the wall and headed for Temari. Seeing this, Temari countered with another cutting whirlwind that sent her flying. I was hoping that I could hit you with that speed, said Isaribi as she slowly got up. But that fan and those wind attacks are a pain. I guess I'll have to take care of that. Poseidon's Gate. With that, the 4 scrolls began to shoot out water with the same amount and ferocity as opening the floodgates to a large dam. Genma puffed out of there to avoid being wet. There was nowhere for the water to go except the stairway to the contestants' box. The other doors had been shut and were keeping the water in. Within seconds, the water was up to their necks. "What are you doing?" cried Temari. "Cutting off your wind," replied Isaribi as the water raised over her mouth. Isaribi began her transformation. The rest of her skin became covered in green scales. Her black hair seemed to come together and became green and scaly as well. Her hands and feet became webbed and a dorsal fin appeared from the back of her head. The water was now deep enough to swim in and Temari was trying to get to the top. Isaribi swam at her at an unthinkable speed and was on her in seconds. She grabbed the fangirl by her feet and began to drag her down. As long as they were in the water, she would win. Temari tried to kick her feet, but it was no use. This girl had her. She had dropped her fan while she had tried to swim and that had proved to be a mistake. At the time, the fan seemed like dead weight and would have only slowed her down. Now she saw that it might have held back the fish girl. She struggled for another minute before she passed out due to a lack of air. When Isaribi saw that Temari was out, she went to the large wooden doors and gave it a powerful punch with her right while her left arm held onto Temari tightly. The door broke and the water flushed out with great force. Using her chakra in the same manner as the tree climbing exercise, she was able to remain where she was. The water had stopped gushing out of the scrolls and the field now had many puddles. She dropped Temari to the ground and began to turn back to normal and reapply her bandages. When she was done, Genma reappeared. Isaribi is the winner. The crowd was silent, well except for the daimyos and her teammates. They were cheering for her and shouting congratulations. When she got back up to the box, Naruto's lips soon met hers. Haku just sighed. He was used to this. It happened every time she used that jutsu. "Will Haku and Gaara please come down to finish the first round?" announced Genma. He was hoping this fight wouldn't be so nerve-wracking. "Well, wish me luck," said Haku cheerfully to his teammates who were still lip-locked. "I need a girlfriend. But all the girls complain that I look cuter than them. Well, I'm pretty. But Naruto says that guys aren't supposed to be pretty. Those were the thoughts of Haku as he walked down to the field with his head down low. "Good luck, Haku," said Isaribi as she pulled away from Naruto. However, he was gone. "I think we hurt his feeling." "We'll make it up to him later," said Naruto as they walked over to the balcony. "Maybe do something that he likes when we get home. Like shopping or looking at the animals at the zoo?" Naruto sighed at this. "I guess so. Why does he like girly things?" Back on the field, Gaara and Haku were ready. Gaara had on his emotionless face while Haku was giving him a warm smile. "I hope we can have a pleasant battle," said Haku. Gaara didn't respond as he undid the cork on his gourd. "Begin." Gaara went to work as he launched his sand at Haku. Haku dodged the attack and decided to go all out. Demonic ice mirrors. Gaara was shocked as the mirrors appeared around him. Haku ran into one and his image appeared in all of them. Haku began his barrage on Sinban, but the sand protected Gaara from every needle. Then, the sand shot up and attacked the mirror that was directly above him. Desert funeral. With that, one mirror was destroyed. "Impressive," said Haku, who looked calm. "No one has ever done that before. I will finish this now." Haku stepped out of a mirror and unleashed his newest jutsu. Demon Ice Prison. With that, all of the mirrors seemed to melt together and reshape themselves. They became thicker and merged together to form a box. Gaara's sand was hitting the walls but to no use. This jutsu is impossible to escape. Even with both arms, Zaku was unable to blast his way out. "Soon, you will pass out due to a lack of air and I will be declared the winner." Gaara's face didn't change with this new information. The sand then seemed to cover the inside walls of the ice. Gaara then used it to push at it from all directions. Haku began to see cracks in the ice and began to patch it up with some ice. Bit by bit more cracks appeared and Haku kept patching them up. However, they started appearing faster and faster and getting bigger each time. Haku didn't have a very large amount of chakra, was getting tired. In the end, Gaara's sand defeated Haku's ice. The ice prison was shattered into hundreds of pieces. Haku looked at Gaara and began to look at this from every angle. He had little chakra and was now tired from using those two jutsus. Also, Gaara didn't look tired at all. Only one thing left to do. "I give up," said Haku. Genma nodded. "Gaara is the winner." Gaara and Haku walked back up to the box in silence. You did all right, said Isaribi as Haku walked over to them. That was an impressive jutsu you created. You should be proud of yourself. Haku shook his head. I wasted too much chakra in that attack. I also underestimated the power of his sand. Well, don't worry about it, said Naruto as he walked to the door. Just look at this as a reason to improve. After all, a weapon is still a weapon even after it has been nicked. As Naruto walked to the field, he was interrupted by two grass. Hey kid, our boss wants you to lose in this next match, said one of them. He bet a lot of money on the Uchiha to win, said the other. Pity he isn't even here, replied an uninterested Naruto. Now beat it before I kill you both. Don't get cocky, kid, said the first. We are Chunins and we are older than you. You should know that the real reason for this exam is for the daimyos to place bets. Then they should know the risks, said Naruto as he grasped the handle of his blade. Now move or die. I will not ask again. No, you die, they said in unison. As they charged at him with their kuniyas, there was a bright flash of light. They fell to the ground. They were cut in half from the head down. They didn't even see the attack coming. As Naruto walked, the only sounds heard were his footsteps and the dripping of blood from his sword. Naruto walked into the field and saw that the prick named Sasuke still wasn't there. The ref had taken out a watch and was keeping track of time. You have got to be kidding, said Naruto. Don't tell me he is getting special treatment. The ref just looked at him for a second and smirked. His eyes then went back down to the watch. Up in the Kage box, the Mizukage was furious. How can you do this? He demanded, staring at the Hokage. That brat didn't show up for his first fight and you are still giving him more time. Patience, said the Kazekage. Everyone wants to see this fight. Don't tell me you don't want to see a battle between the last two members of two great clans. I remember when Shinobi didn't play favorites, replied the Mizukage. If he is late for this, what makes you think he will be on time for a real mission? My shinobi got here on time and are ready, which shows our dedication and seriousness of purpose. Just then, Sasuke and Kakashi appeared in the field. You're late, assholes, said Naruto. Sorry, but there was a black cat in the road and we had to walk around it. He then turned to Genma. Can he still fight? Sai forfeited, so yeah, he can fight. Good, replied Kakashi. He turned to Naruto. You might want to back out. Sasuke has greatly improved. I'll believe it when I see it, was Naruto's response. Kakashi then went poof and Genma decided to start the match. Well, Dobe, are you ready to lose? Asked Sasuke. Naruto put on his bored look. Just do something, said Naruto. Fine, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Naruto dodged it with ease only to have several kunai thrown at him while in midair. Naruto twisted his body and only one touched him. It didn't wound him, it just cut the sash on his waist. A small doll that looked like a chibi Naruto, which had been hidden under the sash, fell to the ground. As it fell, memories flooded Naruto's mind. He saw a small blue-haired girl handing him a doll that looked like him. The next image was less pleasant. Naruto was now holding the same girl who now dead from multiple stabbings. He looked up and glared at the man responsible, Kisame. He fell back into the real world as he hit the ground. Looks like the Dobe is still playing with doll, laughed Sasuke. Don't worry, I'll help you grow up, Grad Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke shot the large fireball in the direction of the doll. Naruto dove on it and acted like a human shield. When the attack ended, Naruto got up and checked to make sure both he and the doll were alright. The doll was fine. As for him, his shirt had been burned off and his pants had become shorts. As he turned to face Sasuke, the Uchiha noticed two things. First, Naruto had no fat on his body. A six-pack didn't cover how buff he was. Many of the girls in the stands were swooning over him now. The other thing was the look in Naruto's eyes. It was pure and unrefined hate. The killer intent that was coming from him made even Jonins cringe. No one does that to this doll, said Naruto in an icy voice. Why is it so special? Asked Sasuke in a mocking tone. He was trying to put up a brave front. It reminds me of those who have the will to fight. It reminds me of those who have fought hard when they were born with disadvantages. It reminds me of the one who I have unfinished business with. Well, that's it. Cliffhanger. Well, I'll give you some info on the Demon Mist Beast Jutsu. Similar to Gaara's sand, it allows Kyuubi to take form and fight with Naruto. His strength and size is dependent on how much chakra Naruto gives him. However, there is a time limit for how long Kyuubi can be outside of Naruto's body. The limit is a half an hour before Naruto slips into a coma and dies. Remember, if Naruto dies, so does Kyuubi. Flashback. Naruto Uzumaki was doing the one thing in the world that could calm him down. He loved their sizes and how they felt against his skin. How could he decide which ones he liked more, the small firm ones or the larger ones? One thing was certain, he never wanted to leave them. "Hey you!" shouted a voice that took 9-year-old Naruto away from his thought. When he turned around, he saw a small 5-year-old girl with short blue hair and teal eyes. She was wearing a dark blue dress. "What do you want?" asked Naruto as he turned his attention back to his tomatoes. Naruto had turned his backyard into a vegetable garden shortly after he had arrived in Mist. He had everything from carrots to watermelons. He even had some granny apple trees and a peach tree. Naruto had been working in his garden since it was his day off from ANBU. He had been in their training program for about 6 months now and needed the break. Right now he was dressed in white shirt with the symbol of the mist on the back and a pair of blue shorts. "I want you to teach me how to use a sword," said the girl as she got on her hands and knees. "No," said Naruto as he moved to the next tomato. "Please teach me," she cried. "I said no, so please leave." Suddenly, his left leg felt heavier than usual. He looked down and saw that the girl was now clinging to him. "Let go." "Not until you teach me how to use a sword." Naruto didn't respond. He lifted his leg and started to shake it, hoping she would let go. Then he tried running around like a crazy person. He tried everything from dousing her with water to the dreaded tickle torture. He could have used more drastic methods, but those would hurt the kid. "You sure are a stubborn kid," said Naruto. "I guess there's only one option left. You'll teach me how to use swords?" "No, I'm going to get someone else to get you off of me." With that, Naruto made his way towards Haku's place. The trip took a long time since he was dragging his left leg. Also, there were many people smirking at the sight of this, especially from the people who knew him as the Bloody Fox. About an hour later, they arrived in front of Madame Misudo's, a store that sold kimonos and dresses for the women of the village. The reason they were there was that Haku had an apartment right above it. It explains so much, doesn't it? As soon as they entered, Kanari Misudo looked up from her counter. She was a woman about 45 years old and had dark hair. She was wearing a nice red kimono. She noticed it was Naruto and called Haku down. She knew the drill. Naruto went back outside and waited for Haku. About 3 minutes later, Haku came out and was wearing a violet yukata with pink hearts on it. Naruto looked at this and his eye began to twitch. "What have I told you about wearing that crap?" he practically shouted. "But I like it," whined Haku. Naruto just gave a sigh and pointed at the girl that was clinging to him. "Just get her off of me," he said. Haku nodded and took out a senbons from seemingly nowhere and pressed it against the girl's neck. She then quickly passed out. "Thank you," said Naruto as the girl fell off his leg. Naruto then moved to pick her up and place her under his right arm. "Much better. Now let's take this brat to the Mizukige's tower and let them deal with her." "Fine, I've got nothing better to do," replied Haku. With that, they headed towards the tower. Along the way they passed by the Mizukige fountains. Like with all the great shinobi nations, the Mist Nines had a sort of dedication for their past Mizukiges. Each fountain was life-size and each had a plaque that listed all of their major contributions to the village. When they got in the building, 2 people were arguing with the receptionist about someone missing. "I will inform the Mizukige that your daughter is missing, but—" "Is this her?" interrupted Naruto. The 2 people turned around and then rushed over to her and grabbed her. After saying thank you for finding her, they left. "Glad you found her," said the receptionist. "That girl is quite ill." "Didn't seem ill to me," replied Naruto. "She has a condition where every time she molds her chakra, she does damage to her heart. They were lucky to have found it out at birth." "So, she can't be a shinobi?" asked Haku. "Well, it would be too hard for her. Not being able to ever do a simple clone is a huge disadvantage." Naruto took all of this in. So that's why she wanted him to teach her kenjutsu. It was well known that the members of the Uzumaki clan were the best sword wielders and makers in the village. However, Naruto was still learning himself. That was one of the reasons he said no. The other reason was that he felt that it was just a passing whim for her. 1 minute it's kenjutsu and the next it's kittens. It was a week later and Naruto had just returned from a mission. It was a simple one: kill 3 bandit gangs that were fighting in some town. A little mist here and a few chakra bombs there and he was done. As he walked down the street in his civilian clothes, he saw that girl again. However, this time she was in the middle of a circle with older kids pushing her around. Some of them looked like academy students and other resembled rookie genins. Then, the name-calling began. Freak. Loser. What's the matter? Going to cry? With each insult the girl was pushed around like a living doll. Each time she fell down, she got back up and took the abuse. No matter what they did, she took it. This angered one of the genin. So, acting tough are you? He brought his hand back and got ready to give her a hard right. However, he never got the chance. Naruto was standing behind him and kept a firm grip on the older boy's arm. You must be so proud of yourselves, said Naruto in a slow and calm voice. The kind of voice that is full of killer intent and wants to make the pain last a long time. All of you strong genins and students showing off your strength against a small 5-year-old girl. When he finished that sentence, he let go of the boy's arm and gave him a powerful kick in the back. The poor boy was set flying several yards. If I ever find any of you doing this again, I will make sure to make the rest of your lives as painful as I can imagine. Now leave before I decide not to wait. The group didn't need to be told twice. They ran like a demon was chasing them. They knew who he was. I mean, how many people in the world have blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks? Not many. The girl looked at Naruto and he looked back at her. Both of them seemed to be at a loss of words. It was the girl who made the first move. Thank you, she said in a quiet voice. No problem, he replied. I want to ask you a question. What is it? Why do you make to learn kenjutsu? So I can be a ninja. Why do you want that? At this, the girl gave him a look. My parents are always worried about me, acting like I can't do anything. I want to show them that I can become stronger and improve myself. Also, I want to protect this village because it is my home. Naruto smirked. Even if they treat you like this? No matter what happens, they will only see you as you are now. That is the sad reality of this world. With that, Naruto began to walk away. It was better, in his mind, to discourage her as much as possible. You're wrong, shouted the girl. Naruto stopped and turned around. I will become a shinobi and everyone will stop thinking I'm weak or a freak. I'll become the strongest ninja in this village. And if you won't teach me how to use a sword, then I'll just kick people. This caused Naruto to smirk once again. The strongest person is the Mizukage. Are you telling me that you want to become a Mizukage? The girl looked a little confused. The Mizu-what? Naruto couldn't help it anymore. He started to laugh. It was too rich. This kid was so much like him, or at least the way he used to be. Same desire to prove oneself and the same dream to become a Kage. It took him a few moments to calm down. All right, kid, I could use something to do to pass the time. He started to walk away and the girl just stood there confused. Naruto stopped and turned around. Well, are you coming? She quickly ran up to him and started to walk next to him. Thank you, she cried. My name is Rin Ishui. I am Naruto Uzumaki. You can just call me Naruto. No need for that sensei stuff, it just makes me sound old. Naruto. Yes. Will learning how to use a sword make me stronger? Sure it will. And you will be strong enough to become a member of the 7. And flashback. The crowd was quiet. They listened to the story with interest and wondered what would happen next. Even Sasuke seemed to chill out a bit. We're listening as well except for the Mizukage. He knew what was coming next. So you started training her, said Sasuke. Yes, replied Naruto. I taught her as best I could. I trained her so she could handle a variety swords and so taijutsu. Each practice she put her heart and soul into and gave me 110% of her effort. I doubt I will ever see some like that again. Flashback. That's enough for today, said Naruto. Run but her kodachi back into its sheath and went to put it back on the wall. They trained in the Uzumaki's personal training hall. The walls were full of different swords and each one was different. Naruto was now 10 and it was almost a full year since they had started their training. He trained her on his days off and after he was done training with his team. Naruto, said Ren in a quiet voice, I was wondering if you would come to my birthday party tomorrow. Sure, he replied as he gave her his foxy smile. I would love to come and see you on your birthday. What time does it start? 3 o'clock. I'll be there with a special gift. The next day came quickly and Ren was excited. It was her birthday after all. One by one, her friends came and each one wished her a happy birthday. The parents were watching her with smiles on their faces. When they had first heard that Naruto was training her, they were livid. Her condition was serious and they didn't want her to be put in a situation where she would be tempted to use a jutsu. However, they began to notice changes with her. She was making more friends and the bullying had gone down. In the end, they decided to allow the training to continue. At 3 o'clock on the dot, Naruto and his teammates puffed in the middle of the backyard where the party was taking place. Isaribi had with her a necklace made of coral. Haku had decided to give her a battle kimono. Naruto gave her a pair of Chinese hook swords. I figure that it was time you got your own pair, he said with a smile. Everyone else was looking at him like he was crazy. What kind of person gives a 6-year-old girl swords for her birthday? Thank you, she shouted. She set the swords down for a second and reached into her pocket. I made this for you to say thank you for training me. With that, she handed him a little doll that looked just like him. It ever had its forehead protector on the side of its head just like Naruto. Thank you, said Naruto. Isn't that sweat? Shut fuzzy wuzzy. Never. I almost forgot about the extra special gift for you, Ren, said Naruto with a dark smirk. A second later, he performed the hiding mist jutsu and the demonic mist beast jutsu. However, this time Kyuubi was dressed up in a clown outfit complete with a hat and a bow tie. You have got to be kidding me. Now Kyuubi will be doing some tricks for everyone, said Naruto to the children. They all gave out cheers. The adults smirked. It's not every day that the most feared demon ever does a birthday party. I will do no such thing, said the Kyuubi. I refuse to lower myself to the level of a clown. Naruto looked at the Kyuubi and smiled. Furball, walk with me for a moment. The two of them walked to the side of the house, away from the eyes of the children. However, everyone could still hear them. Listen, you stupid fox, I don't ask much from you so you can do this. Don't give me that look. Everyone heard a loud smack. Just one favor and I get this. How about next time I make you the size of a poodle? Would you like that? I'll even give you the hairstyle. Now, go make those kids happy or else I'll figure out how to torture you inside my head. If you don't think I can, just try me. Several more smacks were heard as well as whimpering. When the two came out, Kyuubi looked humbled. I'll be good now, said the defeat fox demon. With that, he created a ball made of chakra and began to walk on it with his back legs. He then did some backflips and gave a couple of rides for the kiddies. All in all, the party was a blast. And flashback. This is pointless, said Sasuke. You wanted to know, responded Naruto. Now, where was I? Oh right, Ren continued to train hard. With hard work, she eventually proved that one did need to be able to use jutsus to be a good ninja. Did you heard that, Sensei? Yes, I did. Such a youthful child. Oh dear Kami, sighed Naruto. I must work harder so I can be as youthful as her. I will start by doing 1,000 one-handed push ups. If I cannot do that, then I will hop on 1 foot for 3 miles. And if my adorable student can't do that, then I will carry him up a mountain. With that started hugging and crying. Soon that evil genjutsu appeared. You know that one I'm taking about. The one with the sun setting and waves crashing on the beach. It's evil, it tell you. Sensei. Lee. Sensei. Lee. Sensei. Lee. You know, right now I'm glad I left, said Naruto as he sweat dropped. Getting back to my story. Just finish it up, loser. "Ah, I was going to do that," said Naruto. His sweat dropped again. Flashback. It had been 3 weeks since the birthday party and Naruto had been away on a mission with his team. This time they had to track down some middle-aged blonde who had a huge gambling debt. This had been considered an A-ranked mission due to who that person was. It was late when they got back. When they got to the gates, no one was there and they could see fires in the distance. "What happened?" shouted Isaribi. "Are we under attack?" There was a small boom and Naruto's head shot in its direction. It was near where Rin lived. With that he ran towards her house. Haku and Isaribi ran to get some help. When Naruto arrived at the scene, he saw the dead bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Ishui. Near them, and barely breathing, was Ren. Naruto moved over to her and picked her up and held on to her. There was a stab wound on her side and part of her face looked like it had been shaved off. Naruto then saw him. The man who had done this. "Why did you do this?" said Naruto in a cold voice. "I decided to weed out the useless filth in this village," said Kisame with a smirk. "The weak have no real purpose. Besides, it was fun. I loved how that girl thought she could help her parents. The look on her face was priceless when I killed them in front of her." Naruto felt anger he had not felt in years. Every pore in his body screamed for the death of this man, this monster. Nothing would give him more pleasure than to rip him to shreds. Naruto felt the red chakra focus in his free and it formed a red claw in his hand. A second later he shot that claw at Kisame, who blocked it with his blade. However, the force still sent him back into a wall, leaving a large hole in it. A moment later he got back up. "Not bad, kid," he said with a laugh. "Why don't you come with me? Think of it, the two of us could rule this world." "Kisame, I will kill you," said Naruto. "I will take the Samahata and cut off your head with it." Naruto began to call upon the Kyuubi's chakra when a small hand grabbed his shirt. "Naruto," said Ren. Naruto calmed down and was brought back to his senses. He didn't have time for a fight. He turned and ran to get her to the hospital while Jonin and Anbu ran towards Kisame. And flashback. In the end, Kisame got away and Rin died in my arms as I took her to the hospital. The death total was 300, mostly civilians. I have carried this doll ever since. In a way, I am letting a small part of her fight with me as a shinobi like she wanted. Naruto had a sad look on his face, like he was holding back tears. The stadium was in tears. Niji, who was now sitting in the stands, had rivers coming out of his eyes. The green beasts had waterfalls. Even Gaara had a teardrop. The only one who was not moved by that story was Sasuke. "So what?" he said. "She was weak and is better off dead." With that, he charged at Naruto in a fashion similar to Lee and launched a head-on attack. Naruto lifted a hand and caught the attack, shocking and stopping Sasuke. "How did he do that? Do you feel no pity for someone who suffered a fate similar to yours? She watched as her family died the same as you did. The only difference was that she didn't make it." Sasuke was livid now. "Why should I care? She and everyone else in that village are losers. And you are the most. You left the strongest shinobi village and went to the weakest of the 5. Now I will show everyone how weak you are." Sasuke tried to move back but Naruto held him in place. "I pity you." With that, Naruto spun around while still holding on to Sasuke and then let go, sending him several yards away. Sasuke got up and decided to taunt him. He had to do something to get his opponent to lose his calm. "I bet you could have killed him. All you had to do was call on the fox and it would have been over. But that brat held you back and you're pathetic because you let her." Many eyes were now opening as Sasuke showed them his true character. Ino and the other fangirls became disgusted that they had actually liked him. Many people in the crowd felt the same way. Only Sakura and the council held on to their image of the Uchiha survivor. "Yes, I could have. With that many Anbu and Jonins, I could have made sure of his death. But I chose to try and save the life of someone who was precious to me. And when I see Kisame, I will use My chakra to defeat him." Naruto performed some hand signs and in his free hand, the other was holding the doll, was a ball of mist. Naruto pointed this ball at Sasuke and shouted, "Mist shotgun." The mist ball shot towards Sasuke and then split into hundreds of smaller balls. Sasuke tried to dodge but was hit by several of them. It didn't do much damage, but it hurt like hell. If they all had hit him, he might have passed out from the pain. Weak jutsu, dope. I'll show you a real one. Sasuke began to run through hand signs and then shouted, Chidori. Sasuke charged at the shocked Naruto. He remembered that sound. That was the same sound he heard when his sensei was killed. Now Naruto knew the jutsu that had killed the man he considered his father. As Sasuke moved in dangerously close, time seemed to slow down. They now seemed to be moving in slow motion. Sasuke was a few centimeters from his opponent's chest when Naruto sidestepped him and then stuck out his foot. Sasuke tripped and his attack hit nothing but the earth. A second later Naruto's foot was under Sasuke's stomach. With a powerful sky kick, Sasuke was sent up into the air. Naruto then moved his fist into position, and when Sasuke fell back towards the earth, his gut landed on Naruto's fist. Killing you now would be a waste of my time and chakra, said Naruto as the ref called the match. Naruto looked up and noticed that several ANBU looked like they were ready to attack. Besides, I doubt I could walk out of here if I killed you. He looked at the doll once more and then put it in his pocket. Naruto began to walk to the stairway when he was halted by the ref. Naruto will now be fighting Shino. Shino nodded from the stands and made his way down. Naruto decided to ask a certain Kage what was going on. With that he disappeared and reappeared in the Kage's box. Hey old man, said Naruto, what's going on? The chart said that Isaribi was next. There was a slight change in plans, Naruto, said the old man. The fights will be you versus Shino and then Gaara versus Isaribi. Trying to make me lose by tiring me out? Fine, I guess I could humiliate another Leaf Nin. This got both the Mizukage and the Kazekage to chuckle. Naruto turned his back to them, but before he left he spoke again. I want to apologize for some of the things I said earlier. With that he left, fulfilling the promise he had made to Isaribi. When Naruto got back down he noticed that Shino was already waiting for him. At this moment, Naruto wished he had a spare change of clothes. Thanks to Sasuke, he was shirtless and his pants only went down to his knees. He still had the strap that held his blade at least. Begin. At that, Shino's bugs came out in full force and went straight at Naruto. Naruto grabbed his sword and shouted, Dance of the Full Moon. The bugs began to hit the rotating blade and many of them were killed. Shino had lost at least half of his bugs and had nothing else to fight with. Calling the bugs back, B began to think of a new strategy. However, before he could think of anything, Naruto had appeared in front of him and began to punch him several times in the face in rapid succession. Shino fell down to the ground and the match was ended. So, do you have any more clothes? Asked Haku as Naruto walked onto the balcony. He shook his head. He had given his spare outfit to Hinata and right now he didn't have the time to go to the spot he had hidden her and undress her. Do not fear, shouted Guy who had appeared out of nowhere scaring the shit out of everyone. I have the solution to all your problems. Please lower your voice, said Haku. Very well, my youthful friend. To solve the Naruto's unyouthful problem, I give him this. With that, Guy pulled out a green spandex outfit similar to what he was wearing. I also have this. Guy whipped out another outfit from his back. This time it was the orange jumpsuit. Everyone just stared at him. A second later he was seen flying out of the contestants' balcony and became a star. Kakashi saw this and mentally thanked them. Then he went back to reading his pawn. A few seconds later, Gaara and Isaribi were on the field and ready to fight. Gaara's arms were crossed and his gourd was uncorked. Isaribi looked at him and began to calculate her advantages. There was still a lot of water left on the field from her last match. Also, sand was weak against fire and water. She had a chance. Begin. Isaribi stared first. Water shark missiles. Several blasts of water shot at Gaara in the shape of sharks. His sand deflected the attacks. However, after each one attacked, the sand became useless. Gaara's eyes narrowed. He figured out what she was trying to do. He willed all of his sand to shot up above Isaribi. Soon, the sand shot down at her and Isaribi shouted, Water encampment wall. She was then surrounded by a twister of water. However, the sand didn't continue the attack. Instead it backed off and went for the top of the twister and shot down the middle where it was dry. When the jutsu ended, Isaribi was in a desert coffin. "I give up," she said. Gaara undid the jutsu and Isaribi walked away. She met up with Naruto along the stairways and wished him luck. A minute later, Naruto and Gaara were having a staring contest. Up in the stands, only 2 people were left in the betting pool. The daimyo of Water Country had placed a good deal of money on Naruto. The Wind daimyo had done the same thing with Gaara. Whoever won this would be filthy rich. Many of the people in the stands were silently hoping for Gaara's victory. Some people just never change. "Before we begin, I would like to thank you for sparing my teammates' lives," said Naruto as he began to smile at Gaara. "I only did it because the girls spared my sister," he replied. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you cared." Gaara's eye began to twitch. "Maybe you're getting soft." Tick marks appeared on Gaara's head. "Let's begin," he replied in an angry tone. "Don't come into this angry," said Naruto in a serious tone. "Let's show these people what we can do. I mean, how often do people get to see 2 demon vessels fight each other?" This took the crowd by surprise. "I see," said Gaara. "You are like me after all. Except, you are not insane." "Well, that's a matter of opinion," said Naruto with a chuckle. "Now, let's have some fun. There have always been a few things that I never liked with the Chunin exams. First and foremost was that Naruto was never promoted. I mean, in real life you can't say I give up in the middle of a battle. A leader must be able to make plans up quickly, encourage his teammates, and must be strong in the face of uncertainty. He proved his quick thinking in the first fight with Zabuza. In the first test, he was able to dispel everyone's fears. And if going up against Neji isn't staying strong in the face of uncertainty, then I don't know what is. I bet Kakashi didn't even mention that part of the fight in his report. Naruto is a good leader if people give him the chance. Did I just see Guy fly past my window? Oh well, enough of this rant. A lot of people have complained about the fight with Sasuke. I know how you all feel. I wanted to kill him. However, I have to think realistically. Remember, everyone knows that Naruto has the Kyuubi inside of him or believes that he is the Kyuubi. I don't think that they would have just sat there as I indicated with the ANBU getting ready to strike. To them, Sasuke is the last Uchiha and they need him to revive the clan no matter how much of an but he is. Another reason is that Naruto can't waste too much of his chakra on someone like Sasuke. He has to save it for his main opponent, and that is Gaara. When fighting a demon vessel and plan on using your own chakra, you might want to save every drop. Naruto just wanted to play with Neji for a while and his other 2 fights were more of annoyances to him. Don't worry, I got something really evil planned for his death and I want to savor each one of his humiliations until then. The poll as of now is this. Harem, 21. No harem, 9. Many of you are wondering how this can work out. As Blah6 said, Naruto has done a 180 personality-wise. But remember, Hinata likes Naruto because she sees him as a hard worker and he is proof that with hard work a person can change. That is what she loves about him. Now, not matter what happens, I will not make this story into some sort of goofy and silly story. Well, not entirely, I have to have some humor. There will be more kick-butt fights with better opponents. That will challenge the Mist Gang. Romance and things of that Naruto are secondary. Just wait till you see who I have in mind for Haku. But if the no harem people get their way, I'll have to make some changes here and there. Hinata will be taken by Naruto and only Hinata. This is not up for discussion, so don't ask for Hanabi to be taken. The poll will end when I begin the next chapter. Now let's have some fun. A breeze blew through the field as Gaara and Naruto stared at each other. Gaara had uncorked his gourd and Naruto had his hand on the handle of his sword. It was tense. The first one to strike would have the advantage, but if countered it could turn out to be disastrous. No one spoke a single word. The only sound that could be heard was Choji eating his chips. This was it, the final match of the Chunin exams. In the medical wing, Sasuke was asleep and having an awful dream. Naruto and Itachi were fighting in front of him and they were on even grounds. Sasuke tried to run up to them, but no matter how hard he ran he could never reach them. Then they stopped fighting and looked at him. They both began to walk away saying that he was too weak to be in their presence. At that moment, Sasuke woke up. "I think I'll make the fist move," said Naruto as he pulled his sword off his back. He then charged at Gaara, whose sand began to spill out of his gourd. Hidden Mist Ultimate Kenjutsu, stealing the family jewels. With that cry, Naruto aimed his sword low, very low. Gaara's eyes went wide and put more chakra into his sand as it went to protect his vitals. The sword hit the sand, but it didn't stop. It only stopped when it was about 3 centimeters from the intended target. After that, Naruto jumped back several feet and then held up his sword in one hand and scratched the back of his head with the other. Meanwhile, Gaara was making sure that everything was still there. The crowd had a mix of reactions. Most of the men felt phantom pain and held on to their private areas. Kakashi looked set off that someone was copying him. The Kages had a few words to say about this. "What was that?" asked the Hokage. "Don't ask," said the Mizukichi. Zabuza showed him that move once when he was a kid, and ever since then he has always wanted to use it. "Scary," said the Kazekage. "We all know who it really is and why he thinks it's scary. If you don't know, well, just think about his tastes and you'll understand." Back on the field, Gaara was staring at Naruto with a very set of expression. "What the hell was that?" he demanded. Naruto just shrugged and got into a battle position. "Just testing the waters," he said with a grin. "Well, better get serious now." He charged at Gaara at a blinding speed and swung his sword. Gaara's sand moved to block it and succeeded. Naruto continued like this, and each time he put more and more power into each swing. Gaara's sand was becoming less and less effective, and Gaara could see it. With each swing, the Kubikiri Hocho pierced through his sand more and more until it cut straight through. Gaara quickly changed to offense and his sand began its attack. A wave of sand shot forward at Naruto, who jumped back and began to dodge each strike. Soon, Gaara was using his sand shuriken jutsu, which sent several sand projectiles at him. Naruto used his blade to block each one, slicing them in half. He then went back on the offensive and jumped up into the air and prepared for a two-handed strike that would double his power. Gaara quickly turned his sand into hands and sent them up and grabbed the sword, stopping it. However, Naruto let go as soon as the hands came together and fell to the ground. He then charged at Gaara and shouted, "Steam claws." Like the name suggests, steam surrounded his hands and formed clams. He slashed Gaara's chest and pierced his armor of sand easily. Gaara had 4 long slashes across his chest. The sand quickly came back to him and Naruto caught his sword before it hit the ground. To say Gaara was shocked was an understatement. No one had ever heard him before. For the first time in his life, he was bleeding. For the first time, someone had been able to get past all of his defenses and hurt him. Gaara would enjoy killing him. "You will help prove my existence?" said the sand user. "Happy to help," said a smug Naruto. His amusement was cut short as what looked like feathers began to fall from the sky. Sensing a genjutsu, Naruto released him himself and noticed that those who didn't fell asleep. At that moment, Gaara began to change. Soon, his arm was covered with sand with strange designs on it. It ended with clawed fingers that just shouted death to my enemies. Gaara's face had also changed, or at least half of it. Half of it had also been covered with sand and his teeth had become sharper. Then there was his yellow and black eye. Soon Haku, Isaribi, Kin, and Zaku were standing behind Naruto. The sand team appeared next to Gaara. "Gaara," said their sensei, "we need to get you ready." "Shut up," growled Gaara. "I will kill him." "Gaara, this isn't." "Don't get in my way," interrupted Gaara. The sand jonin backed away slowly, as did his teammates. Temari looked very weak and needed to be supported by her brother. She motioned to her team to look up at the Kage's box and they saw that the area was covered in some sort of purple box. "Looks like your invasion is underway," said Naruto after returning his attention to the sand nines. "Normally I'd say goody luck with it and we'd be on our way. But I don't think Gaara is done fighting yet, so he wouldn't be very happy if I left." Naruto then turned his head and began to give orders to his teammates. "Listen, our first priority is to get the daimyos out of here. Zaku, Kin, and Isaribi will dispel the genjutsu and move them out of here. Haku, I need you to pick up the package." "The package?" asked Haku. "Yeah, I hide the package in an old cabin in the woods," said Naruto as he turned his head back to the sand. I'm counting on you to get it and get it out of the village. I understand, replied Haku. With that, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. The others began to move out, but Naruto called out for Isaribi to stay for a moment. Be careful, he said. Orochimaru is behind this and I don't want you going after him. Not by yourself anyways. She nodded and ran off to catch up with the others. Uzumaki, growled Gaara, you are mine. Now wait one moment, Gaara, said Baki. Before he could say anything else, he heard someone call out an attack. Dynamic entry, shouted Guy as he fell from the sky. About time he came down and took down Baki. I am here, the youthful green beast of the leaf. All hail the flames of youth. This was met with sweat drops and fighting the urge to kill from those nearby. Many of the now exposed Sound and Sand Shinobi were thinking one thing. What the F dash? Guy, said Naruto, he learned the name from Lee, as he rubbed his temples, why don't you fight those Sound guys and leave him to me? I don't know, responded Guy as he scratched his chin. I would be very youthful, said the blonde. That was all Guy needed to hear as he raced off to fight the Sound. Too easy. Kid, you had better use my chakra. This kid is calling on the power of his demon. Now, how am I supposed to get stronger if I call on you every time there is trouble? This is a great chance to see if I'm stronger than the One Tail. That's not much of an accomplishment if you ask me. Naruto snapped back into reality as Gaara began to charge at him. Naruto charged as well and aimed his sword for Gaara's new arm. When their attacks hit each other, it was a draw. Gaara caught the sword with his sand and Naruto refused to give up an inch. Then, they both jumped back and began to circle each other. Up in the Kage's box, the Hokage and Orochimaru were fighting it out. The Mizukage, well, he was killed shortly after the barrier was put up. Now, the rivers will run deep with the blood of your shinobi, said Orochimaru, speaking in biblical verse. They shall cry out, but they please will fall of deaf ears. No shall escape their fate. The Hokage sweat dropped. Why are you talking like that? He asked. I'm adding to my evilness thanks to the Bible, said Orochimaru. The old man looked shocked. You read the Bible? But that doesn't make sense. It teaches forgiveness and love. You hate forgiveness and love. And what about thou shalt not kill? I don't remember reading that part, said Orochimaru as he put on his gloves and pulled out his copy from his back pocket. I just read the beginning and the end. Tayuya sighed and wished she could get the hell away from that Looney Tune. The battle between Gaara and Naruto raged on into the streets. Each time someone tried to interfere, either Naruto or Gaara would kill them. It didn't matter who they were. No one would come between them and their fight. Above them, on the roofs of nearby buildings, watched Shikamaru, Sakura, Sasuke, and the Sand siblings. Gaara now had both his arms transformed and had a tail. His power kept rising and Naruto began to curse the fact that they were far from the water. He then decided to use a more powerful attack with his sword. Try this, Gaara. Weapon upgrade, wind. With that, small blades made of wind began to run along the Kubikiri Hocho, turning it into a chainsaw. This is my sword's special power that only an Uzumaki can do. It allows a person's affinity to strengthen the blade's power. With that, they charged again and unlike all the previous times they had done so since Gaara's transformation, Naruto cut off Gaara's arm. A second later it reattached itself and Naruto simply cut it off again. Gaara tried again with his tail, but that was split in two. Impossible, cried Temari. How can he stand up to Gaara like this? Just then, Gaara finished his transformation. In a huge burst that sent everyone flying away, the giant form of Shikaku appeared in the middle of the village. Gaara appeared on the top of its head. Now, let's see how well you can entertain me, he said. Feigning sleep jutsu. Kit, this is bad. That jutsu lets Shikaku take over. I guess I have to let you take over. The size comparison is 2. Naruto was cut short as the giant raccoon took a step and destroyed a building. This building was one of the few places in the village that Naruto had happy memories of. The ramen stand. Oh, he did not just do what I think he did. He did Kit. Over in the distance, Haku was walking away from the cabin with Hinata in his arms. Over her eyes was a sleeping note. It was similar to the exploding ones in terms of shape, but they caused their victims to fall asleep. Haku was about to make his way out of the village when he saw the giant sand creature. A second later, the entire village was covered in a heavy mist. "I see," said Haku. "So, Naruto is going to use the mass-hiding mist jutsu. I guess I'd better hurry." Over with Naruto, he had just finished the last hand sign for his most powerful jutsu. Demon Mist Beast Jutsu. With that, he stretched out his arms and the red chakra began to pour out of him. In a matter of seconds, Kyuubi was standing in front of Shikaku blaring his killer intent. They were matched size for size, but that was it. There was a huge power difference. "Kid, I think you went overkill. I mean 6 tails worth of power to take this loser down." "Why are you complaining?" asked Naruto as he took a knee. "Just kick that asshole's butt and make it snappy or else." "Kyuubi, since when did you become so pathetic as to take orders from a human? Trust me, this kid has some nasty torture treatments." With that, they began to fight. They started up close and began with biting each other and lashing each other with their tails. This lasted for several minutes. During this time, several buildings were destroyed. Many shinobi stopped fighting and began to watch this sight. Shikaku, finally giving up on the close-range combat, launched an air bullet at Kyuubi and it punched a hole right through him. The hole was instantly filled up and Kyuubi gave his opponent a sick grin. "My turn," he said. He opened his mouth and a ball of red chakra began to form. Unholy breath. The red ball became an energy wave blast that went right through Shikaku, leaving a hole with its edges being turned into glass. While Shikaku began to refill himself, Kyuubi quickly grabbed Naruto with his mouth and then flicked him onto his head. "Kid, this could go on forever. Neither of us has real bodies, so harming each other is pointless. The best way to end this fight is to wake up that sand brat. Let me guess, I go over there and shout, 'Wake up,' in his ear. No, you have to punch him." "Oh, I really like this plan," said Naruto with a grin. With that, Kyuubi bolted towards the giant raccoon and bit down on its shoulder. Naruto took this as the perfect chance to leap off the kitsune and punch Gaara. The effect was immediate. Shikaku screamed that it was unfair and Gaara began to glare at Naruto. Gaara began to wrap his sand around Naruto to use his desert coffin to finish off the blonde. Naruto focused his chakra and was able to free himself from the attack. Once freed, he charged at Gaara and delivered one last powerhouse punch that sent Gaara flying out of his sand beast and into the street below. "That was for the ramen stand, a-hole," he shouted. Naruto was grinning until he realized the sand beast was beginning to dissolve and fell to the ground. Kyuubi just watched this and smirked. "Life is good when I see you get hurt, brat." "Kyuubi," said Naruto as he stumbled out of the hole he made. "How would you like to listen to the Spice Girls? Or maybe I'll do something worse. Maybe make you wear green spandex." "I'll just be going no," said the Kyuubi as he went back into Naruto. Gaara was just lying there. His body hurt everywhere and his chakra was almost completely gone. How could he have lost? To someone who had never been defeated before, that was a good question. Never had he been hurt nor had he been forced to use some of the attacks he had used. But he had to while fighting Naruto and he had hurt him. What was his secret? What made him so strong? He turned his head and saw Naruto walking over to him, using his sword like a cane or a crutch. "Stay away," cried Gaara. He was afraid of this person who seemed to keep going no matter what. Suddenly he stopped. I know who you feel. Being alone is like nothing else. I was there for a long time until I found people to recognize me," said Naruto, who was panting. Why are you so strong?" "Like I said, I have people who recognize me as me," answered Gaara. "They are my friends and are precious to me. I work hard so I can protect them and our home. I would gladly give my life of them and my village. Also, I love to fight strong opponents, so I have to become strong myself." For a moment. "If you want to keep on the path you are walking, so be it. It's your life, do whatever you want. But, if attack my friends or home or anything that I hold dear, I'll kill you." Just then Haku, the other 2 sand siblings, and the leaf genins that were watching jumped into the area. Temari and Kankuro were next to Gaara and Haku held Naruto in a fireman's carry. "Shikamaru, Sakura, and Sasuke were set in between the two ready to finish them both off. I believe that we should be talking our leave, said Haku. Yeah, agreed Naruto. Hey, where is the package? It's with the others, replied Haku. Haku noticed that Kankuro looked like he wanted to take them on but was stopped when Gaara spoke. No, he said. That's enough. The Sand siblings were shocked at this. Gaara sounded so defeated. Both the Sand and the Mist stared at each other of a second till Naruto spoke to Gaara once more. Remember what I said back in the forest, Gaara? Always use a condom? This caused Temari and Kankuro to just stare at their brother. After that, nothing in life is better than having the woman you love by your side? That's better, said Naruto with a sigh. He turned his attention to Temari. Your brother needs a girl. Set him up with one of your friends or something. And don't let him ditch the black, it looks good on him. He would have said more if Haku hadn't decided that it was time to go. In a whirlwind of leaves the two of them vanished from sight. The Sand trio made their move as well. Both Temari and Kankuro were carrying Gaara. As they moved out of the area, Gaara lifted his head to say something that shocked the both of them. Temari, Tinko, sorry. Don't worry about it, said his older brother. It was 2 days later when the funeral for the third was held. All Leaf Shinobi were there to pay their last respects. Well, there was one extra guest. Up on one of the arcs stood Naruto in his spare cloths. Isaribi had Hinata switch into her spare dress so Naruto would have something to wear. He just stood there, keeping his presence hidden from everyone. Once everyone had left, Naruto came down from his hiding spot and walked over to the casket and stared at it for a moment. Well, I guess this is goodbye, he said. Funny, I thought it would be the other way around when I heard about this mission. If it means anything, I'll miss you. You were one of the few good people in this village. A wind blew hard and when it stopped, Naruto was gone. Sasuke was livid. Half of the Uchiha district was destroyed thanks to the fight between the demon vessels. Well, it was better than what happened to the Hyuga compound. Suddenly he felt Naruto's chakra pass by and in less than a second it was gone. His hate of Naruto grew. That dope, how dare he linger around here? I'll kill him. With that, Sasuke began to head out towards the gates of the village. He would chase down Naruto and kill him. Outside the village, Naruto's teammates were waiting with Zaku, Kin, and Hinata. Seeing Naruto walk up to them, they gave him a look that asked how he was. Well guys, he said, ignoring the looks, let's head out. Our next stop is Lightning Country. He looked at Hinata who was now struggling to get out of the ropes that bound her. Sorry, but you're coming with us. With that, Naruto picked her up and carried her under his arm. 2 figures entered the Leaf Village. They wore black cloaks with red clouds on them. Are you sure he is here? Asked the Shark Man. Maybe, said his red-eyed partner. He could have been knocked out and captured. I am looking forward to seeing him again. Me too, replied Kisame. I hope I get to cut off his legs. Well, the Chunin exam is done. Sorry if this chapter is a bit short, but I did my best to drag the fight as long as possible. Now hurry up with those votes. Next time, meeting the Cloud Nin and Miss Ni. Itachi and Kisame figure out where Naruto is and follow him there. Sasuke gets his butt kicked again. The poll ends and Hinata's fate is decided. Just wanted to clear a couple of facts up. If Hinata is turned over to the Cloud, she will be treated like a SLV. How is that better than if she stayed with her family? They will use her for human breeding. If it is a harem, it will be only Isaribi and Hinata. Isaribi will get most of that attention. I felt I had to bring those facts up after reading a couple of the reviews. I mean, my God, some people are heartless. If you don't pick harem, I can think of something else. But, hey, if you want me to be heartless, I can do that. I just really don't want to. Naruto was singing as he and his friends made their way to the border Lightning Country where the group was supposed to meet the Kudnins. Rollin', rollin', rollin'. Though the streams are swollen, keep them doggies rollin'. But through rain and wind and weather, hellbent for leather, wishint my gal was by my side. All the things I'm missin', good victuals, love and kissin', are waiting at the end of my ride. Enough, shouted Kin. You have been singing that same song for the last week and a half. How about something else? Well, I don't have my karaoke box with me, said Naruto. Just deal with it. The two began to bicker as Zuck decided to ask Haku some questions. Hey Haku, how is this going to work? Well, replied Haku, it's not too complicated. We are to meet some jonins at their border who will take Miss Hyuga the rest of the way. After they are done checking to make sure that she is a Hyuga, they will give us Yujito ni. We are doing it at the border because it's a more neutral area. After that, we rent a boat to take us to water country. What's it like there? When we left, there was a civil war going on between the daimyo and the rebels. However, it should be over now thanks to the assistance we got from the cloud. And don't get me started on the bloodline hunt. The village is all right. Haku then went into a long ramble of laws and customs that went on in the village. These things included river dancing, the annual surfing contest, and many other things that don't want to write right now. Zaku was getting bored until, and we practice bigamy. Zaku perked right up. In fact, Kin and Hinata, who was still being carried by Naruto, turned their attention to Haku, who was smiling like there was nothing wrong. You can't be serious, said Kin. Well, we lost a lot of shinobi during the war and have an overpopulation of women. Not to mention the graduation exam that takes away a lot of our future genins. Also, that incident with Kisame cut down our forces. So, bigamy was made legal and is heavily in force. Some people do get divorces, like Mr. Ishui's first wife. Why? Is something wrong? Zaka looked like he was holding back tears. I think I'm going to like it in Mist, he said. What kind of sane man wouldn't like a place where you couple have multiple partners? Kin maybe? B was cut short as a fist slammed into his face. The owner, Kin, had this to say. Forget it. I wonder what happened to the gay Pefli, asked Isaribi as she changed the subject. Over in sound, Orochimaru was in a very bad mode. He was just realizing the depths of the third's damage to him. Sure, he knew he could no longer make hand signs. Now he was realizing that he could no longer touch little boys. Take that, you pervert! Anyu-sensei, he shouted in the playground he was currently standing in. No jutsus, no touchy, no Sasuke, I must be in hell. Then he saw a small boy all by himself. Deciding to try at least, he walked over to the boy and unleashed his tongue. Before he could do anything, the boy's mother ran over and kicked him in the crotch. Behind him, Tayuya was mentally laughing her head off. Ha, serves you right, a-hole. He can't even fucking touch them with that tongue of his. If he does, the mother just comes and kicks him in the fucking crotch. In the Leaf Village, one lazy jonin was realizing something. Where is Sasuke? Back to Ika. With that, he went back to reading his pawn. Naruto and gang were now at the border. There waiting for them were 3 jonins and a 17-year-old girl. She had blue cat-like eyes and her hair was tied into 2 ponytails. She was wearing blue pants and a white GI. Well, it took you all long enough, said one of them. He was wearing the standard jonin uniform, had a thin mustache, and his hair was wrapped under bandages. Sorry, said Naruto with a smirk. I was having too much fun, breaking into the Hyuga compound and beating them all down. Scaring Hayashi so bad he nearly said himself. The fighting at the Chunin exam. It was all to die for. Is that her? Asked the same jonin. Naruto nodded and set her down in front of them. Her hands were still bound by rope and there was tape covering her mouth. The jonin walked up at her, knelt down, and grabbed her chin. You know, my brother was the one who was originally supposed to get you. With that he let go of her only to slap her a second later. Hinata fell to the ground with a bruise on her cheek. What the hell was that for? Shouted Isaribi looking sad. Just making sure there isn't henge, he said. He then let out a laugh and the other jonins quickly followed. There are other ways, said Haku as he gave them an icy stare. He wanted to say more, but Naruto brought up his hand to silence him. I believe that we have held up our end of the bargain, he said in an uncaring tone. His eyes, however, showed that he was very set off. Now then, call you superiors and inform them that you have the girl. Then we will be on our way with Miss Ni. Fine kid, said a different jonin in the back. He reached for his earpiece and gave it a light tap to activate it. We have the girl. He paused for a moment. Very well, sir. We will leave at once. He then turned to the first Jonin and gave him a nod. Well, Yujito, looks like you are a mist nin now, he said with a grin. Fine, she said. With that she began to walk away from the Jonins and over to the mist. She then looked at Naruto questionably. So, are you really the container for Kyuubi? Why are you asking question when you already know the answers? Asked Naruto. Yujito gave him a surprised look. Our prisoners can sense when another one of their kind is near. I thought would know better. Naruto then gave her a big grin. Well, enough of this mush, said the last Jonin as he moved to pick up Hinata. However, before he could, another figure entered the area. It was Sasuke, and he looked like hadn't eaten well for days and there were branches in his hair. Hell, he was still wearing that black one-piece outfit he had worn in the Chunin exam. It seems you were followed. I doubt he came because of Hinata, said Naruto as he turned his attention for the Jonin to Sasuke. Why won't you just leave me alone? Not until I kill you, Sasuke said with venom in his voice. I will kill you and then I will kill my brother. I would like to see that, said a voice behind Sasuke. Sasuke turned around and saw both his brother and Kisame standing behind him and took a step back. Well, I'm waiting, said Itachi. Let's see you kill Naruto. He is closer to our level than you are. This got Sasuke mad. No, he was livid. He had trained for years for this day and he would prove that he was ready to fight Itachi and kill him. He would kill Naruto and then kill all who stood in his way. Nice to see you again, Itachi Uchiha. S-class missing nin wanted for killing his entire family except one team, said Naruto as he gave him a smile. The then glared at Kisame. Kisame Hoshigaki, former member of the Seven and the man who murdered 300 people in the Mist Village, said Naruto as he flicked off the Shark Man. The Cloud Nin were scared shitless. There, in front of them, were two of the most powerful and dangerous missing nins in history. Once their thinking came back, one of them decided to call up some back. We need help now, he shouted into his communicator. Itachi and Kisame are at the border. This is not a test or a joke. He paused. Get the girl and let's get out of here. The other two nodded and moved to grab Hinata. Naruto, in a flash, moved in front of them while unsheathing his sword from his back. With 2 strikes of his sword, he killed all 3 Jonin. Sasuke watched this in awe. Yujito smirked. She didn't like them much since they sold her out. Haku, Zikin, and Isaribi were what the is he doing? Kisame chuckled and Itachi just stared. Naruto, breathed Haku, you just killed our clients. You call it killing, said Naruto as he placed his sword on his shoulder, and I call it taking out the trash. It seems Sasuke was good for something after all. I was wondering how to throw the cloud off our trail. He gave Itachi a grin. I assume you followed little team here from the Leaf Village. Wasn't that hard, said Kisame, to Naruto disgust. He talks way too loud and about the same things over and over. I want more power. I will kill that dope Naruto. I will kill Itachi. That kid is like a broken record. Hey Itachi, can I hack off Naruto and that girl's legs now? Let's see if they will come with us willingly first, said Itachi. Aren't you all forgetting something? Interrupted Sasuke. I'm still here. Regrettable, said Itachi. How could we forget with your whining? Said Isaribi. Shut it, said Yujito. Can I hack his legs? Said Kisame. Just go away, said Haku, Kin, and Zaku. You're too weak to be here, said Naruto. Go back to the sandbox until you're ready for the big boys. This was the last straw. Sasuke activated his Chidori and charged at Naruto. Naruto sighed and disappeared and reappeared behind Sasuke to deliver a punch in the back of his head. Sasuke landed on top on the dead Jonin bodies and just laid there. That was sad, said Itachi. Now Naruto, will you and Yujito peacefully come with us? I don't know, replied Naruto. The company you keep puts me off edge. Also, I have things to do and my schedule is full. I think you can clear it, said Itachi calmly. Naruto, you are more like me than anyone else. Already in ANBU, your power is amazing. Our organization would like to have that power. The same goes for Yujito ni. Which power are you really talking about? Mine or the foxes? The foxes, said Kisame. With that, we can accomplish our goals. All we need to do is SCK out that fox and then we'll be down with you. Problem is I'll die, replied Naruto. I am not going to be your tool. Do you really think you can take us both on, said Itachi. Naruto smirked and reached into his back pocket for something special. He then pulled out a box of strawberry Pocky. Itachi eyed his one and only weakness and began to sweat a little. What are you going to do with that? Play fetch Mr. Weasel, said Naruto as threw the Pocky box away for the area. Itachi began to fidget. He looked at Naruto and then in the direction that the box was thrown. Get the Pocky or complete the mission. I'll be back in a moment, he said and raced for the love of his life. Sad. Guess this just leaves us, said Naruto as he stared down Kisame. He then turned to his friends. Watch yourselves. Kisame may be an a-hole, but he is S-class. They understood what he meant. S-class shinobi are those who have much more power than the average jonin. They were the strongest class next to Kage. Naruto and Kisame charged at each other, both drawing their swords and wielding them with one hand. The blades connected and soon, the difference in strength became obvious as Naruto was thrown several feet. Kisame moved over to him while he laid there on the ground. Kisame was about to bring down the Samahata down. However, Naruto blocked the attack by placing one hand on the hilt and the other on the dull side of the sword. Impressive, commented Kisame. But how long can you last like this? Kisame began to put more power into his attack. Naruto looked like he was slipping and this caused Kisame to smirk. That ended as he moved to dodge the senbons. I think you are forgetting about us, said Haku. As Haku spoke, Naruto began to get up. You are heavily outmatched and soon cloud reinforcements will be here. That's just fine with me, replied Kisame. I want to kill more. With that, he charged at Haku this time, only to be blocked by Naruto. Sorry, but you haven't finished your meal, said Naruto as he called up all of his chakra. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw 3 shuriken flying towards him. They impacted his arm and Kisame used his sword to throw him into his friends. Naruto glanced at who had thrown the shurikens and saw Itachi walking over to them with a stick of Pocky in his mouth. I think we are just about finished, said Itachi. Think again, said Haku. Demonic ice mirrors. Itachi was soon surrounded by the ice mirrors Haku created from the moisture in the air. There may have been only 7, but at least it trapped Itachi. Soon, Haku's image appeared in all of them. I will take you out, he said as he held up his Sinbon needles. He then began his attack, showering Itachi with his needles. However, when the first assault was finished, Itachi looked like he didn't have a scratch on him. Interesting power, said Itachi as his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Black flames shoot out and hit Haku's mirrors. Sensing the danger, Haku exited his mirror just in time. I never thought anyone could melt my ice mirrors, said Haku. At least, not in one attack. The Amaterasu is a special jutsu that an Uchiha can only learn once he achieves the Mangekyo Sharingan, said Itachi. It has other powers as well. Itachi! Once again, Sasuke was on his feet. This time he had activated his curse seal and had his Chidori activated. He charged at his brother planning on finishing him with a single attack. This was not to be as Itachi blocked. The attack with one hand. Itachi spoke one word, Tsukuyami. A moment later, Sasuke fell down and Itachi looked exhausted. We had better hurry up, said Itachi as he struggled to keep his eyes open. Then his eyes grew wide as he heard a sound that didn't sound very friendly. Get down,